1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you are, and welcome to DBN's coverage of the third Broadcaster Brawl. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the co-founders of this network, and I am joined today with Michalis Kamaritis. Michalis, welcome.
Hello, pleasure to be here as always.
Today we have a very, very special event. This is what we call the Broadcaster Brawl. This is the third edition of it. We did it for the first time in 2021, for the second time in 2023, and now for the third time in 2025. So it's becoming ensconced as an every other year thing. And this event has a lot of really fun features that we like, that the viewers like. And here's what they are. First of all, this is a charity event, which means that the players are playing for charity. And those players are all commentators on DBN programs, usually analysts, sometimes hosts. And you and I have played in these before. We'll get to that in a second. But the twist here is that viewers who usually get critiqued by these commentators now get the chance to come on as guests and give those commentators a little taste of their own medicine. We have players who are playing today, some of them for the second time in a Broadcaster Brawl. That's a first for us. Both of the first two had first-time players only. But none of those players have won before because the only two winners of the Broadcaster Brawls are commentating on this program. That is you and me. I took the first one. Michalis, you took the second one. So I'll ask you in a little bit for some insight into how to win a Broadcaster Brawl. But like I said, this is a charity event. What that means is that we have taken donations. There is a big pool of donations from viewers, family, friends, anyone who is willing to give me money to these causes. And each of the players is playing for a charity of their choice. So they've each selected a charity that means something personal to them. And we interviewed them about those charities. We'll show those interviews in a little bit so we can find out what it is about these charities that these players liked. Every charity that is being played for tonight will get a donation. So what we've done is we will take the donation pool once it's finally settled, chop it up into 8 pieces, and every one of the 7 charities that the players are going for will get one of those pieces, except one of them will get the 8th piece as well. And that will be the player who finishes with the most centers or has the better tiebreak if they finish tied with other players for the most centers. So that's the basic structure. You know, this is a charity event, and this is a chance for viewers to get back at the commentators in a number of ways. One, by coming on. There are some other ways, which we'll get to in a little bit. But first, Michalis, what do you think about this event, first of all, and what was it like to play in it and win it from your perspective?
I mean, I love this event. Like, just got to say it straight up. First of all, the opportunity to give something back, both to the community and to charity, is amazing. And the amount we've raised both times and what we're already raising so far is incredible. It just shows to show what an amazing community the diplomacy hobby has and is. Now that the niceness is out the way, the key thing, of course, is slaughtering your fellow commentators. Like, everybody goes into these things like, oh, I'm just here for some fun. Like, oh, no, it's quite casual. no one really thinks that. Like, as soon as the game starts, boom, you want to win for your charity, so all of you are quite motivated to win that extra share anyway. But you also just want to put something over on one of your fellow analysts, fellow commentators. I believe that in the first Broadcaster Brawl, someone that you maybe put something over on is playing again today to try and get some a little bit of revenge and clean her slate in that regard. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to play in, but it's a serious game once you start playing it, and it's top board format, and that hasn't always been my strength. And yet I won the Broadcaster Brawl, and from there I went on to win a fair few more top boards. So I would say that it's a guarantee, actually. Like, both players who've won the Broadcaster Brawl have then gone on to win VDL, DixieCon, and the DBNI. So winning the Broadcaster Brawl is an omen for future success, and it is something everybody should be gunning for as hard as they can.
It's a launching pad, if you will. Yeah, my biggest recollection of that first Broadcaster Brawl was exactly what you said, which is that everybody beforehand, all the players were saying how nice they were going to be and sort of how just how much fun it was going to be, and how they weren't going to take it too seriously because it was for charity. And also, this is, the focus was on the viewers getting to come on and commentate for or against us. And as soon as the first turn, and I will say the power selection was also hilarious. That in that first power selection, people our sort of good vibes did continue into the power selection, or I should say our relaxed vibes, because they're always good vibes even during the game when it got heated. But our relaxed vibes carried into the power selection, where Doug Moore, who had been voted the number 7 seed by the viewers, had France fall all the way to him. And, so there was it was goofy. It ended up being a curse for him, right? So I think it was very savvy of us players to let France fall to him. But as soon as the negotiations started, everybody wanted to win, as much for their charity as for the bragging rights. And so it was like that in Broadcaster Brawl number 2 as well for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's talk a little bit about what it takes to win this thing. So for me, it ended up being forming a good relationship with Wintergreen. I was Russia and Siobhan was Italy, and we did really well. Then Doug Moore came around as France into the Med, and Siobhan had to go work against him, and that created an opportunity for me. The West was messy enough between England and Germany that I thought I had the opportunity to take control of the game. And so I stabbed Siobhan, creating some drama between us, which we have talked about over the years. And I'll give a plug here. Siobhan and I have been working on a podcast that we were hoping to release this past week, our first episode, where we talk about that, among other things. And that unfortunately got waylaid partly by some of the events in our nation, specifically out in California. So hopefully we will get that podcast episode released in the next week or two, and we'll include some discussion about why it got delayed. And then we'll also have this Broadcaster Brawl to talk about. But in any case, so that was a big moment for me in the game, and I ended up being able to take control of the game in a way that the other players weren't able to coalesce against me. So that ended up, it's a sort of standard diplomacy way to stop a board. Did something similar happen in your game, or was it different?
So in my game, I did my signature alliance. It was an IT. I was Italy. Ed Sullivan was in Turkey, and Karthik was in Austria, and obviously knows I like to IT. So Karthik was prepared to bounce Trieste, do all that normal stuff. But Ed just came to me in 1901, was like, "I know you like to IT. What do you need to see from me?" And I said, "Just build armies." And from there, it was just boom, IT. And we rolled through Karthik, and Zach Moore was in Russia doing classic Zach Moore behavior, stabbing everybody, sowing chaos everywhere, getting quite big in the West out of it, as the West was sort of complete chaos. And it sort of got to the midpoint where me and Ed were sort of the only real alliance on the board. Everything that had happened in the West broken down between England, France, and Germany, and Zach would switch sides left, right, and center. And Tanya, who was in France, was more annoyed at the the fellow Westerners than she was at me when I came west. And Ed sort of, I believe he misordered a convoy or two, which meant he didn't get Warsaw and Moscow at the same time I got Iberia, and it sort of made the difference. I was too far ahead. He actually stabbed me in the second to last turn of the game, realized it still wouldn't be enough to stop me winning because I just walked into so much in the west, and accepted the draw anyway.
Interesting. So Karthik was a player on your board. He's now back in this. Maybe not as dramatically stabbed as as Siobhan was in my game, but they're both here to make amends. Ed Sullivan is also on this broadcast, not playing, but he is running sideline reporting with Patrick Jacobson, and Kevin O'Kelly is also, I think, providing some assistance on that. So we will see Ed and Patrick's face here on the broadcast in some time in the future. We have a lot of stuff to get through before then, however, so why don't we get to some of it. First of all, this is a chance for us at DBN to review our viewership numbers for the last 5 years since we've been open. We are now officially 5 years old. We started, I think, not DixieCon, but Boston Massacre was our first event that we covered, and it was either in late June or early July in 2020. So right at the beginning of the pandemic, full lockdown period was going. So we have hit 5 years. Here were the numbers 2 years ago that we reviewed on DBN. We had been around for 3 years at that point. We had 994 subscribers, so we were desperate to get over that 1,000 mark, and I think we got up to 1,000 on the broadcast. Our viewers were 124,700. I'm sorry, the number of views we had was at about 125,000. The total number of hours watched was 53,826. We have always had this characteristic for a YouTube channel, a very unusually high number of hours watched per view. And that's because we have these long form content that people really like to watch. We have people who watch lots and lots of hours. So our view numbers tend not to be that high, but our hours watch numbers are huge for a YouTube channel. All right, how have those numbers changed in the 2 years since then? Well, here's a little graphic to show you. So we've gone now 5 years. Our subscriber numbers have jumped up about 50% in those extra 2 years, from 994 to 1481. Our total views have almost doubled from 124,000 to 222,000. And our hours watched number is still increasing at a very high rate. We are close to 100,000 hours watched, which is a lot. And, we don't monetize this channel. I think we sort of talked about it before. We do have some expenses that we have at DBN, but up until now, they've been low enough that the people who run this network are sort of happy to cover them. But that's a lot of hours that we could, try to get. In any case, we thank you, the viewers, for subscribing and for viewing and for watching all those hours. Please continue. Please like this this video, and please subscribe, and please get other people to subscribe if you can. Collis, I'll turn it over to you. Any feelings that these numbers bring up?
I mean, pride, I think, is sort of the natural response. Like, the amount of hours watched in particular is incredible. And the fact that people want to listen to me and you and everyone else drone on about this game for hours on end, we must be doing something right. So that's always nice to hear, and nice to see. But yeah, it's this channel, I believe, has done a lot for the community. I think there are so many people I've talked to, both online and even at face-to-face events, who are like, I saw you on DBN. That's actually how I got into the hobby. It's been really, really good in terms of outreach and getting new players into the game, in helping people improve as players, and yeah, roll on the next 2 years and let's keep it going.
All right, here. If you give me a second, I will show you some numbers about the donations that we have had. That's not the right slide. Give me 1 second, see if I can hit it. All right, here we go. So this is a charity event, and in the first 2 years, there we go. Here are the donation numbers that we had for the first 2 years of the Broadcaster Brawl. In the first one, we raised $3,185 with 40 donations. 2 years later, we almost doubled that to $6,004.44 donations, which was great. And that was aided by a very, very generous donor who posted a matching contribution of $3,000. We thank that person very much. This year so far, without any matching, here is where that number stands. Let me see if I can. Here is a live look. Let me refresh the page now and see if we've had any more donations since we started this. Okay, we have not. So here is a live look at our donation page. We have now currently raised $4,141 over 38 donations, which is really, really fantastic. Please go to diplobn.com. There's a button that will take you right to that page, the Broadcaster Brawl page on our homepage. So if you just go to diplobn.com, that will be there. I don't know if Kevin, looks like you're watching, is that hopefully that is in the show notes for this page on YouTube. If not, we will get it there as soon as we can. We will check back in over the course of this broadcast with this donation page to see how far we've gotten. But without matching, this is already the most that we have raised. We have, again this year, had another donor come forward and offer a matching challenge. There are 2 challenges this time. And one of them is a straight up challenge of $2,000 for dollar. That one we have hit. So we have an additional $2,000 coming to us that's been pledged above and beyond here. But there's a second part of the challenge, which is $20 for every donation made up to 50 donations. And I do have a graphic that shows us currently. So at 4141, we have 38 donations made. That means that the matching for the per donation challenge is $760, along with the $2,000. We have had a pledge of $6,901 made to us so far, and that is really, really fantastic. I cannot thank you, the viewers, enough for having gotten us to this number. That said, we have an opportunity to go higher. We have 12 donations. We're 12 donations short of maxing out the per donation matching challenge, which is worth another $240. So please let's take advantage of our generous anonymous donors' good wishes here and get that number up. I would love to say, I have to say, I would love to see us get up to $8,000 total for this pool. Why? Well, that would mean that we could donate at least $1,000 to every one of the charities that the players are playing for, and the winning charity would get $2,000. It's a nice even number, and that would be a really, really great goal to hit. So please, if you're watching and you haven't donated already, please go make a donation. If you have donated and you feel like doing another one, we'd love to have it. Thank you so much. And by the way, if you're not watching this live, if you're watching this, over the next few days, we will keep the donation page open for a whole week after this event runs. So please make a donation after the fact. We'll get that to the charity, and we'll be able to announce, on the next broadcast what the actual final total was. All right, Michalis, I'll turn it back to you now. I hope there's more pride there.
Yeah, this is, again, as I said before, it's an amazing community, and the spirit of giving that this event has engendered all 3 times we've run it is amazing. And a massive shout out to anyone who's donated, whether that's the huge amounts that some people can manage or just a small amount. Like, every little helps, and all of these charities are incredible. We're going to hear all of our players talking about those charities and why they've picked them, and some people have very personal reasons for doing so, and that just it's just great. Like, I picked my charity for very personal reasons. I gave a pretty personal interview about it at the time, and it made it so much more rewarding to win that as well. And yeah, it was one of my proudest moments as a player and as a person for raising that money and being part of that, and love to see it happening again this time.
Do you want to say a little bit about the charity that you play for?
Sure, yeah. So I played for Mind, my local Mind charity in the UK, who are a mental health charity, and I played for them for some reasons in the past where I had some pretty bad mental health issues, and they helped see me through it, because in the UK, the NHS is very underfunded when it comes to mental health, and charities have to step in to sort of bridge anything that isn't medication or putting you in an asylum. So Mind helped me through a very tough period of my life, and it was amazing to be able to give something back to them and hopefully help some other people through tough periods of their own.
Yeah, I can't thank you enough for playing for that charity. Therapy is such a huge and important part of my life and of the lives of many people that I know, and has been mental health is something to take very seriously. And I appreciate you for doing that. I played for the Trevor Project because I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and the Trevor Project provides services to at-risk LGBT youth who are among the most at risk, at least in this country, of harm due to bullying and due to difficult situations at home. And I think the hallmark of the Trevor Project is a suicide prevention hotline that a lot of people take advantage of, and has helped a lot of people. All right, with that, it is time for us to hear from our players, who we haven't named yet, except for Siobhan and Karthik. But we will see them right now in their interviews from earlier this week, talking about their charities. And then we will talk more about them, because there is a game of diplomacy to be played coming up. All right, here are our players and the charities that they're playing for.
Don't lose sight of what makes the Broadcaster Brawl unique and different, which is that you're. And I loved your charity. Tell us about it and why you chose it and how important it is to you.
The Asylum Seeker Resource Centre is really well known in Melbourne, where I'm from, and basically they offer a wide range of direct support for people who have come to Australia seeking asylum, so sort of the precursor stage to being confirmed refugee status. So this can be a really scary time for newly arrived migrants, because there's just a lot of uncertainty as to whether you will get access to services, access to medical care. You certainly are not really able to seek legitimate employment at this time. So very economically vulnerable, but also, potentially linguistically vulnerable in systems. So a really key element of what they do is legal support, but they also provide direct services, material assistance. So whether it's groceries, whether it's nappies for little ones, whether it's food bank support. And yeah, I suppose in terms of a personal connection, so I grew up in the western suburbs of Melbourne, which are pretty diverse, and I feel like I gained so much from that childhood. In particular, I went to primary school, elementary school for the for the US based. I went to primary school in an area with a really significant various diasporas, but migrant population, a significant cohort of whom were refugees, and that has really shaped my interest in this for honestly, since like age 6. And my parents were also very invested. I had good friends who had experienced really difficult situations. And yeah, so that's where I'm coming from. And I would be just delighted to win, more so than for myself, for this service, because they do a really epic job with very little other funding other than what people donate to them.
SAFE stands for Shelter and Family Empowerment, and Safe House is an organization that provides resources to survivors of intimate partner violence. Their primary offering is an emergency housing shelter, but their goal is to help people get on track for a more stable future. So while people are staying at the shelter, they're provided with food and toiletries, that kind of thing. They have children's resources because they're welcoming the survivors and their children. But they also offer things like legal services. So if you need immigration counseling or, restraining orders, custody issues, that kind of thing. But the whole time they're helping people find permanent housing that's affordable, which sometimes comes with helping people find jobs, helping people find just somewhere safe to be, and it's all confidential, obviously, right? So the goal is to just help people remove themselves from a situation and provide them with the resources to do that. Because, you know, I think for a lot of people in that situation, it's unfathomable to get out, and it could be extremely difficult to find those resources and to do anything like that on your own. And so I just think it's really important that communities have this kind of resource opportunity for people to try to do like a long-term sort of hopefully permanent uh, uh, you know, safer, more empowered, more sustainable and stable situation. And yeah, I don't know. I just think it's an issue that I think is extremely important, and this organization does a lot of really good work, and it directly impacts people's lives and changes lives, and honestly saves lives. And I just think it's really important.
So Homebase is a Bay Area, California nonprofit that one has been very affected by the current the American administration's cuts to funding. And what they do is they work to help communities establish programs and solutions to aid people to get out of homelessness and establish security and do everything they need to do, because they believe that public safety requires that everyone has access to safe, stable housing. And everything they do is so amazing. And I know that they've felt the hit in the recent days in the cuts from everything that's been going on.
Yeah, so Carina House is a local Canberra non-for-profit that has been operating for 28 years. Canberra is the city in Australia where I live. They're currently supporting about 40 women, including their babies and infants. And they provide holistic wraparound support for like early childhood care for these women. A lot of these women move in to these support homes while they are pregnant because they don't have anywhere safe to live or just anywhere else to go. Over half the women that are supported there suffer or have suffered from DV, so domestic violence. And the location of these Carina houses is kept secret for their safety. So there are people that are in fairly extreme circumstances that really, really need a place to go. And the way that I heard about this non-for-profit or this charity is because they are fairly small. They're only located in Canberra. They have been operating for a while, but through my work, a couple of clients had actually helped supply, food and clothing for them. But the main way I was introduced to it was someone I was close to a couple of years ago started working for them, and through them, I was able to hear their experiences as a staff member, and just some of the circumstances that these women have to go through, and hearing about how the local team here has worked really hard just to try and provide this space for these mothers and their young kids is just something that I think deserves a little bit more attention, especially with it being such a small group. They could definitely use a lot of support because they're doing a lot of work, and it's 24-hour, 7 days a week support that they provide for these women. So we've got staff members there working through the night, helping with newborns or young kids, and these are families that some of them are refugees, some of them are citizens. Like there's no discrimination. They're there to help everyone that needs this support, and yeah, it's something that I think is really important, and it's a circumstance that not a lot of people necessarily think of. So yeah.
All right, looks like we had some technical malfunctions there. Let me bring McCallus back on screen here. All right, looks like we had a problem with the last 3 interviews. Kevin O'Kelly, I think you're watching. You probably noticed that. If you could, we promised Karthik that it was not a deliberate muting of you. However much some people in the audience might appreciate it. Just kidding. Karthik is well known, if you don't know out there, for having a very loud voice and talking very fast. But he often has really good things to say. So we do want to hear what he had to say. Kevin, though, if you're listening, I'll send you a DM. If you could fix that and then get us those videos, we will get them up there later on. But while we're waiting for that, McCallus, let's talk about the players themselves. And first, let us find out what the viewers thought of those players. So this game is played in a top board format, and the standard top board format requires the players to be seeded 1 to 7 coming in. And we have something that goes by the Paris method, the name of the Paris method, for selecting powers. Do you want to give a very quick description of how that works? And then we will see where the voters decided to place the players in order to make this happen.
Yeah, so normally for Paris method, the top 7 would be decided by tournament standings from games that have happened before, whether it's a tournament that weekend or a year-long league. Obviously for this, we went to the public. We allowed all of the viewers to choose where to place the various players that are playing today. And so they will be ranked 1 to 7 based on the viewers' votes. And the person who's ranked first will then... the person who's ranked 7th will then say, I want to pick first, and then the next person above them will say, I want to pick before or after them, so on and so forth. And so at the end of that first round of Paris, you'll have an order that players are picking their country in. It may be the same. It may just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sometimes people will drop down. And the reason you will drop down is because the lower you are on picking your country, the better your tiebreak is. So if you pick 4th and you tie on centers at the end of the game with someone who picked 2nd, the person who picked 4th will win the game.
All right, so the seeds are important for a number of reasons. One is giving the players the power to determine or not who they're next to and what country they're playing, and then also for the tiebreaker in the end. So normally those seeds are determined by how players do in earlier rounds, or in the case of the DBN, how they've done over the course of the entire season. Here, we gave the viewers the power to select where the players went, and each viewer who offered a submission here got to rank the players from 1 to 7 regarding where they should be. We asked them also to tell us what was the logic that they used in making those selections. Here are the results. We had 38 votes. I don't have a number for the previous 2 Broadcaster Brawls, but I'm pretty sure it was lower than that. So thank you everyone out there who voted in this, who participated in this process. Here are the results of that voting. That is still Andrew Goff. Sorry, Andrew, we might see you a little bit later, but not quite yet. There we go. Okay. The viewer voting placed Zoe Cameron at number 1, a clear number 1 choice. Zoe had an average placement of 3.24 with 14 first place votes, way more than anybody else. I'm listing here both their highest vote count per place, and then they're also their lowest vote count per place. Zoe got no votes for 4th place. She was the only player who didn't get a vote for a particular place, and she also got the most votes for any one particular place. The people clearly chose Zoe to be the number 1 seed here. Next up is Katie Gray, who got 8 second place votes, also 8 third place votes, and her lowest vote count was 2 in 7th place. Siobhan, not too far behind, actually had more second place votes, but her votes were, the rest of them were spread out more in the lower numbers, as shown with her lowest vote count being 3 7th place votes. Then Brandon Austin, who is also an Australian, which is something we should get used to because that is a theme on this board. Zoe, by the way, is Australian. Katie, Siobhan, both US based. Brandon, Australian, got 4.08, 9 second place votes as well, but even more votes were spread in the lower places. And then we had a fascinating problem, and that is that Karthik Kanith and Andrew Goff tied with 38 votes. With this complex system of voting, 7 places, we somehow managed to get 2 players with the exact same average of 4.13. Interestingly, the way that the votes were distributed was different. Andrew was very evenly spread. All of his votes were between 4 and 7. And he had almost as many first place votes as he had 7th place votes, although that was the highest for him. Karthik was the clear choice for 4th place among the majority, or among the, what should I say? He got the most votes for 4th place. But, the votes were spread out enough that he fell below Brandon. Anyway, so to settle the tie between them, we went to the old-fashioned coin flip, which came up Karthik Kanith. So Karthik got the edge over Andrew. And then sadly for Jamal, or maybe not so sadly, because he's known to like to drop down, Jamal was the clear choice for 7th place at 4.97. 13 votes in 7th place. Also had votes all the way across the board. So there were people who wanted him in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place as well. But in this, on aggregate, Jamal drew the short end of the stick. McCallus, any of these surprising or interesting to you?
I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that the 2 world champions are the last 2 seeds going into this. Viewers like to stack the odds against the players who are known to have had a bit more success. So given how many tournaments Katie Gray's won recently, the fact she's still up there in 2nd is quite an achievement. So flying onto some people's radar possibly. And the fact that Karthik Konath only got 1 vote to come in 7th place, that's a story all of its own.
All right. Why did people make these choices? Well, we asked them to tell us, and here are some excerpts from those. One viewer said Aussie dominance, and that viewer chose all 4 of the Australians to be in the upper seeds. Didn't quite work out that way. Zoe got the number 1, but Andrew Goff and Jamal Bulkarli both at the bottom. Brandon ended up in the middle. Karthik Kanith, we should say, is often referred to as an honorary Australian for various reasons. But there was a viewer who said that maybe Karthik deserves better than 7th. This person, McCallus, you may know him well, thought that I think thought ahead of time that Karthik may end up in 7th. But maybe that person was just drunk. I'm not sure. Another person said that loyalty to my NADF president, and then just vibes. So Katie Gray, NADF president, voted number 1, and then vibes took care of the rest. Another viewer picked Siobhan to go first so she can get Austria. Interesting logic there. Interesting insight that person thinks they had into the mind of Siobhan Nolan. Another person picked Siobhan to go first as well, spreading the love, thinking she can do this. And then Zoe is a good egg, and I hope she chooses Germany.
I can get behind that.
One voter gave us a detailed description for all 7 of the places. So I took some excerpts from that. Here is some of the logic. Katie should be a high seed to avoid her care bearing to a shared top and winning on a tiebreak. I should add, in parentheses, this person thought that if anyone could care bear to a top board win, it would be Katie. Siobhan is 6th, since that nearly guarantees she'll play in the East, thus removing any excuse for her to give Belgium-related advice. And this person gave some love to Jamal, putting him last, but for this reason, we all know he'll drop down there anyway if we give him the chance. So this enabled him to have 7th right from the outset. All right, I actually just remembered while we were doing this that I do have the individual videos for the charity. So I'm going to try playing those and see if those do not have the audio problem. Here is Karthik Kanith talking about his charity. Nope. That also has an audio problem, so that's not going to work. All right, so we'll get Kevin working on that. But what we do have is the power selection. I'm sorry, before that, we have a couple things to get to. One of them is McCallus. You have a talent that not too many people probably know about, at least among our viewing public. Do you want to tell us about that?
Sure. So diplomacy, it's a game of strategy and game of mental approach, has a sort of huge impact on the outcome of a game, and predicting who can win a game, very, very difficult. Like, you might look into a list of players and go, oh, that player's amazing, they'll probably win, but a lot of the time they won't. It's a 7-player game. In football, we have expected goals and all the sorts of stats nerds to try and predict how future football games will go. So I thought I'd come up with something sort of similarly scientific and rigorous for diplomacy and what to use there. So to forecast how this game is going to go, I'm of course going to use tarot cards. Some people, when they're teenagers and they want to rebel, they smoke, they drink, they party. Other people learn to read tarot cards for reasons that I will not elucidate on air.
Shall we just dive in then?
Absolutely.
All right. So you put together some readings for all of our players today. Here is Zoe Cameron's. Tell us what you found out in the cards for Zoe.
Yeah. So first of all, for every player, I've chosen a significator to sort of centralize the question of how they'll do in the game. That's one card which will represent them, both their positive aspects of diplomacy and their negative aspects of diplomacy. And again, this was very scientific, combed through tons of data on how they played in games to choose these cards that best represented them. And so for Zoe, I have chosen the High Priestess. Zoe is a player who uses her intuition and feeling with other players to build their relationships and allows this to shape her game. She's very open to creative ideas, looks upon each game as a learning experience, which, as someone who also does that resonates a lot with me. And as the High Priestess shows, some of her weaknesses, though, she sometimes be guilty of ignoring that intuition, playing a little bit too hopeful and doing things that she maybe knows that she shouldn't have done later on. She also hates being isolated on a board. So for reading how she will do in this game, I did a simple 3-card read, looking at a card which will choose how the past is affecting her attitude going into the game, a sort of present state of mind, and the future, how the game is going to go. So for this game in particular, the Judgment card represents how Zoe's been reflecting on her past games, building herself up as a player, getting this sort of positive frame of mind, making sure she's not overawed by the fact that she's playing with some players who've maybe had a bit more success than Zoe has. In the present, the Fool illustrates sort of freedom, creativity, her outlook of this being a fresh start, like comes in with a clean slate, maybe less pressure than some other players who might expect to win. She's here for that. She won't mind. Yeah. And the future, there is the Page of Pentacles, but it is reversed. So in tarot, when a card is upside down, it tends to mean either the opposite or sort of antagonistic thing to what it would normally mean. And in this case, that card is a representation of impatience and disloyalty. So it might well be a case that Zoe finds herself in an alliance early on. They sort of hit a bit of a wall in the mid game, and a premature stab is gonna come in one direction or the other. So something to keep an eye on there, and we'll see if Zoe is able to navigate past that to find the victory she's looking for today.
Wait, so does that mean that if the what is it, Page of Pentacles, if that were right side up, then she would be able to see the stab coming?
Well, it will represent more patience and loyalty in that case. So it will probably be that the alliance sticks together. So in this case, it's upside down. It means the opposite. It means, impatience, disloyalty.
Okay. It's in her, disloyalty is in her future, but it could be her own disloyalty, right? Like, this could indicate that so a stab is going to happen in Zoe's game today. Yeah.
Whether it's on her or from her, we'll wait to see.
All right, so help me out. So you drew these cards at random?
Yep. So I took out the one significator that each player had, and then I drew the cards at random, and they're all shuffled, so they might be the right side up or they might be upside down, as it was the case with the Page of Pentacles.
Okay, so the past, present, and future were randomly drawn, but the High Priestess was one that you chose because you think it best represents Zoe's sort of play style. Is that right?
Exactly, and it's to help focus the question.
Okay, fantastic. Normally, would that be in the deck, and you would pull it randomly, and the High Priestess might signify something about your, like, who you are?
So a lot of the time, people use significators to represent themselves or whatever the person that they're reading about. So usually you would set that card aside before doing it.
Okay, but otherwise it would be in with the deck, and it could show up in the past, present, or future. Okay.
Yeah, so it could mean different things depending on the question that's being asked. But these are the meanings that had application towards diplomacy.
All right, that's Zoe Cameron, the High Priestess. Let us move on to number 2, which should be Katie Gray. Katie Gray.
Yep. So Katie has, I think, in my opinion, been the best player in the world in the past year. Like every tournament she goes to, she either wins or comes sort of in the top 5. Like 5th is a bad tournament for Katie nowadays. It's a level of consistency that nobody else is really at. And so for her, I've chosen the strength card. She used to be like have some anxieties about the game, and maybe the big occasions got to her a little bit, and she's just got past that and just wins. She knows what it takes to win. She knows her own game, and she knows what she's good at. If there is any sort of lingering weakness when that strength card is reversed or upside down, indecision can sometimes cost her in the big moments. And I think we saw that maybe recently in the DBNI, which she might kill me for mentioning. But this is why I've chosen this card for Katie. And then going into the actual read for this game in particular. So we look at the reversed 9 of Swords. It sort of shows her growth over the past few years. And it's a card that's about managing your emotions. And in the past, that wasn't always her strength in the big occasions. And she's got much better at it. And that is what that card is representing. Her journey isn't complete yet, though. Indecisiveness, it cost her in DBNI. That reverse 2 of Wands there, that's the 2 of Wands is a card about making a choice. And when it's reversed, you're struggling with that choice. So once again, we see that coming up in the read. But she's also known as quite a sort of conservative player, maybe taking the safe choice a lot. And that could be what that card is representing today. She's going to take the safe choice again. If so, the reversed 9 of Pentacles, 8 of Pentacles. I can't actually read that. The reversed 8 of Pentacles, that goes to show maybe she's going to get punished a little bit. Maybe she's going to take that safe choice again and just come up narrowly short. So that's what I'll be looking out for from Katie Gray today.
You know, McCallus, when you first proposed this segment to me, you proposed it as a little bit of a jokey thing, but I'm getting the feeling that you actually find a lot of meaning in this. Am I reading you right?
I don't do it as much as I used to, but for sure, it was something I learned for a reason. And yeah, like, it's not easy learning what all of these cards mean and all of that sort of thing. So, of course, I took it seriously when I committed to doing it.
Okay. I mean, you know, diplomacy is famous for being a game without any element of luck at all. You know, and I'm tending to look at these tarot cards. You know, I'm not a mystic, right? So this looks a little funny to me. And it also looks like randomness, but I guess to a true believer, it's not random. There's actually something guiding these things. Is that right? Yeah,
it's sort of. I tend to believe that some people are sort of naturally lucky, naturally unlucky. I'm not a particularly religious person, but that luck has some sort of guiding factor behind it from the universe or whatever. I can get behind that, and so the order that you draw these cards out in changes how it's read. So that's where the sort of meaning is drawn from. Yeah, so in some ways you can view this as an opportunity to think more deeply about yourself or about the subject matter sort of independently of the cards. There's sort of a provocation rather than prognostication. Is that? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's move on then. The number 3 seed is Siobhan Nolan. Tell us what you gleaned about Siobhan Nolan. All right, so Siobhan's history in this very competition is, let's say, notorious. I believe that's your fault. So as a player, I've then gone with the Chariot to represent her. The Chariot is a card that's about frequently winning. It's ambition, determination, self-discipline. But when it's reversed, little bit of a loss of self-control. And I think going back to that game where you stabbed her, there was a brave convoy from Constantinople to Apulia that allowed you to walk into Constantinople behind and get the devastating stab. Siobhan got a little bit ahead of herself going for that convoy, and that is the sort of lack of self-control that maybe cost her in that situation. So we saw you take brutal advantage last time. Will she have a similar catastrophe this time? Let's have a look. So the Hanged Man, this is a great example of that past game. I think the hangman tends to represent a trap, and we all know exactly what trap it was in that past game in this competition. So the perfect card for the perfect moment there. In the present, the Two of Wands, it goes to show how much she's anticipating an opportunity to right that wrong, though. Like, she's going to have a big decision point in this game, and she's looking forward to it. Siobhan is not going to be indecisive in this game. She is going to make a big choice. For the future, the High Priestess, which is in reverse. Now, this card I chose to represent Zoe Cameron, so maybe this card showing up in Siobhan's read shows that there's going to be a little bit of a clash between Zoe. I've already mentioned that Zoe, there's a stab coming in her alliance, and possibly Siobhan is going to be the one that has that alliance that falls apart.
Wow, that's quite a prediction from the cards. All right, let's keep it moving here and have a look at the number 4 seed, Brandon Austin.
All right, so what happens in the Australian frat house doesn't necessarily stay in the Australian frat house. Brandon Austin, I've chosen the Lovers to represent him, not just because he famously lined up Tinder dates in California while he was still in Australia before flying out there, but maybe that plays a small part. Brad's a pretty new player to the scene, but he's worked out what works for him. He doesn't get overawed at all. He sort of understands himself. He's not afraid of decision points in games. I've never seen Brandon be indecisive. He's a great alliance player, and then he's great at stabbing the alliance afterwards. So Brandon is, he understands how to get the most out of a relationship. And so that's why I've chosen the Lovers to represent him. Of course, Lovers when reversed, maybe that sort of quickness to end an alliance can be a little premature and lead to some sort of trust issues and conflict before he's really got on top of things. So we'll see whether that affects him this time around. For this game, we've got in the pass position the reverse Page of Wands, shows how sometimes he can be too impatient, made a few premature stabs and missed out on some big prizes as a result. I actually hadn't watched his interview with you before this game, before I did this read, but I think he mentioned a little clash with Andrew Goff. So maybe that's why I was leaning there. He's also known for his level-headedness, but it is important that he believes he can win this, because in the present, the Five of Wands signifies that he's going to be looking to sow some chaos. That's a very chaotic card, and Brandon, I think, is going to be the chaos agent in this game. The future card there, the Three of Wands, means it's probably going to be successful. So, as Littlefinger famously said in Game of Thrones about being king of the ashes, maybe that's what Brandon Austin is going to look to be today.
Brandon Austin, the Littlefinger and the Lovers. Littlefinger was did own the brothel, so I think you found the theme. All right, let's move forward into the number 5 seed. This is Karthik Kanath the Fool. Goodness.
Well, sometimes there's sort of a low-hanging fruit, and you just have to pick it. So, an opportunity to call Karthik Kanath the Fool doesn't come about every day, and you can't say no. But it's also, I think, a card that represents it quite well. It's a card about originality, it's creativity, and I think these do represent Karthik's play. Like, Karthik is not wedded to just doing the standard alliances. Karthik is happy to do any sort of alliance and to do any sort of take on that alliance. He does ITs with Turkey having fleets in the Med, which is madness to me, and he's fine with that. So Karthik isn't afraid of doing something original. Of course, in reverse, the Fool can also represent recklessness and being taken advantage of. I think basically everyone that's ever played with Karthik has stabbed Karthik at some point or other. He is a player that is susceptible to a big stab. So this card is a perfect representation of that, and he's got to balance his natural creativity with a bit of security to get the best result. I think so. For his read, we've got the sort of reversed Three of Pentacles. This is a card that sort of represents his previous top board woes, and his strike rate is not very good on the top board. He is actually one of the few players who's ever had a worse top board rate than I have. So something he needs to improve on. it can go to show stubbornness and getting too caught up on minor details. If you spend your whole phase negotiating one minor thing, as I believe Karthik famously once did with Peter McNamara. Peter McNamara said about 5 words in that negotiation and then stabbed him for all he was worth at the end of it. That was a top board. Let's make sure it doesn't happen for Karthik again today. In the present, the reversed Empress. This goes to show Karthik can sometimes be quite overbearing in diplomacy. This is a card that represents an overbearing approach, and he's got to make sure that he doesn't do that today, because I think there's quite a few players in this game that would not be very receptive to that. However, future card, the Wheel of Fortune. Maybe things are just going to click for Karthik today. Like, the Wheel of Fortune is a card that's about luck and things coming together, and there's going to be a big decision point that Karthik's going to be involved in, and it looks like he's probably going to come out on top from that decision point. Will that be enough to get him over the line? Is Karthik going to win?
All right, another positive but qualified offering from the cards for Karthik Kanath, also known as the Fool. That takes us to the number 6 seed, Andrew Goff. Tell us about Andrew.
So I've chosen the Death card to represent Andrew Goff, and this immediately people will think, oh, that's a negative. No, Death's not actually a negative card in tarot a lot of the time. It tends to represent change and sort of the effect of time, and Andrew is by far the most experienced player in this game. His first World Championship was all the way in 2009. He's won 3 of them. Andrew has been at the top level of this game for nearly 2 decades, and a lot of these players haven't even been playing for 1. So Andrew has shown his ability to change with the times. He's transformed with the metas. What was good in the 2000s, which isn't necessarily good anymore, he doesn't mind. He can do whatever it takes in the 2000s, in the 2010s, and the 2020s to just play at the highest level. So that is why I've chosen Death to represent Andrew Goff. What it can be is that when it's reversed, sometimes you hold on to alliances for too long. We saw a recent top board, Andrew and Peter McNamara were in an AI, and Andrew kept trying to run that AI past its natural point. Peter stabbed him, and Peter won. And so that is what that card can sometimes represent. Being a bit too idealistic, holding on to something past when you should let go and move on to the next stage. That being said, does Andrew Goff's presence on the board be a bit of a Grim Reaper for everyone else's chances? I wouldn't say no to that either. So, for his read, we've got the reversed Emperor in the pass position. Shows he's maybe not been at his most focused and disciplined lately. I go back to that top board. I think Andrew at the top of his game maybe wouldn't have been stabbed by Peter in that situation. Maybe that's is playing a part in some of his recent form. Maybe that's on his mind. Maybe he just doesn't mind. In the presence, the Queen of Swords, this is a card that really represents Andrew Goff and his diplomacy. It's honesty, intelligence, and quick-wittedness. 3 things that everyone would associate with Andrew. He's a very charismatic guy, and this card, perfect representation for him. For the future, though, that's a reverse Justice. That doesn't really bode too well for his chances. I've already seen a few cards predicting some stabs. Reverse Justice, it means you're going to suffer an injustice. Is someone going to make a bad stab on Andrew Goff today? That's what I'm going to be looking out for. It looks like he might get close and he might be denied by somebody else's less than optimal play.
Interesting. So not a mistake on his part, but a sort of failure to prevent someone else's mistake.
Yep.
All right. That is the number 6 seed, Death. We move on to the number 7 seed, Jamal Bukhari.
All right, Jamal Bukhari. He's one of the 2 world champions on this board. Really well-known face in the hobby. A lot of recent success. And that success is built on a very open-minded approach. So I've chosen the Magician to represent Jamal because Jamal sees an established meta and he goes, how do I break it? How do I do something different? He comes up with these ludicrous, sometimes in my eyes, plans where you open to Helgoland as Germany, you open to Livonia as Russia. There is no meta that Jamal Bukhari will be happy with as being perfect. If there's a way to break the meta, Jamal will find that way to break the meta. And so that goes to show that Jamal, at his best, is a very resourceful player, and he can come up with really cool alliances and build great success from those things. So a little bit of a magician's trick box. Where he can sometimes be let down is when the trick takes advantage, is too much of the focus. That if all the attention is on doing something different, but not on what doing that thing differently gets you, you can sometimes come up short, and players can feel a bit manipulated if these sort of trick alliances and trick moves don't work out for them, and instead they can be feeling a little stupid and feeling like they want to punish the guy that convinced them to do it. So that can be a little bit of a downfall for Jamal's game. For this game in particular, we got the reverse King of Wands in the past. It sort of represents both the positives and negatives. It's a very ruthless card, but it burns some bridges along the way. And Jamal was played a lot with almost all of these players. He's going to have stabbed all of them, and maybe that will be playing in the back of their minds. For the present, we got the Chariot. It sort of represents willpower and ambition. He's very, very keen on the mental side of the game. I mean, Jamal's been known to meditate midway through a top board before and start group meditation sessions. It's also, again, it was the card that represented Siobhan Nolan. And Siobhan is probably the player Jamal's played least with on this board. Maybe that relationship's going to be key for him getting past those past stabs that he's had with other players. For the future, the Seven of Wands, this is a really defensive card. Suggests you're coming under attack from someone. Jamal is the 7th seed. Often, 7th seed is Turkey. Often, Turkey comes under early attack. If Jamal can get through that early storm, I think he's going to be under a lot of early pressure. If anyone can come out the other side and still do well, it'll be Jamal, and that's sort of how I'm expecting this game to go. He's got to get through that early crunch phase.
All right, that's the magician, Jamal Bukarli. Let's step back for an overview here, McCallus. So we talked about the tarot being an opportunity to think more deeply about whatever the subject matter is. These are the players. So it definitely clearly provided the opportunity to do that. I want to know what you think the cards say about who's going to win, for starters. But first, before you tell us that, what did the process of doing this help you sort of learn about the players that maybe you didn't know before, didn't think to articulate before?
I think it was quite interesting that obviously I'd choose a card to represent them based on what I knew about them. But because each card can have a few different meanings, it's then finding the way that it applies to that player. So if I'm looking at a past card and why something has come up, if this card is suggesting past disloyalty, I'm going to try and look to find a game where there's been some big stabs, like we've just done Jamal's read, and there's been some big Jamal stabs on players in recent games. It's that sort of thing where it's trying to find why this card has come up and what it says about that player. And yeah, I've picked up a few things, I think, from them on that, and it was a fun task.
All right, so the big question is then, what do the cards say about who's going to win this game?
I think, dangerous though it is, the cards really saying that things will click at the right time for Karthik Gonath. Maybe Karthik is going to come out on top. Brandon Austin's King of the Ashes position is also very positive. I could say it's probably between those two going by the predictions.
All right. So you heard it here. The cards, one of McCallus Kamaritis' unknown talents, hitherto unknown to us in any case, is tarot card reading, and the cards have given us an opportunity to consider some insight about these players, but they have also picked Karthik Gonath, maybe Brandon Austin, to win. All right, that means that it is time to move forward with this broadcast. Don't have those charity videos yet, but we will get them to you, the viewers, when we have a chance. But now it is time for us to turn to the power selection. And before we do that, we're going to introduce our first guest commentator. There are going to be 5 guest commentators on this program throughout. We thank all of you who entered the raffle for being a guest commentator. Like I said, we had 38 people voting and entering the raffle. And the winner for the first segment is Darcy Morris. Darcy, welcome to DBN.
Hello. I watch almost every single tournament stream, so it is good to finally be on the other side.
So this is your first appearance on DBN, on air?
Yes, I have done a few podcast episodes with Ed Sullivan's The Diplomats. So I've done a little bit of commentating, but this is the first time on DBN, yeah.
All right. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to DBN. why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? First of all, what do you do? What occupies your days?
So I'm currently a uni student in my second year at Australian National University, and a lot of my days are spent asleep, and a lot of my nights are spent awake. Usually it's playing some form of diplomacy, and I only really drag myself to some tutorials for uni every now and then. But it's a lot of diplomacy. I'm the president of the ANU Society. So we do like 2 events a week there. Then plus the fact that I'm a degenerate and play every virtual league that there is. And because not a lot of them are Australian friendly, it means if I'm to play them, it's usually spending nights awake and days asleep to catch up. But I'm also assistant tournament directing the Sydney Cup, which is happening next week. So I'm dipping my hand quite a bit in the diplomacy scene at the moment.
All right. So before you tell us a bit more about your experience with diplomacy, first of all, what are you studying? Or what are you not studying, actually?
I am studying international relations at the moment. So diplomacy is actually homework. So I am actually always studying for my university degree. It's just maybe not in the form that my university would most appreciate. But yeah, I enjoy it.
I can already tell one of your strengths of diplomacy is how to spin a good yarn, characterize things in the most advantageous way possible. Where are you in the uni process? Like, how many years are you in?
I'm in my second year, and we've just finished our first semester, which means I have even more time to dedicate to diplomacy. So
you're
I must just jump in here and say that it is wonderful to, after 3 years that I've been on DBN, this is the first time I've ever been not the most degenerate sleeper on a stream. Someone has a worse sleep schedule than me, finally.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that McCallus is in Great Britain right now, which is, it's 2:11 a.m. currently.
Oh, yes.
And we're only just getting started.
Yep.
Darcy, how did you come to start playing diplomacy?
So I first played diplomacy when I was maybe like 10, I think. I'm now 19. My dad owns one of the first Australian printings of it, and he brought it to a family gathering, which now only my brother and my dad play diplomacy anymore, and we haven't played a diplomacy game as a family in about 6 years. So that explains how the original introduction to diplomacy went in the family. But I'd played with friends towards the end of high school as well. I'd come back to the game, but it was when I moved to Canberra, and Jamal is the Canberra local. And since I moved, I've gotten into the competitive scene. I've been to 4 tournaments, 4 Australian tournaments now. So I've had a bit of tournament experience, and I very much enjoy the competitive side of it. But I also enjoy teaching new people the game. Like Melbourne Open winner Tianyu Sun, I will claim as mine, as I was the person that introduced him to diplomacy. So any potential winnings he makes, I earn 10%. So if you want to learn diplomacy, I am a good agent. I have a tournament winning track record as a manager and a coach. So hit me up.
Did you have one as a player?
We will not comment on that. Brandon Austin, there will not be some nice words for you if I see you make any mistakes in spring or fall 1901, and I hope that you get eliminated.
All right, we want to hear more about that. But before we do, I want to know what it is about diplomacy that you love. Like, why did you get hooked on this game? What keeps you coming back?
I think it's a lot of it for me is how I can read a board and how I can read the way other people interact. So I very much enjoy having to talk to people that play diplomacy in the way I play, the way I play, and the way basically the people that would watch this stream play is quite a lot. It's taken to a degree of seriousness, which I enjoy for my board games and my games. So I prefer the aspect of people playing the game to play the game, and I enjoy interacting with people in that aspect. And yeah, seeing if I can come out on top or not.
Do you think so? You're a people person. Do you think people have an advantage or disadvantage in this game, say relative to sort of people who are more strategic focused?
I think looking at the people that are on this board, the tacticians are not going to come out on top. Mm. It is going to be whoever. It's a battle of it's basically a personality contest on this board, because you have Goff, Jamal, Katie, Siobhan, Brandon are all people, and Zoe are all people, and yeah, maybe Karthik to a lesser extent than those six. They are all very much, at least from what I've seen as an Australian and from other people, they are all players that are very people focused. So whoever can convince more than the others will, I think, come out on top.
That was dangerously close to being the first time anyone's ever called Karthik Konath a people person on DBN.
I mean, I had a lovely time at the Aussie frat house with Karthik in San Francisco, so I have to hype him up as an honorary Aussie. So yes, no, Karthik is in my good books.
Yeah, tell us a bit about the Aussie frat house.
Yeah, so in San Francisco, there was a semi-decent Aussie contingent that wanted to make sure that we were all well looked after. So we thought we'd get an Airbnb, and it became a bit of a party house on a few nights. There was quite a bit of alcohol consumed, and it was a lot of. We had fun with a bunch of Americans and Europeans came to hang out there. We watched San Francisco classic, I think it's called The Room or something, or it's Tommy Wiseau, whatever that movie is called. We watched that. But no, it was quite a fun experience, and we're looking to do something similar in Greece and in the EDC, European DipCon.
All right, so Karthik Konath is a complimentary Australian. Is that
he's an honorary Aussie. Honorary. He has come to Australia for a tournament, which gets you citizenship automatically. Please come to Australian tournaments.
Yeah, do you want to tell the viewers how that went for Karthik?
Karthik came second. It would have been embarrassing if he won the tournament, but luckily Australia held out. So come to Australia and we might let you have a good time. We have a few tournaments coming up this year, and we would hope to see a few American faces. We have rumblings of some Americans coming or thinking of coming, so hopefully we can have some more join us.
Anything else to say about that tournament that Karthik finished second in? Like maybe
I won't comment too much, as I was away for that tournament. I didn't get to go, but there was a concerted effort to make sure that Karthik wasn't going to win the tournament. There was Jamal, I think Jamal, who won the tournament, had a lot of pride on the line if he had talked Americans into coming and then proceeded to lose to them and make the Australian scene seem weak. So maybe that will show up in the Broadcaster Brawl as well. We can't let Katie or Siobhan outshine the large Aussie or Aussie honorary contingent.
I see. So you think there could be some Australian collaboration in this game?
I think there are some Australian players that may, if it's a choice between an Australian or a non-Australian in the final year, we might have a bit of coordination based off of that. But I think most of the game will not be Aussies versus Siobhan and Katie. I feel like that wouldn't be very fun to view as seeing Katie and Siobhan just get slowly crushed and then Karthik joining slightly later.
Having played a lot of top boards with Karthik Konath, I can say there's often been a sort of concerted effort to make sure he doesn't win them. I don't think that's limited to Australians.
That is fair. That is a fair judgment. Maybe Katie and Siobhan kill Karthik first, and then Siobhan and Katie get killed by the Australians.
I think no one will be surprised if Katie attacks Karthik first.
All right, before we dive into the selection video, Darcy, you mentioned something that you would like to maybe get to say to Brandon. Can you tell us?
Oh, yes. Brandon, you said that you would let me, you would not stab me, and you would help me in my case to winning the Hung Parliament handicap. And then you proceeded to stab me and end my hopes and dreams of winning that tournament. I will forever hold that over you until you let me win a tournament. You owe me a tournament win, and I will not let you forget that until you help me to a tournament win.
All right. Why don't we have a look at some power selection, and we'll talk about it, and then we will dive in and view some moves. Here is the power selection for the Broadcaster Brawl number 3. Right up.
Hey, thanks, Brandon. And I am here to kick off power selection for the and DBN stars. We are excited to be playing for charity. So without further ado, let's bring everyone on board. You all voted for in which order these players would get to pick the power selection order. So let's bring them on right now. With the number 1 seed, everyone's most popular player coming in, Zoe Cameron. Welcome, Zoe.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really pleased to be here and honored to be number 1 seed.
Excellent. Enjoy the mimosa. We've got the number 2 seed, everyone's favorite champion from Las Vegas, Katie Gray.
Hi, cheers.
Cheers to that. We've got the next player who's been around DBN as long as DBN has been DBN, Siobhan Nolan.
Hi, Kevin. Happy to still be not your favorite NADF president. Cheers.
Former NADF president. And now you are my former favorite NADF president since Zach Moore is gone. Next to the list, we've got the newest DBN member of this panel, Brandon Austin.
Morning, Kevin. I'm here. I'm jacked up, ready to go.
Mountain Dew is the cure of the morning. Playing in his second DBN Broadcaster Brawl along with Siobhan Nolan, different Broadcaster Brawl. So against each other for the first time here, we've got Karthik Konath.
Hook 'em horns. Surprised to be this high, honestly. Cheers.
Well, it helps that you have 2 former world champions. The first is a 3-time world champion, hoping for a 4th, according to his player interview that I got to watch. Andrew Goff, welcome.
A 4th, then a 5th, then a 6th, and on until the end of time.
There is no better honor than a World DipCon champion than a Broadcaster Brawl champion. And with that, we will bring another World DipCon winner to the screen, Jamal Bukarli. Jamal, welcome.
Hello, good morning. Everyone said they were having mimosas, and I heard them say me goring, so I'm a little bit off here, but you know.
To each their own, to each their own. So what we are going to do is get you to your power selection, and that will be Jamal. Sadly, you were voted the least popular. Is that what we're going to claim it?
I like to think of it as, thankfully, the voting community did my work for me, and I would love to pick in 7th.
Well, and that is what you get according to Brandon's awesome software here. Andrew, you are next selection.
I'll go above Jamal.
Before Jamal is the answer. Now, Karthik, where would you like to go?
I'll go above Goffy, where I belong.
Trash talk continues. Brandon, where would you like to go?
I'm happy to go above Karthik.
And that is where you will go. Sean?
After Brandon.
After Brandon and before?
Before Karthik.
That is where you will go. Katie Gray.
I'll pick last.
After Jamal.
Ooh.
Power move.
I just don't like decisions.
Zoe, your choice.
Oh, I'm not used to being in this position, Kevin. This is very exciting.
Pick France.
He hasn't even selected where she wants to go yet. And I can't help you because I've never been in that position either. So
I'm going to go after Brandon and before Siobhan.
and before Siobhan. So there is the order set. Brandon, fourth seeded coming in. First pick in our hearts. Where would you like to pick?
Oh, that's a tough one, Kevin. I'm happy just to go with France. That's all right.
You're going with France. Zoe.
Brandon has made my job incredibly easy. I pick Italy.
Italy it is. Siobhan.
England.
England it is. Karthik.
Better be Russia.
Russia for Karthik. Goffy.
I'll pick Austria.
Austria for Andrew. Jamal.
This is one more decision than I wanted to make. I don't know. I'll take Germany.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, Jamal. Thank you.
We all have to have fun here, right?
Formality of Turkey goes to Katie. I want to thank each of you again for playing. You'll see on the description below here a link to the Broadcaster Brawl webpage, which has the GoFundMe link, and a link to each of these fine charities. Good luck, everyone. Let the trash talking begin.
All right. Let's see if I can get this up here. There we go. So there you have it. The power selection for Broadcast Brawl number 3. A little bit of wackiness. I think Katie Gray dropping down to number 7 is probably the headliner there. Darcy, do you have some initial thoughts about what you have just witnessed?
Yeah, I was pretty certain that the people that were first, second, and third were not going to go first, second, and third. I had a pretty strong feeling that Katie was going to. Everyone that I've seen, Katie pushes herself down quite a bit. I think it might just be because she actually just doesn't like making decisions. So I'm not surprised by that. My predictions for everything would be Brandon played France in that cursed game where he won that tournament to my detriment. And he's played a lot of France very successfully lately. He's been quietly complaining about playing France too much lately. So this shows that even though it's not necessarily the funnest country for him, he actually does really care about this game and wants to do well for his charity. So I think it's a good sign that he's going to play this game competitively. In terms of predictions, I think Goffy is in quite a nice position. Karthik doesn't want to be targeted at all early game. He's probably petrified of that. Zoe is not someone, at least from my memory, playing with her, someone that instantly targets someone and kills them quite early, especially not a character like Goffy. And Katie will just be looking to make a good early game ally. So I think Goffey can definitely work quite a bit of magic in that Austrian position at the moment. And then in the West, I think Jamal has been scared lately of being aired as Turkey. As soon as I saw the options between Germany and Turkey, there was no way Jamal was picking anything but Germany. This little time he did take to make a decision, I think, was just completely fake, and he knew instantly who he wanted to be. He'll be quite happy with who's in France and England. But yeah, I think my pick, based off of how this Paris has gone, is Goffey will be at least one of the top players going into the final few years.
Yeah, McCallus, Goff's choice was interesting, right? He ended up having 3 countries to choose from: Austria, Turkey, or Germany. Chose Austria. Was that a surprise for you?
Not really. He said in his interview he wants to attack Jamal early on, and Austria gives him the option of doing that no matter where Jamal was. But it's also, Germany is an interesting one on top board. I think it's very underrated on top boards because I think I play a pretty good Germany, and a lot of the time it is the one that drops out down to those sort of positions with Austria and Turkey. You see a clear preference for France, Italy, England, Russia in some sort of order, and Germany is sort of maybe 5th choice. But I mean, Goffey plays Austria very well. It gives him the ability to negotiate with a lot of people at the start, and that's sort of his strength in this game. So yeah, I'm not too surprised by him going with Austria rather than maybe a Germany that he doesn't get to talk to quite as many people. He may just not have wanted to play in the West.
What about Katie dropping all the way to number 7?
So in the first Broadcaster Brawl, Brian Pravel won the public vote to be top seed. He dropped to 4th and picked Turkey. Brian Pravel ended that game on 1 center in Munich. I'm not sure that picking Turkey when you have a choice to not do it is overly great. I think the problem with making it clear that you want to play Turkey is that everyone goes, why do they want to play Turkey? And then attacks you because you seem to have a clear plan of what you want to do as Turkey. I will say, though, that I know how much Katie hates playing Germany, and I think her reaction to Jamal picking Germany and not Turkey there was very genuine, because I think Katie would have been horrified if she'd end up as Germany.
Oh, I see. And you viewed that more as against Germany than pro-Turkey.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so the possibility that she might have sort of shown a desire to play Turkey has more to do with dropping to 7th than with the relief at having gotten Germany. Okay,
but and of course, the other players on the board might not know how anti-Germany she is. I do.
All right, why don't we mosey on over to the board and have a look? That is going to be a problem that requires me to do a little restart. So, McCallus, I was going to turn to you. We got a prediction here from Darcy that Andrew Goff was likely to have sort of an advantage here. Who do you think is looking good based on where they ended up in the different powers?
I think that Brandon and Jamal will go to war in France and Germany, and I think that is going to be very good news for Siobhan in England. I think that she will have her pick of who to ally with out of the 2 of them. I'd be quite surprised, actually, if Brandon and Jamal team up against Siobhan. I wouldn't be surprised if it's an EG, and that probably also benefits maybe Zoe on the other side of the board. But yeah, I'm looking for an early EG here and maybe Siobhan to be in a really good position.
All right. So is Siobhan your pick for the win, would you say, or?
It's hard to say. I think that there's a chance that whoever wins the East as well. I think it's probably going to come down to EG or 1 in the East. Who that is, I still think Karthik might be a dark horse to do quite well as Russia, and I can see Karthik and Jamal turning on Siobhan in the middle of the game, for example, and turning it into a sort of GR. So yeah, I'm going to dangerously predict Karthik to win.
My goodness. Are you I mean, does that cause a little bit of pain inside your heart?
See, what it actually is that now I'm shielded, because now if Karthik does win, instead of being in pain, I can go, yes, I was right. So it's sort of win-win. Either Karthik wins and I'm right, or Karthik loses and Karthik loses.
All right. So you both have told me with your where your head has led you in terms of who has the advantage here. Where are your hearts? Who does your heart say wants to? Who does your heart want to win this game? That is my question. Darcy Morris, we'll start with you.
I'd love if it's Zoe. I think the way DBN went for her was a bit heartbreaking for her. She hasn't played in like a top board sort of style like that in a little while, if ever, other than DBN. So I think being the first seed, getting to pick where she goes, and then coming out and winning on a board full of world champions and very, very high quality opponents would be quite nice to see.
All right. Head says Andrew, heart says Zoe. McCallus, what about you?
My heart will be with Katie. I said before, I think she's been the best player in the world for the past sort of year and a half. She's had huge success in tournaments without top boards. She still had success in tournaments with top boards, but not as much of it. And it's sort of like the final peak for her to climb. If she can be as good at top board format as she can at the rest of the game, she will be unstoppable. And I'd love for her to make that breakthrough today.
All right. Oh, wait, we should note Katie has won a major tournament. She won DipCon a couple years ago, not in top board format though. So what you're talking about is the sort of the final step for her to sort of break through and claim all of the big ones. And of course, we know that if you win this event, then you will win the DBNI either the following year or the year after that. So, all right. I tell you what, I have gotten that issue fixed, but tease a little bit longer because we have another technical issue fixed, and that is the audio on the charity descriptions for the remaining 3 players. So we're going to hear those, starting with Karthik Kanath. Here is Karthik's charity.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the ACLU is probably one of the most famous, legal advocacy, nonprofits in the entire country, and if not the entire world. They have long led fights in the United States to protect American civil liberties, as the name suggests. And in the modern times, with the ICE crackdowns going on in LA right now, the National Guard deployment in the state of California, the active fight, this being Pride Month, the active fight against trans rights all across the United States by the Trump administration, all of which are things that the ACLU fights against legally, actively every single day. In order to fight and defend democracy, the ACLU, I think, is an important partner in that process, and I think has generally effectively used funds in the past to stop the worst excesses of the Trump administration. So hopefully they can continue to do so going forward.
All right, that is Karthik Kanath's charity. Here is the number 6 seed, Andrew Goff's charity.
So the charity I picked is one called Anti-Slavery International, which you can find at antislavery.org. Why I picked it is because it's 2025 and there is still slavery in the world. And if that doesn't disgust you, then I don't know what to say. But more than that, I first came across this charity in 1995 and there was still slavery in the world then, and it disgusted me then. So it's an organization and a cause that I really care about deeply. And I think this is just a great opportunity to raise awareness that this is still an issue in the world and hopefully raise a little bit of money for them as well.
And last, we have Jamal Bukhari's charity.
For sure. I mean, so Wire is a charity that it kind of works at the intersection of gender and economic justice. So it's from Melbourne, Australia. They do a lot of really amazing work with essentially economic issues that particularly affect women and particularly affect marginalized women of various kinds. So older women, newly arrived migrants to Australia and that kind of thing. They have an amazing program of work that just looks to really maximize the impact they can have whilst empowering their local communities. So, for example, they've got this great program where they take newly arrived communities, they find women leaders in those communities, train them up in financial literacy so that then they can go back to their communities and provide that information and support in language in ways that are communicable to those communities and really help upskill them, but also providing, employment and economic opportunities for those women they're training. And it's one of those charities that really flies under the radar a lot. Like, it just doesn't have any big government contracts. It doesn't, you don't get the big charity drives asking for it because it's, traditionally quite small. It started off as a phone line service where women could call in to get support and triage for any number of different issues. And so it's really well respected in the community, but it just doesn't have the profile that a lot of other big charities have. So yeah, look, I think it's amazing. I think it does really, really wonderful work. I'm really happy to.
Oh, looks like Kevin cut off why Jamal was happy, but that's how it goes. I want to highlight a comment from Brian Pravel, who is one of the co-founders of DBN, still heavily involved, the host of League Night, which airs monthly and covers VDL, the Virtual Diplomacy League, and other leagues around the world. Brian piped in a little bit earlier when the charities before were being described, and he wrote this: "I love this community so much. This charity," and I think this is probably something he would say for all of them, is needed now more than ever. Thank you to everyone who has the means to donate and the support, and raising awareness for those who do not. We echo that sentiment. We thank everybody who has donated and who is getting ready to donate. Why don't we check in and see where things are with the current... oh, looks like I lost it when I got booted out by accident. So let's get that back up. Here is where the current pool stands. And ta-da. Okay, currently we have raised $4,261 over 40 donations. So we've had 2 donations since we started the broadcast. Thank you very much out there. That does mean, however, that we have 10 more donations we need in order to max out the matching challenge that an anonymous donor made, which is $20 for every donation made up to the first 50. So we have 800 of that $1,000, 200 left to max out on that. We also have a $2,000 dollar for dollar matching donation, which we passed a long time ago. So we are currently up around $7,000 total. Please help us max out that donation and maybe even get us to our magic extended goal of $8,000. So we'll check back in with that in a little bit. But to donate to this, please go to diplobn.com. That's diplobn.com. There is a link to it to that website in the show notes for this YouTube channel for this YouTube page right now. And please go make a donation. Help us get there if you can. There is also, if you have forgotten which charities the players are playing for, that is on that page. Here, I'll blow it up here for everyone to see. We just heard Andrew talking about Anti-Slavery International. Brandon Austin told us before about Carinya House, which provides support for expectant and new mothers. Jamal just told us about Wire. Karthik told us about the ACLU. Katie Gray's playing for Safe House, Siobhan for Homebase, and Zoe Cameron for the Asylum Seeker Resource Center. These are links, so if you want to learn more about the charities, you can go to them, to their websites. I will say this, that we have in the past had people who wanted to donate to the charities directly, either because they really felt strongly about one particular charity, or because they wanted to be able to have an easy form to write it off for tax donations. We highly support that. That is totally fine with us. We ask that if you do that, to mention DBN or the Broadcaster Brawl in whatever the memo field is that you use to make the donation, and to let us know so that we can include that amount in our total that we attribute to the Broadcaster Brawl. So again, if you want to donate directly to one of the charities in the name of the Broadcaster Brawl, please let us know that you've done that, and thank you very, very much. All right, I think with that, it is time to actually look at some moves. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's do it. Here is the map. Please. Oh.
Brian wouldn't have these technical issues.
No, definitely not. I do not know why this isn't working. There we go. All right. Eventually, if you press buttons enough times, things happen. All right. So here's the map with players in position. Spring 1901, the orders. McCallus, we will have you review the board first, and then we'll turn to you, Darcy, for some analysis and insight, and then we'll flip roles in the fall. Here we go. Spring of 1901 of the third Broadcaster Brawl. Here are the orders. McCallus, tell us what you see.
Well, I see an AIR. That's what I see. So what we see, spring of 01, pretty standard English Open to Norwegian and North. We see France going for Belgium with Picardy and not going to Burgundy. So some clear friendship towards Germany. And we see Russia go to Silesia, Austria go to Bohemia, and Italy attempt to go to Tiralia, which Jamal did sniff out one of them. So just the 2 units attacking Munich rather than all 3. We also see pretty standard openings with the rest of the East. So Ukraine, Mountain Black Sea, Italy making moves to get down towards convoying to Tunis if they want to. Yeah.
I mean, I look at this and I just go, oof. Darcy.
Yeah, I had a casual monthly game just yesterday, and I was the Germany that had to experience practically this exact thing. So I feel Jamal right now. I am also quietly concerned if I'm Katie, because if they're airing Germany, I don't think it spells good for the Turkey side of things either. So I mean, again, I'm going to toot Andrew's the Andrew train all game, because I think he can manipulate this so that he's in a great position. Siobhan's going to love this air. This is just going to help Siobhan's game so much. It's not funny. And Brandon's going to pick up the green.
Yeah, say a bit more about that. Why do you think this is going to help Siobhan?
I think it's going to help Siobhan because Germany is going to be weak and begging for an ally. So Germany's not going to be too much of a threat. And the air is also probably going to focus on Turkey, which means all the units are going to be going towards Turkey and towards weakening Germany. So it means Siobhan. If I was Siobhan, I'd work with France and I'd develop a strong EF here. And I think this puts her in a great position. So it makes Michalis, as much as I hate to say Michalis is right, it makes Michalis's call on Siobhan having a good shot quite prescient.
All right. Well, I have a treat for us, which might give us a little bit of insight into what's going to happen next for Katie Gray, and that is some recording of audio of a negotiation between Andrew and Katie during the spring of 1901. And here it is.
So what's your thinking?
I'm really excited. I like Turkey, and I don't want to fangirl too much because that's embarrassing, but I've only played one game with you, and we were on opposite sides of the boards, and I've just never experienced playing with Andrew Goff, and I'm just looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be fun.
Well, I don't know if this one's a normal Andrew Goff experience.
Why is that?
Well, it's a broadcaster brawl, so I'm embracing Jamal and I'm going to have fun.
That's great.
Rather
Me
than
too. I picked last. I'm fine with fun.
I think I want to be pretty honest from the outset, and that is I'm really, really trying to set up a murder Jamal situation.
Okay.
I kind of want to say that to you up front, because otherwise it looks a lot like a Russia, Austria, Italy alliance.
Okay.
That is, I mean, if I were Turkey, that would look really threatening to me.
Yeah.
But
if Russia, Austria, and Italy all move towards Germany and not towards Turkey, that looks great for me.
that is what I'm trying to set up. So
I love it. I won't get in the way of that. I truly will not get in the way of that. I'm happy to hang out.
Eastern quadruple all the way then. Let's try and get a Turkish army in Berlin. Sounds amazing to me.
I'm down. I'm so down.
So what's your thinking?
I'm really excited. I like Turkey, and I don't want to fangirl too much because that's embarrassing, but I've only played one game with you, and we were on opposite sides of the board.
This is looping.
It's looping.
Yeah, it's a loop. I was like, woo, the fangirl thing came out twice. That's a bit of a risk, yeah. Yeah, the way that we uploaded the audio, I think is susceptible to the looping, so we'll have to figure that one out. there is a button that I just found. I can turn that off. All right. So fascinating, right? I think that there is some bit of there's a vision here of Andrew Goff being orchestra conductor, which I think speaks to some of Darcy's thoughts about why he chose Austria and sort of what he can do there. What does it mean for how this game is going to go? McCallus, what are your thoughts about this, having heard that audio?
So I've played one top board before where Austria went Vienna to Bohemia in spring of 01, and I was Italy, and I did get into Tyrolia. Russia didn't come to Silesia, it was just the two of us. Jason Massbaum was playing Austria, and I walked straight into Vienna as a result. But usually you'd say this is not a great plan. In this situation, yeah, I can see why it's working. The fact he's got Russia on board as well makes it less likely for it to turn into a wintergreen, because it's quite hard for Russia to do a wintergreen from 01. They usually want to get something going elsewhere first. So yeah, I think as Darcy said, this is great news for Siobhan. I'm not sure there's enough willpower in the world for Andrew to really sell that an AIR is good for Turkey, but Katie will clutch at that straw, I guess.
And Darcy, you had concerns for Katie after seeing the moves. Are those concerns addressed in any way by what you just heard?
They're addressed. I think whoever wavers out of the towards giving, I think Goff is going to be committed to trying to get this Turkish army to Berlin. I actually do trust that he will try and do that. So I feel like I played in a tournament game with Goffy a few times, and he will be the enforcer. So if anyone doesn't go along with the agreed plan of Turkey and Berlin or doing something wacky, he will make sure you're punished for that. So I would watch to be careful if I'm Zoe and Karthik, if he is truly going to be working with Turkey here in some sort of thing. If they want to suddenly be all serious, then that might go back on one of them maybe.
I'd say Karthik's already quite committed to it. Like the Open to Silesia guarantee Sweden's going to be bounced, which means that there's a chance he just goes to Baltic instead. It's quite hard for Karthik to row back from this. Zoe isn't. Tyrolia bounced, and did it bounce because Jamal sort of figured out what was coming? Did it bounce because Zoe told him what was coming? Zoe has the option to not do this still if she wants.
So that might mean Venice to Trieste, and
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and going for an IT.
All right, so here would be the most Jamal thing ever. I think would be to move Denmark to Baltic here.
No, he's got to go to Helderland. See, this is all Jamal's fault for not opening to Helderland. He's always talking about how that's how Germany wins games. Doesn't open to Helderland, and look what happens. So Jamal, this is on you.
All right. Well, here's fall of 1901. I do think Denmark to Baltic is something Jamal might do, actually. And Karthik, I think, is sort of he's a good enough tactician to know that that going to Baltic isn't actually guaranteed here. So he has a decision to make. It's not obvious. All right. Here's fall 1901. Darcy, you are going to give the first read here.
Yeah.
And here are those moves.
Denmark goes to Greece, which is another thing Jamal would definitely have done. He always says never bounce Sweden, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was agreed. You have Katie's not going to be allowed out of the box. That is an Eastern quad where Katie is stuck. Zoe is committed. There is no quick move to Aegean. Venice goes to Tyrolia. Apulia goes to Venice. A little bit of a red flag if I'm Goffy there, but Brandon doesn't want to pick up all three to make himself a target, so he just takes Belgium, holds in Spain, and moves to Western Med, showing that he is scared of the air / Eastern quad. And I think Munich is supporting Silesia to Bohemia, but instead Silesia goes to Berlin, which is a bit sad for Jamal. But Karthik is going up 3. Katie moves the fleet out towards Aegean, so seems like she feels safe with Karthik, and it looks like it's all going up Karthik at the moment. Yeah.
So, to the surprise of probably 0 people, we have an Eastern quadruple, and the West has turned into a triple. This is about as predictable as it gets. And this, Karthik's going +3, but he's got Siobhan in Barentssea and Convoy into Norway. Is that +3 really good for him? Zoe's already got Brandon in the mid. I think Brandon's made a small error here, that Spain should have taken Portugal first. You don't really want to be taking Portugal in 02, so that army's moving in the wrong direction next year, which is not ideal. Katie's going to get to bring a fleet out, which if there's a Western triple is great news for Katie. But yeah, this has not gone well for Jamal, but I'm not convinced this has really gone well for Karthik either.
Yeah, your point about Portugal and Spain is that the difference is that once he takes both of them, this way the army's going to be in Portugal, whereas the other way it'll be in Spain. So it's a turn further away from where from having to do something potentially useful. All right, this is quite the turn. So I do have a question for you, Darcy. As an Australian, maybe you can give some insight into this. Why do you think that Andrew Goff is so committed to attacking Jamal and ruining his game?
Because it's just a classic case of Jamal's been very successful in Australia recently, and maybe Jamal needs to not be as successful. So Goff is being like, don't forget, I am Australian, and I will make sure that you don't win everything, Jamal. But no, I think it's more. There is currently a decent amount of sentiment out there of Jamal gets away with a lot, and I think he could just be harnessing that sentiment of Jamal gets away with a lot to make sure early game there is an active thing that isn't kill Andrew Goff and kill Austria. So and it's also Broadcaster Brawl, so people are also more likely to do wacky things like go all in on Germany, although they haven't gone all in on Germany. But yeah, I think that's the reason that Jamal's been targeted by Andrew here.
Would have been quite a thing if Brandon had gone to Burgundy here and just all 4 of the Australians had gone after the supposed honorary Australian.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brandon is taking this game a bit more seriously than Goffy than Goffy and Karthik might be taking in terms of the joke all in on Germany. I think he does really want to win this game, Brandon. So I think he will play this game to the nth degree. And that is not killing Jamal. That does not help him.
I was just going to say that the real takeaway that I was getting from that is that Darcy thinks Andrew Goff is jealous of Jamal.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe a little bit in his tournament success.
Yeah.
But it's also Goff. He also is quite a chill guy. So
no. Andrew Goff, deeply bitter and jealous about Jamal Bratali's success. Yeah. That's the takeaway we're taking.
Yeah, that's the takeaway. I agree.
All right. All right, so that is the end of fall 1901. Let's have a look at where things stand going into the winter. Karthik picked up 3, which may be a poison chalice according to McCallus. We do have a sideline video, so we're gonna have a look at that, and then we'll do builds, and then we'll give you one last chance to say something about the game, Darcy, and then we'll bid you adieu. So here is the sideline video for 1901.
All right, we are here for Sideline Broadcaster Brawl 3. I guess the non-important broadcasters are relegated to Sideline. It's me and Patrick this time. Patrick, you have the West. Tell us what happened in spring 1901.
I most certainly do. So the very first thing that happened at the turn, Siobhan in England pulled Brandon aside. They both told each other they sort of like to play their respective countries slowly. They both said, they're going to do standard stuff. To me, this seemed like, based on the tone of the meeting, it seemed like sort of code for don't expect me to do some crazy, super fast ride or die alliance with you. And this was backed up when when they got to talking about Jamal, the first thing that came up was Jamal likes to play really silly, and Shaban took that opportunity to propose a Western triple. That's pretty silly. Brandon seemed amenable to that, and then that sort of defined the rest of the spring negotiations. Although I will say, when Jamal and Shaban got together, I just felt like the mood of that conversation, even though they were talking about the same things, the fact that they've worked together before, they're the only two in the West that have worked together in a game before, it made things feel a bit more peachy compared to the other talks. But everyone seemed fairly on board with standard openings and Western triple stuff.
Okay, in the East in spring 1901, Andrew Goff is controlling the negotiations. He is proposing an Eastern quadruple. He is asking Zoe to go to Tyrolia. He wants to go to Bohemia. He asked Karthik to go to Silesia. And he told Katie all of this and suggested that the game would ultimately end with a Turkish army in Berlin. Everyone seemed to kind of be on board, but Andrew definitely ran with it. Let's see the moves, Mr. Producer. And at the very, very last thing in spring 1901, Jamal tells Zoe, I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to move to Tyrolia. You can bounce me if you want. So somehow his spidey senses were up. And, of course, this drives the fall 1901 negotiations in the East. But go ahead, Patrick, and tell us about the West in spring 1901. Fall 1901.
Yeah. Well, the last thing I forgot to mention that's on this board, sorry, first time doing this, is that Jamal and Brandon did agree to a DMZ of Burgundy. It was the last thing they did when they talked that turn. But going into the fall, the air push to the line in spring, it really didn't change a whole lot, because it seemed like for both Brandon and Shaban, this movement immediately from Goffey and his friends kind of made them feel forced to continue with the Western triple idea that they had been discussing in the spring. Although interestingly, in Shaban's talks with Brandon this turn, she said she now, she kind of feels forced to keep doing it, even though, which kind of implies she didn't actually want to before, but don't know about that. Karthik had a very interesting talk with Shaban where she told him that she's not a huge fan of how, wait and see everybody has been and wants something more committal. Karthik says he's willing to fully commit to an ER pretty much whenever she wants and give her share of Jamal. Shaban says she has to talk with Brandon about it, and later when she and Brandon do talk, she seems to lose all interest in it and seems inclined to go with the West for now, both Brandon and Jamal.
Okay, so in the East, Andrew was a little miffed at the Tyrolia bounce, but is committed to the anti-Jamal plan, still pitching the Eastern quadruple, is in a room with Austria, Italy, and Turkey. Well, he's Austria, obviously, and really wanted to get Karthik to put the fleet in Romania. Karthik wasn't in that room. Karthik was making a deal with Jamal, and the deal was, I'll go to Bohemia if you let me in Sweden. Then Andrew talks to Jamal and says they're really pushing forward with this Eastern quadruple thing. Doesn't mention the idea of the fleet sub to Rum. Karthik says he's putting Romania there, and he obviously breaks his deal with Jamal and goes to Berlin. Now, meanwhile, just the one thing is that I can tell you Karthik and Katie played a ton of times together, and they're a little concerned with the relationship between A and I. So they're going along with this Eastern quadruple thing for now, but I don't know what's going to happen. All right, that's it for 1901. We'll catch you in 1902. Thanks, Patrick. I'm not firing you yet. You did a good job.
Charmed.
All right, so some good behind the scenes dish as always from Ed and now Patrick. Darcy, do you have any thoughts about what you heard there?
Yeah, Karthik is wavering around the idea of everyone being friends in the East. I'm not sure how much that's actually a good thing to do, considering Sweden and Berlin are both very vulnerable. And it's not like Katie's in a massive power position at the moment. Oh, well, Italy's busy. I just don't think it's the best thing for Karthik's game to change on Austria. I don't think it's the right move for him. And I think Jamal's gonna go anti-Russia for forever and ever now. He hates when people lie to him and then stab. So Karthik will be punished for that as much as Jamal can punish Karthik. And yeah, I think Brandon's just he's gonna do what he knows best. Western Triple. I hope it fails miserably and he gets stabbed by an EG, because that's what he deserves. I'd love to see Norway to Belgium, supported by Holland, Barents to Norwegian.
Darcy, I want to ask you if you feel aggrieved towards any DBN commentators, but I feel like nothing could compare to your grievance towards Brandon.
Nothing can compare. Truly, it goes Brandon, and then maybe Michalis a little bit further down. But I'm going to Europe for exchange soon, so I'll have plenty of chances to play with Michalis in European tournaments. So
sorry, is that because Michalis said something about you on a broadcast one time?
No, it's because of World DipCon. We were on 2 boards together, and it did not go nicely on either boards for me. Thanks to Michalis both times.
I would say the second board was thanks to you.
We can agree. We can agree to disagree on that one.
What I will say is, I think your point about that Jamal will be most pissed at Karthik is very prescient. I think that, like, you're not thrilled to be attacked in 1901, but for then to lie on the follow up and cut a deal like that just to take that 1 dot that's not holdable, I think Jamal will be a lot more angry at Karthik than he is at either of the other 2.
What about this little tidbit about not taking Romania with the fleet, but taking it with an army? Do you think that's going to have repercussions here for Karthik?
I think. Oh, you go.
Darcy, go ahead.
All right. I think he wants to work with Katie. I think that's the thing he wants to do. I think it's bad for him. I think the army is in there because he wants to attack Goffey. I don't think he has a position to do it, but I think he's going to do it.
Whatever it was smoothed out in negotiations, because Goffey did support Ukraine to Romania with Serbia. So it's not a surprise he didn't break a deal to put the fleet in. The interesting thing, I think, is actually to be Katie's build, because Katie's actually in a kind of tough position at the moment. If she puts an army down, relations with Karthik are over. That's just clearly, I'm attacking Karthik. But if she puts a fleet down, it's going to be quite hard to stay friendly with, well, definitely with Zoe, but also with Andrew. If Andrew is not anti-Zoe, he's not going to like a Turkish fleet going down.
Yeah, and the question for me is what the presence of that French fleet in Western Mediterranean does to Katie's calculations.
If I saw that, I would be putting the fleet down, even as pro-IT as I am. I think you have cover to put the fleet down and get away with it now.
And I think she feels most comfortable with Karthik as well, out of what I got from that conversation about Romania and that sort of thing. So I think I would expect to see a fleet and then potentially a play on Austria, which is definitely more in Katie's favor than Karthik's.
All right. Well, let's see what those builds tell us for winter of 1901. We do get a fleet from Katie Gray. We get 2 armies from Andrew Goff. Interestingly, one is in Budapest. It didn't have to be. So Trieste is the one left open of the 3 home centers. Elsewhere, we have a northern fleet from Karthik. Probably not a surprise with that Barents fleet up there. 2 armies. Elsewhere, we get a fleet Marseille. Also not a surprise given fleet Western Med. But we get an army in Paris, which is, interesting. There was an option here to do fleet Brest and bring it around. All right, we'll give you the last word here, Darcy. Is there anything interesting that you glean from these builds?
I think not. Brandon not completely 100% committed to the Western Triple though, which is probably a good sign for EF, a bad sign for FG. And I think Goffey could tell when he had to make an agreement around the army going in instead of the fleet. I think Goffey was always going to put down an army in Budapest because he had to change an agreement. Whereas I don't think Zoe made him change his moveset. So yeah, I think it's AI is tight with R being there, but it's this year will decide a lot of if Karthik's going to have a good game. I think this will be a formative year for Karthik.
I think Karthik's made a mistake with that North Coast fleet. Where is it going? You've got a hostile Germany. It's not getting out of St. Petersburg. Barents is already full. Like, this is that, I'm under attack by England. I need to make the anti-English build. That build's crap. It's never getting out of St. Petersburg. Like, an army gives you flexibility. Hell, if you're going all in on Germany, even a South Coast fleet, much as I hate them in 1901, that North Coast fleet is going nowhere.
I couldn't agree with you more. All right. With that, let us say goodnight to Darcy Morris. Darcy, thank you so much for joining us and for talking us through Power Selection and 1901.
Thank you. It's been great to commentate.
All right, Darcy. We'll see you again sometime soon. Have a good night. All right, McCallus. That means that it is time for a different guest commentator. We now bring to the stream Mr. Ryan Feathers. Ryan, welcome to the stream.
Hello. Glad to be here.
And is this also your first time appearing on DBN?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the network. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where do you live? What do you do?
Sure. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin. For work, I'm a business analyst. For fun, I play a lot of board games. I think, unlike many of you, I'm not really like a diplomacy specialist. I play a lot of different games in tournament formats.
Is one of them like a primary for you?
Maybe Agricola, also Terra Mystica, but...
Well, tell us a bit then about how you got involved with diplomacy.
Yeah, so I've been board gaming a lot. It's kind of been a passion for a long time. But yeah, during junior high school, I was in a local gaming club, and diplomacy was one of the games in the like vault of games. And me and a bunch of friends gave it a try. The advisor had liked it in the past. And yeah, I wound up playing a decent number of games throughout junior high school. For me, those were early like Farmville era days Facebook. And if a few other diplomacy players of that era remember, there was a crazy like diplomacy, I don't remember, some type of tie-in to Facebook. We played a lot of games on that during high school, talking between study halls about who was going to do what and whatever, and then input moves at night. So yeah, those are good days. But yeah, so then over the last like decade or so, I've mostly played a few online games here or there, and some tournament games, but mostly tournaments that happen at other like board game conventions where there are other tournaments and a lot of games going on, and then I play some diplomacy. So then attending World DipCon in San Francisco just a few months ago was kind of my first foray into kind of what I'll call your side of the hobby of the real hardcore diplomacy players.
How was your experience at WDC?
I enjoyed it quite a bit overall. Game one went pretty well and was fun. The overall experience was a good time. I ran into a lot of people. Now that I've been watching a bunch of DBN and paying attention to who's won, I also feel I realized there were a lot of strong players there and a lot of, your commentator cast, but I feel like I ran into a disproportionate number of them. So that was both kind of fun, but also, yeah, ran into a lot of stiff competition. So then some other games went not so well. So I have qualms to pick with Zoe, everybody's favorite. Darcy was all like, oh, I don't think she's the type that's just going to pick somebody and attack them right away from 1901. Wrong. Very wrong.
All right, so your heart is against Zoe.
I mean, no, she's too likable. It's hard. I mean, kind of, yes. I was in Austria to her Italy. Her Italy decided in my game to just attack Trieste, attack Greece right away in 1901. Neither of them worked, by the way, but just continued attacking me throughout the game. So, no.
All right, so you got some feelings. All right, so diplomacy may not be your primary, but you have strong feelings about it, and you're wearing a diplomacy T-shirt. So we feel that you have some strong feelings for diplomacy.
Yes. Yeah. Honestly, strong feelings, I guess, are my main argument for why I like diplomacy so much. I do play a lot of other board games, but at the end of them, I a lot of times can't really be asked who won. I mean, mildly in tournament formats, but Yeah, you can really remember the stories of diplomacy games a lot more often sometimes. It makes me feel things, even if sometimes those things are rage. It's part of all that. I know the popular refrain from some is that diplomacy, will end friendships, but I think all of us here don't really agree with that. I tend to wind up with more friends after playing diplomacy games. And I feel like I'm starting to build friendships with a bunch of you who I didn't know before. And I certainly have other diplomacy friends. Looping back to the high school thing, one of the other cool things for me at World DipCon is in between rounds, I actually spent about 2 to 3 hours catching up with an old high school friend I had been playing diplomacy with. But yeah, that initial text conversation was kind of funny because I hadn't reached out to him for several years. And he's like, "Why are you in San Francisco?" And I was like, World Diplomacy Championships. And he's like, he was very suspicious at first until I linked to the website.
You didn't get him to come out and play though?
No. Sad. I mildly tried to convince him, but yeah, no. I think his diplomacy days are behind him, sadly.
All right, fair. Well, just out of curiosity, what do you think it is about the game that makes it so sort of deeply engaging and memorable for you?
Yeah, I mean, there's such a blend of like meaningful strategy and tactics. Like moving the piece on the board matters, obviously, but also like the thing that's above all the other board games I'm doing in terms of that strategy and tactics element is, yeah, this element of needing to understand other people and get them onto a shared kind of sense, having this negotiation, building that rapport. Yeah, it's just great. You do a lot more talking too. You get to flex kind of some different stuff. Most of the other tournament board games, you're pretty silent and not really supposed to be like openly talking about game state. And as somebody who enjoys blabbing and talking about game states, which is looping again into slightly, I also just stream myself playing Agricola, Terra Mystica, and other stuff. So I just get to spend 2 hours talking. I don't really need you guys. Like, let's roll the footage. I'll do it. But
Do you have a you have a like a YouTube or Twitch channel where you?
Yeah, I probably should link it because I actually do have a retrospective of WDC, but I'm sure my diplomacy analysis is not actually that fully up to snuff. But I can try to provide that here. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, drop it in the chat.
Sure.
But you are here to give some diplomacy commentary on moves. So why don't we switch over to the game and hear some of your thoughts on it? What have you thought about it so far?
These are the sorts of games I kind of dislike, where not everybody's being friendly. A couple people are trying to kill Jamal, but it sort of feels like we're going towards an Eastern quad, Western triple at the start. Nobody's committed to killing anybody. If I was Shaban and Brandon and being offered, like, let's just kill Jamal fast, I'm on board. I don't care that there's a freaking supposed Eastern quadruple. That's not lasting. Like, let's join them. Knock Jamal out, get some setters. Let's go. Let's have fun.
Because it's Jamal, or just because it's an opportunity to like clearly gain some advantage?
I'm generally pro, like I'm not that interested in triples or quadruples. If I can quickly kill somebody on my side of the board, I'm in. Let's go.
You'll fit right in on DBN being anti-Western triple. This is good. You didn't fall into the trap of going, "Oh, I really like this Western triple." And yeah, no, good answer.
In my 2 months since being back, I will admit I've probably watched about the last 2 years of DBN backcasts already. We're in VDL 2023 at the moment now.
Nice. Are you going back in time or starting in the back and moving up?
No, starting in the present, going back. So,
nice.
Yeah.
So you're listening it all in reverse. You can see our discussions about the meta and then see how it came about.
Somewhat, yeah. There is some fun difference, yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, really quickly then, who do you think has sort of won 1901? Whose position do you like the best at this point?
That's slightly tricky, but it sort of sounds like Andrew Goff is mildly controlling discussions. I mean, Katie, Karthik maybe have something going on, but I agree that I think Karthik has pissed some people off. The only other possibility, though, is if Karthik actually has Shaban on his side in any capacity. But yeah, that Northern St. Pete fleet, I was nodding my head super hard when you guys talked about that. I agree. It's nonsense to me. South Coast St. Pete fleet, I'm on board, but...
Got it. But I can hear that you're looking more at who's sort of who's getting what they want and who's directing things rather than who might have the best tactical position on the board. Am I reading you right?
Partly, although I also would argue that I think their tactical positions are possibly the best and most flexible. But
all right, what do you say we look at some moves then for 1902? Here's how things stand at the beginning. So we're going to have McCallus give the first read here, and then Ryan will turn to you for some analysis. Here is spring of 1902. The moves. McCallus, tell us what you see.
All right, so what we see is Jamal is punishing Karthik quickly by going and taking Berlin from Munich. I don't think that's hugely surprising off to the sidelines. The air is definitely sticking together to some degree, so Italy has gone west. Brandon backed out of the attack on Italy, sort of too little too late. Italy has sent fleets west. Turkey does pull their units out and makes a supported attack on Romania. Austria does support it, but I would imagine this is probably a deal, as he only supports it with one, and none of it's particularly sort of surprising. And yes, Siobhan just gets great position against Karthik, who shockingly does not get that North Coast fleet out to anywhere useful.
Ryan, how do you feel about what you've seen here?
yeah, I mean, I mostly agree. I don't understand what Karthik was thinking with this North Coast fleet. Getting kicked out of Berlin was pretty predictable. Brandon backing out of the attack on Italy, I'm generally okay with. I'm not very excited usually as France to go down there unless I'm convinced there's pressure coming from somewhere else. But yeah, I don't really know where he's going and what he's doing. You guys already pointed out his Portugal minor error, so it looks like he's gonna have to take a year repositioning, but luckily he's France, so he can afford it. Austria isn't really doing anything here, so I'm also curious what Goff's actually up to after this. But
yeah, it's an oddly passive turn from Goff, isn't it? So Vienna has this order supporting Romania to Galicia, while also he has Serbia supporting a unit into Romania. That smells to me also like an agreed upon thing. So maybe the Vienna order was left in, had nothing else to do with it. Budapest supports Serbia, so it's very cautious, right?
It's quite cautious, and to me it sniffs of a sort of thing of like, oh yeah, Katie, I'm helping you, but also Karthik, make sure you support yourself, and I actually get to decide what I'm doing in the fall.
You brought up a good point about Portugal as well, in that because Spain went to Gascony, the only unit that can actually take Portugal now is the fleet that's now in Spain, which, if Italy is coming at you, is the complete wrong direction for that fleet to be moving. What Brandon does sort of have in his favour is Katie's pulled 2 fleets into the Med, which might force Zoe to now turn around and go for Ionian Sea, and maybe Brandon can sort of smooth all of this out. But yeah, it wasn't the unit I was expecting to be taking Portugal this year, that fleet.
Yeah, you can really see the sort of flexibility that would have been there had he built a fleet in Brest rather than an army in Paris. Just more options. But maybe this gives Zoe the option the encouragement to turn around. Yeah. So Ryan, it's back to you here. One of the storylines coming in here was that there were 4 Australians on the board plus a supposed honorary Australian. And Darcy even mentioned that there was a possibility here that the Australians would sort of collaborate to make sure one of them won. And we've seen here in early going 2 Australian and Australian sort of battles here. One Jamal and Andrew with a little bit of help from Zoe, but then also Zoe and Brandon. Do you think, from your perspective, that the national question is one that will matter going forward?
I wouldn't have bought into it from the start, for what it's worth. We do a lot of fun talking prior to the stream, the whole tarot thing. It's all hokum. These are good enough players. They'll play with anybody. They'll do whatever sounds fun in the moment. I think most of that doesn't matter.
You're saying the tarot thing's all hokum. I predicted a very defensive game from Jamal Blakali, and look what we've got.
You might be onto things. That's fair. Maybe the tarot was right, but the nationality stuff, that was the hokum.
You also predicted that Jamal and Siobhan would have some sort of issue, and that Katie and Siobhan might also, that Zoe and Siobhan might have some sort of issue together.
There's still time. Plenty of time for that.
Plenty of time. All right, why don't we? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I have a spring 1902 audio clip. Yes, this one is between Brandon and Jamal. So I believe I was told this one is very short. So here goes.
Got to give the Broadcaster Brawl a Western triple, right?
Give them what they want. Give them what they want.
Yeah, the people want Western triples. So
They do.
Bring this like into DBN.
What's that, McCullis?
Letting Australians into DBN, it was a mistake.
Yeah, I think that may have been just a little bit of trolling on the part of multiple people. All right, let's move forward here into fall of 1902. Ryan, you're going to get the first read here. This is your first read on DBN. Here are the orders for fall of 1902. Tell us what you see.
All right. Well, the first thing I wanted to see is what Goff's actual plan was, and his plan is to walk straight into Galicia and let Russia walk straight into Romania. So that's intriguing. Otherwise, Katie and him are basically holding and doing nothing, which I'm not David Hood, but I think David Hood has some good advice about holds. So all of that looks a little bit confusing. Zoe turns around. I think that's also a good plan. I didn't get that in at the end of spring 1902, but again, I generally dislike France and Italy attacking each other, especially if you don't think anybody else is on the other side. I think it just wastes both of their times. So Brandon gets away with kind of repositioning his units, as we discussed. He actually gets the support into Munich because Jamal's a crazy man. Italy is getting the support into Berlin, so Karthik is fully on just still the kill Jamal plan. And gosh, what the heck's happening? Karthik's retreating into Skagerrak. He's managing to hold St. Pete, but yeah, that Northern Fleet continues to look just messy. So yeah, overall, it seems mildly Western Triply, except France has turned around. So if I'm England and Germany, I'm questioning what's coming next, especially that France is already at 7 centers. If I'm Jamal, I'm questioning why I didn't get Munich. And yeah.
Yeah, Jamal could have set up a delightful little bounce in Munich between France and Austria there, or played a part in it himself. So I think you'll be quite sad that that isn't what happened. Especially as he's now playing short. The other unit piffed in spring and won't get to rebuild it. So
meh, he's the king of waves. He doesn't want units.
Yeah. Actually, he has dropped one from losing Munich, so I guess he wouldn't rebuild it. But I mean, for me, Karthik moving into Budapest is very interesting. It's very ambitious that deciding that Austria's got to die now. He's really got to hope Katie's on his side. And Katie is not in a great position to flip on Karthik. Like the way her units are with the fleets going into Black Sea isn't really viable. So the turnaround isn't great for Katie. But Karthik, I don't know. Budapest is very premature, I'd say. Maybe Tyrolia is going to go next to Army Venice, and maybe Zoe's coming in on Austria. And if that's the case, then Karthik's attack on Austria looks a lot better than it otherwise would. But right now, I don't like that position at all.
McCullis, do you feel confident that Romania to Budapest is a stab?
There is maybe a world where Andrew gives up Budapest, that Karthik isn't pulling too many units, but I'd be shocked if it's a world where he's pulling units. I would have thought that he wanted Summit himself. Maybe he thought he would get Munich. Maybe that was the miscalculation, but I don't see a great disband for Andrew, because if you pull Bohemia, then this whole goal of attacking Germany early sort of goes away. Why are you doing it? And if you pull Greece or Serbia, it's just an open invitation to Katie. So I guess Galicia, but you don't really love pulling that either.
Ryan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think McCullis is right that this is a bit confusing from Karthik, because he's obviously kind of pissed off Jamal. It doesn't look like he has any friend in England, and now he's just one dot stabbing Andrew over presumably breaking some type of agreements about whatever was actually going on. So yeah, it's not clear who his friends are, and he's in a position where Russia with no friends is going to collapse relatively fast. I mean, Turkey's not in position at the moment, but so yeah, it's all a bit confusing. Like I say, I'm really curious what Brandon's going to do with France from here. His units are kind of all just huddled up, and I don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah. And he's got 2 builds, and because Marseille is covered, he can only really build in Brest and Paris, so he has the perfect excuse for why he's got to build a fleet in Brest. Siobhan can't really complain. There's like, oh, I can't build a fleet Marseille, and I can't put 2 armies down, so I've got to build a fleet in Brest. It gives you good excuse, but it's also, if they want to do a sort of turbocharged EF, it's really on the table now.
So this feels like a decision point for Brandon, is what you're saying. He has a chance here to slip a knife into Siobhan if he wants to, or to really turbocharge an attack on Italy if he wants to as well. But he has to make a decision now. Is that right? He's being pushed to the point.
I don't know that he actually has to make a decision. He might be able to just say, hey, I'm France and I'm just going to sit on 7 dots for another year or 2 and then decide what I'm doing. But
if he were going to do that, Ryan, what would he build? Or what should he build?
I mean, I think you almost have to build army fleet. I mean, the other argument is like you actually just don't build the fleet Brest. You just army Paris and wave and say, I'm just sending armies to help Germany against all these armies in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia. So like if you really don't want to attack England, which I think is okay, yeah, maybe you actually wave one here, even though I'm relatively not wave. I'm relatively like, let's build and go.
I think actually what would scare Siobhan more than anything is if he waved both, because I think if both units get waved, the only thing that's following that up is 2 fleets next year, and that's terrible for England. So
I think you have to build Army Paris still, I agree. But
I'd love to do it. I'd love to wave both if I was Brandon, but I'm not sure I'd get away with it diplomatically.
What do you make of Gascony holding here? Anything?
I guess it was probably part of the deal with Jamal. Jamal was like, I'm happy to give you Munich, but not if you follow up to Burgundy. Whether that's a deal you actually keep or you go, yeah, and just walk in anyway. Sorry, Jamal, I've got to focus on B. You're not very big. Yeah, maybe a little naive. I think you probably could have got away with that. Because the other thing you could have done is put Marseille to Spain, Gascony to Marseille to cover it from Italy, and get your fleet into a better position. But that is really anti-England if that's what you did.
Potentially. Last question for the 2 of you on the orders here. Karthik's retreat is interesting to me. Could have gone to Baltic to try to buttress the attack on the German home centers. Chose to go to Skagerrak. So Ryan, turn to you first. What do you make of that? Why would he have...
I'm supposed to explain Karthik's moves? Like, I mean, I'm still staring at that northern fleet that's doing nothing. Like, I want... He should have a fleet in Baltic here because it already walked from St. Pete to Bothnia to Baltic. But why is he retreated to Skagerrak? I mean, maybe there's still some crazy agreement here with England, and Siobhan's trying to hide that she's about to just take Germany for all they're worth. But I don't know. I agree. It seems like Baltic would be a much more natural spot. So the fact it's not there, yeah, maybe something sneaky with England is my best guess.
McCall?
It says to me that it's the unit he's about to pull off the board with his 1 disband. There's no other benefit of being in Skagerrak.
That does seem much more likely.
All right. Well, before we see the builds, why don't we have a listen to the sideline report for 1902? And here it is.
All right, we are here, 1902. The reckoning for 1901 is coming on board. Patrick, tell us what's going on with the West.
Sure thing. So pretty much there's still, all the talks in the West are still dominated by there being a Western triple down being forced by the Eastern Quad or Air, whatever you want to call it. The first talk was between Siobhan and Brandon, where Siobhan's communicating that even if Jamal's position completely collapses, she still wants to make sure that he's in the game because of how good Jamal tends to be with tactics, especially. Brandon agrees with that, and then that kind of informs their policy for the rest of the turn. After that, it's really just a matter of making sure everyone knows what moves are happening. Jamal's clued into everything that England and France talk about, and it seems to still be a true Western triple rather than a disguised DF at this point. There's also a very interesting talk between Karthik and Jamal, where Jamal basically says, okay, you lied to me, but I'd still really like to make this work. I think we can. I am concerned about England and France, but he mentions, hey, can Berlin retreat off the board? Karthik says, yeah, only if you go to North Sea, but no one wants to actually commit to that. So it doesn't really go much of anywhere.
Okay, Mr. Producer, pull up the map. In the East, what we have here is a lot of confusion. Katie is totally confused. She thought that, not fall 1902, spring 1902, Kevin. Come on, get together with this. In any event, well, I'm just going to go off the map. Katie was wondering why an army wasn't in Tunis, which is better for her, but Zoe didn't do what she said. She wondered why the fleet's not in Romania, which is, and we're wondering if it's Eastern Triple Chat. We have no idea what's going on. And so at one point, Katie goes to Karthik. She's like, "We're allies, right? We're allies." And Karthik's like, "You're accusing me." Like, yeah, we're allies. Karthik is being, a little strange because Andrew here wanted Romania to go to Galicia, but and Bulgaria to go to Rum and then pass through and continue the Eastern Quadruple. But Karthik and Katie didn't want to do that. Finally, there was this issue with Romania and with Munich and Berlin, and they worked out these set of orders. And then as we go on to the fall, I really think that the issues between Jamal and Karthik are difficult because Karthik's really worried about Siobhan, wants to work with Jamal. Jamal can't trust Karthik. A lot of trust issues going on. A lot of, Karthik, are you in an air? Are you in an Eastern Quadruple? Are you in an RT? We don't know. Go ahead, Patrick. Tell us what's going on in the West.
Yeah, I think we were both in that Jamal Karthik talk for a while because it was so long, so acrimonious. There weren't really any specific pitches thrown around. But in terms of the Western Triple, pretty much everyone did what they said they would do in the spring. So again, it was very much an atmosphere of trust and full communication between all three in the fall. Jamal actually is pretty much just offering everybody dots in the hopes that people like him enough to keep him around. He offers Siobhan support into Sweden and Brandon support into Munich rather than insisting that he gets Munich back himself. There's also an idea thrown around that because the Turkish fleet moves probably will have worried Zoe quite a lot, and that's what Zoe communicated to Brandon, that maybe they could arrange to get Army Munich blown up and rebuilt for Zoe as a fleet so that they could get her on side against the East. In the end, of course, with the support into Berlin, that doesn't really end up being necessary for Zoe, but the end result is still that Jamal is down to 3 and helping people into stuff, but not in a way that improves his own, at least on the board position.
All right, the big thing in the East is Katie is not down with the Eastern Quadruple, okay? She doesn't really think Karthik's on side. She and Karthik try to work out this alliance. They try to, and then Katie is like, well, okay, can you tap Serbia? And Karthik's like, you're going to have to fight Andrew on your own terms. Like, I'm dying up north. I got big problems. I don't have time to be like, I can't anger Andrew right now. Meanwhile, they work it out to where Zoe goes to Berlin, double supported by Karthik. This is Andrew's idea that Romania goes to Budapest. Totally, Andrew. This was worked out for these reasons. Zoe seems to think she's she's okay with Brandon, but that's where we are. We don't really know the alliance structure. We don't know if Karthik is beholden to AI or if he's with Katie, but right now he's trying to be all things to all people. All right. Thanks so much, Patrick. Have a good one.
You too, Ed.
All right. Good stuff as always. Maybe not earth-shattering this time, but still insightful. Ryan, we'll go to you first. What did you hear in there that stood out to you?
Well, Karthik did walk into Austria, so yeah, all of our hypothesizing that he made an enemy. Apparently that's agreed upon to help him hold off the north a bit longer, which I don't think is crazy, but if I'm Andrew, I'm a little nervous if I actually have Katie and Karthik on my side. Otherwise, yeah, mostly I'm hearing talks of Western Triple and Quadruple, and I don't know. The one thing I would just say is I feel like a lot of players are like, oh, the other side of the board's tripled, the other side's quadrupled, so we have to. I don't really buy that. Like, especially in this position, like EF could just eat the German centers and then largely hold back whatever chaos is happening with the triple or quadruple until something interesting breaks down. Like, it's pretty unlikely that quad is going to just continue hammering at you guys forever. Like, I think there's other stuff that could be done here.
To that, I'd say EF not just eating Germany up anyway, and they're just selling Germany that it's a Western triple. Because at the moment, this doesn't look like a Western triple to me. This just looks like a very dead Germany. My highlight would be Karthik trying to make some sort of peace with Jamal, and as we said at the end of 1901, like once you made that deal to go to Bohemia and in return for Sweden, and instead walked into Berlin, that wasn't happening. Like you burnt that bridge, and you're now reaping the reward for it.
Yeah, it seems to me that if he didn't want to, first of all, he needed to not agree to go to Bohemia, right? Like he needed something. He needed to get Sweden without having to agree to betray Andrew Goff. But he didn't have to take Berlin, right? Like there were other options for sort of finding a middle ground in there. All right, so we got builds coming up. Is there any build that you're looking to that will tell you something interesting about what's going to happen next, or are they sort of straightforward this time?
I think the disbands are potentially more telling than the builds. Both Goff and Karthik have to pull something, and neither of them have. Well, Karthik's Fleet Skagerrak is maybe obvious enough, but I don't know what Goff is pulling. Maybe Galicia, but yeah. The only other build I'm really intrigued by is Zoe, because, like, I mean, Army Venice is pretty committal to what you're doing, but also, like, if you build another fleet, you're just holding off France. Like, I don't know. I'm going to be intrigued by that one, but
Army Venice is it should terrify Andrew if that's what goes down.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's basically stabbing in the
yeah.
It's basically stabbing in the build phase, but I don't know. I'm pretty pro kill my neighbors, but
yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's probably what I would do as Zoe here, but especially given that Andrew is pulling probably one of those armies, and that taking Budapest isn't going to be that easy for him to recapture. So, like, there is a lot of reasons for this to turn into a sort of RIT that just collapses on Austria right now. And if he's got Zoe on side though, and he gets the fleet to come out, then his position is much better. Like Fleet Rome, Fleet Naples doesn't matter. Either of them are great for Andrew.
All right, so both of your eyes are on the Italian build here. We talked about the French builds as well, though it sounded like you both thought that for sort of any combination could be non-committal. All right, the answer for the builds of Winter 1902 are Fleet Naples. We lose Fleet Army Budapest and Galicia. We get an Army Edinburgh. What?
So Siobhan expected Skagerrak to come off the board. Like that's the only possible explanation for that.
That is,
yeah, and Karthik's deal with Goff's essentially, like take Budapest to keep your northern presence and then pull it off, and he actually follows through. So yeah.
I still struggle to believe that Skagerrak's better than Baltic, but at least it's not going to be blown up that easily now.
I mean, especially getting Siobhan not to build I didn't even ask you guys about that because it just seems so clear that it had to be a fleet. Wow.
I'll also highlight that France waived both builds. As I said before, that's bad for England.
I agree that waiving both would spook me a lot. So.
Wow.
Yeah, my eyes jumped there too. So.
Wow. Two big shockers in a turn that I didn't think had shock potential in it. So all right. So Ryan, before we bid you adieu here, what do you think about this game? Who would you want to be given the board state right here?
I want to be Brandon. I mean, who's attacking him anymore? Like Zoe's not and probably shouldn't. Siobhan clearly isn't. Like, I don't know, give me the France that has like all the flexibility and none of the enemies. Like, I'm in. Otherwise, I don't know who I'm supposed to like. Maybe still Katie, because nobody's actually in position to put Turkey into the box. So I mean, maybe Zoe is, but otherwise, like, I don't know who's supposed to actually keep Katie contained going forward entirely.
Yeah. That Budapest disband is really good for Katie because it means that Rum can't go to Black Sea and Bud to Rum as a follow-up, like to turn into an air attack on Turkey. There's now a massive hole in Romania if that's what you do. So yeah, I think Katie will be quite happy.
All right, so Ryan, so you would want to be France here, but given who the players are in all of these different countries, who do you think is going to take it?
I guess my argument's still France. I mean, I don't know, right? We're like, there was brief talk of like people wanting to keep Jabal around for his tactics, but these are all good enough players. They freaking pontificate about tactics all day on stream with you guys. Like, I don't know, they can handle moving the pieces about.
All right, Ryan, it's been a pleasure having you on the stream. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. It's been great. Thanks for all you do.
All right, have a good night, and we'll see you around.
See y'all around.
All right, McCallus, I will get your view on what you think is going to happen. You want to give it real quick before we bring our next guest on?
I think Ryan's right that France has the best position right now. I think that what happens in the East, something's got to resolve there. Like that mess of fleets and armies around Greece, Ionia, and Aegean, Eastern, that's not sustainable at all. And sooner or later, it's sort of the sticking point of the whole game, because I think that the moment that unlocks, it's going to have a cascading effect across the board. If it becomes an IT, then France probably will go after England, I think. If it doesn't, then I think that France and Italy could still go to war. So that's sort of the unlock point I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's such an interesting moment here for this game. Well, I tell you what, let's bring our next guest on, and then we'll get the two of you talking about it. Our next guest checks notes is Mr. Rob Hillier. Rob, are you in? Yes, you are in the green room. Welcome to the stream, Rob Hillier.
Hey guys, good to be here.
All right, Rob, we detect immediately that your accent betrays that you are at least not that you are at least from Australia. Are you currently living there now?
Yeah, I am a Brit from England, Berkshire specifically, but moved to Australia in 2020 and Melbourne at the end of 2021. So that's where I am at the moment.
McCallus, did you detect the accent correctly right away?
I did, but I also already knew Rob's background because a very amusing coincidence is that I am in a completely different community with Robert's brother. And so I know of Robert solely through that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, Robert, well, tell us a bit about yourself. So how did you end up in Australia? What are you doing there?
Well, I ended up in Australia because my partner is Australian. She's from Gold Coast, which is in Queensland on the east coast, slightly south of Brisbane. But when we moved over in 2020, we came to Melbourne because despite being from the Gold Coast is, what's a good description of Gold Coast? Gold Coast is like a wannabe Miami of Australia, but worse. So Melbourne, glitz and plastic surgery and fast cars and people spending every day at the beach and being boring. But Melbourne is the place to be. Melbourne's one of the greatest cities in the world, so that's where we decided to come to.
Nice. And so what do you do there, if you don't mind?
I work in the film and TV industry.
Oh, nice. What sort of thing do you do?
I was a camera assistant for a long time working on set back in the UK, and then also for a little bit coming over here. But I currently left the set life behind because I don't want to work 14 hours a day, 6 days a week for 6 months on day after day. So I work for a company that supplies equipment to the film industry at the moment, cameras and lenses mostly.
Oh, nice. If you had told me that you were in post-production, then we might have had a conversation offline about how your skills might be useful.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but maybe we'll do some live recording someday, and you could help us out.
Sounds good. Hit me up, Brandon. My limited advice might help you, but might not. I don't know.
All right, fair enough. Tell us about your experience with diplomacy. How did you come to the game? How long have you been at it?
I first played diplomacy back in I was on WebDip back in 2005, 2006 ish, when I was at university. I saw Mikhail's reaction there. I only dipped my toe in it very briefly. I think I probably played literally 4 games, did extremely poorly in all of them, and was like, well, this was fun, but I'm not having very much fun. I think I'll just stop now. This seems very complicated, and why does nobody believe what I'm saying when I'm sending them messages? And then it was kind of like dormant for a very long time. And what actually got me back into it was after I'd moved to Australia, and for whatever reason, the YouTube algorithm threw up the videos that Chris Martin did on the WDC top board, which was Chicago in, I think, 2016.
Yep.
And watched those and found them really fascinating and really interesting. I'd never played face-to-face before. I'd only ever done it, like I said, WebDip online. And watched those and thought, this is cool. I'd really like to do something like this. This sounds fun. One of the players on that board was Andrew Goff, Australian, and I did some Googling and found a Facebook page that he'd set up, and I went along to play at PoppyCon 2022, which was the first time I'd ever played Diplomacy face-to-face. Really, really enjoyed it. I only played 1 game at that tournament. My debut face-to-face game has got a bit of a storied history in the Australian hobby called the Return of the Mac game, because Peter McNamara was a Germany who was on 2 centers in 1904, and he ended up topping the board on 16.
Nice. And who were you in that game?
I was Italy. I can't remember all the details of it, but I do remember being dragged into separate rooms by Gavin Atkinson and Shane Cubis, who are both Australian players well known in the hobby, being explained the concept of a stalemate line, whilst Peter is occasionally popping his head in saying, like, Rob, I could get you 7, I could get you 8, 9. How many centers do you want, Robert? And they're like, no, don't.
Were you tempted?
Oh, I was very tempted. I think as a new player in like 1910, we've been playing for like 5 hours or whatever, being told, oh, you just have to support here and hope that we eventually draw, seemed a bit boring. But I stuck through, and we stopped a solo, making the game even more legendary than it already was.
All right, so you've been at the game for a while then. What is it about the game that you love? Like, what keeps you hooked?
I think, like, following on, I was listening to what Darcy was saying, and I think it's similar to that really, which is it's a combination of grand strategy, but reading people as well, and relationships, and trying to figure out what other people want and how you can align what you want with what they want, so that you both come out with an equitable outcome that seems to suit both parties. And then trying to do that not just in a one-to-one situation, but doing that with 7 players on the board obviously gets really complicated, because at the end of the day, it's a board game. Someone has to be losing out. It's not quite zero sum in terms of like you and an ally, but across the whole board, if someone's gaining, someone's losing. But creating a structure where everybody kind of is happy with the result is kind of like what I find interesting.
Is it so? Some people talk about sort of the joy of collaboration and finding sort of things to do together. It doesn't sound like you're quite saying that. It sounds more like you're saying there's something sort of elegant about finding solutions that benefit you and someone else, but it's sort of the elegance of it that interests you. Am I reading you right?
Yeah, and so obviously I've the vast majority of my diplomacy playing has been in Australia, which has got a heavy influence. And like Goffey and Jamal are the 2 players who have really set the tone for the Australian hobby, I think, in its growth over the last couple of years, which I'm a part of. And so the way that they think about the game is really influential amongst the Australian, like Zoe and Brandon on this board, for example, Darcy, you spoke to earlier. I think the way they think about the game is kind of like a framework that the majority of Australian players coming through in the last couple of years think about the game as well. And the way that my own personal spin on it is very rarely does the end result of a board something that the players are unhappy with, if that makes sense. usually the player who tops a board, or the players who top a board or do well, is with a general consensus of everyone else in that game. It could be a grudging consensus, but like the nature of the game is someone in like 1908 can be on 13 centers and seemingly in an imperious position, but if all the other players on the board decide they don't want that person to win, then that is still very possible to make happen. So whilst the dynamics on the board and the strategy and the tactics are really important, the way that I think about the game is you want to put yourself in a position where other players are happy with you winning. And I think that's the challenge. I think balancing that with the tactics, because obviously you do need to attack and sometimes stab players, but the perfect stab is the one where you stab an ally for 2 or 3 dots, and then you go to them and you're saying, I'm really sorry, but I had to do it because of X, Y, Z. And they're like, yeah, you know what? I see your point. You were right. Let's still work together anyway. And that's kind of like that's the ideal that we're always striving towards, I think.
That's the grudging part that you mentioned.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's a very sort of copacetic vision of how the game should evolve, in an individual setting.
You didn't ask me how well I put it into practice, which is not quite as well as I explained it. So,
how well do you put it in practice, Robert?
I think I'm a reasonably decent player, but I'm maybe not quite at we played the club game on Saturday, which Goffy was at, and I was a rusher, and I ended up finishing on 2 very bravely in Warsaw in Sweden in that game. So
okay.
It doesn't always quite work as well as I sell it.
Yeah. Did you still have fun?
Yes. Yeah. Always have fun when Goffy is attacking me.
Did Goff top the board, or did someone else?
No, Goff subbed out because a new player came along halfway through, and he wanted to give them the opportunity to take over his Germany position. But Goff did at fall 1901. I leave the room to talk to France, and I hear in the main room where the other 5 players are, Goffy speaking loudly, "Who's getting Romania?" and which was meant to be mine. And then I hear, whilst I'm talking to France and desperately trying to exit the conversation, that Goffy is arranging the rest of the board to bounce me out of Romania, and he's going to bounce me in Sweden. And I scramble back, and I can't change my orders, and I'm like, oh dear, this is going to go very badly.
and it did.
And it did, yes. Yeah.
Did you agree with how the game ended?
I ended up surviving, and I was very happy to survive.
Happy about that. All right, Robert, we brought you on here to also talk about this particular game. So you've been watching on the sidelines. What do you think about what you've seen so far, the first 2 years?
I was not surprised at all that Goffy rallied everybody to try and attack Jamal right off, because that's what he's been telling everybody what his plan was for this game for the last couple of weeks. Jamal, I think, 100% saw it coming, which is why he went to Tyrolia in spring 1901, thinking that Zoe is the person that he would most be able to rebuild the relationship with. So bouncing Tyrolia, keeping Zoe in a position where she could still pressure the East, I think was probably his plan. And Brandon, I'm not surprised at all by the way he's playing it. He's a very chill. I think me and Brandon think about the game pretty similarly. He likes to hang back and play patient games, and I think I would have built Army Paris, but I'm not surprised at all that he waived both builds.
All right. Well, so who do you like at this moment? Like, if you had to pick a player to take over the position for, who would you pick?
I think France, but I also really like Siobhan's position as well. I wonder if there is a deal that Siobhan can cut with Karthik here, where it's something along the lines of, look, I'll take St. Petersburg with the fleet, but I need to cover North Sea now. I can pull Norwegian back. I can put you in Sweden under the pretense of running an EF, but going into North Sea and giving her options for this year and for next year. So I'm wondering if there's a possibility there. And then also buttressing, or not necessarily buttressing Karthik, but basically saying, look, I'm not making any more inroads into you, so you go and deal with Austria and Turkey, whichever way around you want to do it, whether you want to work with Goffy against Katie or whether you want to work with Katie against Goffy.
All right, McCallus, is there anything you want to ask Robert before we dive into into the moves?
No, I think we're good.
All right, let's do it. So, Robert, we are going to have McCallus do a read of the first read for the Spring 1903, and then we'll turn to you for some analysis. McCallus, here are the moves for Spring of 1903.
All right, so Siobhan solves the North Sea problem by not actually solving it and just bounces it in spring from Norway. Okay. Does get Sweden to Finland, but now you've got a problem with Sweden needing to be covered as well, and you probably still can't get St. Petersburg because Prussia's gone to Livonia. Meanwhile, Brandon is blown up in Munich as Goffey moves in with lots of supports, more supports than Jamal could put on it. I think this is where Brandon was missing not having that unit backfilling Burgundy last turn, and the East doesn't unwind. Like, yes, Naples has gone to Training Sea. Could go in on France still, but it's still not a great. The problem with going in on France is that France is building 2 and is actually now building 3 because Munich's just been blown up. So if they get anything back, they can just rebuild anyway. So yeah, this sort of mess of fleets in the south has yet to break.
Yeah, and Robert, what do you see here of interest?
I mean, yeah, obviously, so contrary to what I said, Siobhan, at least in spring, is trying to press the attack against Carthage by putting the convoy over. I think that the inflection point here is going to be, when does Katie decide she wants to do something? Whether that's trying to get Goff to help her force Ionian. I presume it would be Turkey that would be going to the Ionian here, or make a move on Carthage. I mean, you could argue that Fleet Romania is just a useless unit, right? If they really are committed to this rat. So I don't know if there was discussion about blowing it up in the spring and letting Carthage put something else down in the north that could be maybe more helpful. But obviously that didn't happen. I mean, if you look at Munich, this conglomeration of players around it, there's a lot of opportunity for double dealing and deciding who's actually going to keep Munich, right? Because you've got Italian, German, French, Austrian and Russian units all surrounding Munich. So whether Goffey keeps it or not, I think is interesting to see.
If you were Katie, sorry, McCallus, do you have a thought?
I was going to say, like, if the attack is coming on Romania, the problem now is that it's not a way to take Budapest and Romania at the same time. Like, so stabbing Carthage is a lot less effective than if Vienna had coincidentally held or not got into Bohemia through some means.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily saying it would have been a stab, but maybe with agreement in spring, and then you have the option in fall of deciding whether you want to follow through with it, or whether, like, as I'm sure Goffey would have been pushing, whether Katie then goes into Gal and walks out, or whether you just decide to sit or bounce or whatever. Yeah.
I think that would have been suicide from Carthage, so I'm not surprised he didn't make that deal.
Yeah, I would agree with
that sounds like a way to lose Budapest, Romania, and Sevastopol in the same year.
Well, and plus Carthage, could have disbanded the fleet last time rather than the army.
He chose not to. Yeah.
Let's. Yeah. So, a question here is sort of like, if you were Katie, what would you want to see happen? McCallus.
I'd want Greece, but it's hard to work out how to get it. Like, this is a horrible position for Italy to IT from, with Turkey having 2 fleets in the Med, but it's also a horrible position for Katie to do anything else with. I don't love the attack on Russia. I don't think Goffey is on board with it, and therefore I think it's not a good move, because I think that the moment she moves on Carthage, Zoe's going to come in against her. So Katie really needs to find a way to lure Brandon into the Med. Like, if France and Italy have a real fight, Katie has a lot of options. As long as Italy can stay where they are, Katie is really limited in their ability to do anything.
Don't think, McCallus, there's an opportunity here for Tirolo to Trieste and convoys to Greece with support from Ionian?
There is. Absolutely, there is. I just think that it would be a dreadful move for Zoe to make Turkey that big.
Probably, yeah.
I think that isn't an IT. That's selling Zoe on an IT, and it's an RT. But the problem is that Carthage's not really in a great position to do the RT.
All right, and we can't let this turn go without a comment on these tactics in the north. I mean, there's no world in which that fleet should still exist, right?
I mean, there's not, but it's also I don't get what Siobhan was like. Where did she think Skagerrak was going? Sweden? Surely you don't want it in Sweden. So where else was it going that set of moves would actually work?
Oh, I think Sweden would have been great. Would have been totally quarantined there. You get you pull it out, then you've got your army in play. But no, I think you had to just make sure you blow that up. Norwegian down to north and Norway to Skagerrak with Denmark support. In my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, and then if you're going to Finland anyway, then you convoy the army over in fall. It doesn't make too much difference.
Finland was always ambitious because, like, Prussia to Livonia was always there, so it's just not a particularly beneficial move.
All right, let's move forward into the fall of 1903. Robert, this is going to be your chance to give a first read. Here are the orders. Here are the orders for fall of 1903. Tell us what you see.
Goffy walks out of Munich. He doesn't need dots. Straight into Burgundy. Burgundy going back to Gascony is curious. But then Brandon's also covering Belgium here, so maybe he figures something is afoot with Jamal flipping and like supporting in. So maybe he thinks I don't know. It's still a bit curious to me. In the south and the east, everybody's friendly, everybody's supporting everybody. That's boring. We don't need to talk about that. And another bounce in the North Sea. So again, Skagerrak is gonna stick around and just be an annoying little pest to this EF, which seems like they've got Germany on side now. Germany getting Munich back with Kiel open for a build. Fleet Kiel.
That would be bold. Talk about that in a second. Let's finish up with the moves here, though. McCallus, this is a big surprise to you? This AG cooperation?
Burgundy's obviously a surprise. But it brings me back, like Robert said, we don't have to talk about the Southeast, there's nothing happening. But actually, why? Why is nothing happening? He's gone to Piedmont and Austria's gone to Burgundy. What on earth are those Italian fleets doing still in Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis? Like, if this is a big all-in attack on France because France is doing well, I can get behind that. I'm fairly sympathetic to that view, but you can't half-ass that. Like, you very much need Italian fleets to take Marseille and Spain for that to be a successful strategy. As I said before, France is building too. I think Chevron was potentially in a lot of danger here from those mid-Atlantic and Spain moves from the French. This looks like Brandon might have been lining up, dropping fleet breasts and going in on Chevron. I don't think that will be on the table anymore. So Chevron will be delighted, but yeah, there's quite a few moves on this board that don't make a huge amount of sense. So, I mean, Norway is just left wide open because we've decided that we need to cover Sweden from Norway instead of from Finland. There's a lot of suboptimal moves. I mean, Italy and Russia seemingly didn't know about the plan to put Austria into Burgundy because they both held an Austrian unit that moved. It looks like that was probably cooked up quite late in the term between Jamal and Andrew, but I struggle to see how this is what Italy would have wanted in this position. Like, Tyrolia to Piedmont is such a unlikely move to lead to anything good if you don't have the fleets there backing it up, at least in Lyon, preferably in Lyon and Western Med.
So this potentially throws the whole Eastern alliance structure into question. It's the undercurrent of what I hear both of you saying.
I guess if you're like Karthik especially here, but also Zoe to an extent, it's like, well, Goffy, if you're not taking dots off of Jamal, why are we working together in this big happy family?
What I will say is that the one thing that Norway to Sweden does do is it provides a potential path to try and disengage for England and Russia. So maybe they go in on Jamal together now, put Karthik into Denmark in spring, using Swedish support. Sweden can get into Baltic. There is now a pretty plausible English attack on Germany. I just don't know whether that's really what Siobhan wants to do and whether she's going to be a little bit more concerned about the French as well after those fleet repositions. Because it's really hard to sell Mid-Atlantic as being anything other than hostile to England.
All right, why don't we have a listen to the sideline report, and then we will come back and have a talk about that and also about the winter builds.
Okay, we are here. 1903 sideline report. Patrick, tell us about the West.
Right. Well, the early talks in Spring 03 in the West are dominated by a strange idea. So Jamal pulls both Brandon and Zoe into a call immediately. Zoe's been communicating about fears that this is actually a rat rather than an air or an Eastern Quad. Jamal tries to exploit that to pitch both Brandon and Zoe on Brandon getting support to Bohemia and Zoe basically moving armies in position to stab Goffy. Zoe says she's amenable to this and, eventually, and feels like she needs to respond to that threat of a rat. But the moves will mete out that she did not really mean that as much as she told them. We also mentioned, so the retreat to Skagerrak last year was something that Jamal actually proposed to Karthik. Karthik did it instead of doing Baltic, which he said was against the wish of his allies. But even though Jamal proposed that retreat, he does not then support Skagerrak to North Sea, which was the whole point of doing that in the first place. So a bit of disappointment there from Karthik, but their relationship is still at a bit of a standstill. Jamal also immediately tells Shaban about pretty much everything that he talked about with Karthik after that conversation happens, although it doesn't mention that the ideas that they were talking about were initially proposed by him. Eventually, Katie comes in once after Brandon's in, so she disrupts the Western triple call and says, there are two triples here, I'm not neither of them. So again, both Italy and Turkey are trying to convince the West that they should be helped because they are scared about not being at the triple. But again, one of those fears is more real than the other, it would seem, based on Zoe's moves.
Okay, so in the West, we got to go. There's not a lot happening on the board, and there's a reason there's not a lot happening on the board. There's not a lot happening in the rooms. It's all vibes. It's all everybody who likes who. It's all just trying to be calm, and nothing's happening, and it's all cool. But there are two A personalities on this board that will not accept just being chill, and that is Karthik, which is no surprise, and that is Jamal. They're the only ones that are talking, but they're talking at each other. They can't really get up with plans. And so, Munich was taken. This was worked out by the air, and that's it. As we move into the fall, Patrick, talk to us about what's going on. And Mr. Producer, pull up the map.
Yeah, pretty much the entire fall turn. So first of all, when it's found out that Zoe lied to Brandon and Jamal, Brandon spins it to Shaban that he still thinks Zoe could work with him, but not with Jamal specifically. So I felt the implication of that is very interesting in terms of where Brandon wants this game to go next. Besides that, this turn is also dominated by Karthik and Brandon talking for most of the turn. Karthik is naturally trying to get anyone and everyone to move against England, and since that's failed with Jamal, Brandon is the next guy. Eventually, towards the end of the turn, he proposes that Brandon should move to Mid-Atlantic and Spain South Coast, and then build Fleet Marseille to camouflage his intentions. Brandon actually agrees to do this and ends up doing that. So perhaps some progress being made there in breaking the Western Triple. Jamal and Goffy also have this idea that they should put Goffy into Burgundy. Jamal wants to go along with it because it would overextend Goffy and breed a stab. Shaban and Brandon don't want it to happen because they're not convinced that it'll lead to a stab, but Jamal does it anyway, and Brandon, as we can see, did not prepare for that. He actually felt the need to cover Belgium, which, again, is very interesting in terms of where Brandon wants to go, and I don't think that's with Jamal long-term at this point.
All right, so here's the thing. Brandon is like, this is a charity game. I don't really want to eliminate anybody. I don't want to eliminate Jamal because it's a charity game. And even though it really won't have an effect on Jamal's charity, it just seems rather harsh. And Zoe's like, but it's Jamal. We should eliminate Jamal. The Karthik's saying the same thing, but that's not really going down. Andrew kind of says, I feel remarkably good for a force center Austria here who doesn't have Budapest. He pitches this Burgundy idea that we see in the fall to Jamal. He asked Zoe to support Munich, or rather Zoe volunteered it, but he tells Jamal he'll support him to support Jamal to Munich in exchange for Burgundy. I don't know what Andrew's got going on in his mind here, whether they go back for Munich or whatever, but he pitched Tyrolia to Piedmont here. So this is all Andrew's machinations. Anyways, that's what we got for 1903. Thanks so much.
All right, some really good stuff there, especially about the little peeks into the minds of Jamal and Andrew. Robert, what do you take away from that sideline report?
To give a little insight into the Australian hobby. I think what you've got here is you've got Jamal, a Canberra player, and Brandon, a Canberra player, who are playing like a more, well, Brandon at least is like, well, we don't need to eliminate Jamal. He's a good guy. It's a charity game. And then you have Zoe and Goffey, two Melbourne players, who are like, no, let's kill Jamal. Although I guess if you're walking out of Munich to let Jamal back in, maybe that's changed in Goffey's imagination. I still like Siobhan's position here a lot, and I think I still think there's opportunity for her to get back on terms with Karthik, and then I think her position changes. All those fleets can come back. If Brandon's under pressure now, I think she's in a great position.
McCallus?
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what Andrew thinks Karthik is going to do here. Like, letting Germany back into the game. Karthik, and to a lesser extent Zoe, how is this good for them, and what does he think they're going to do while he permits it? Because Silesia, if there's not an attack on Germany, Silesia doesn't need to be there. Where's Silesia going to go? It doesn't really have anywhere to go except into Austria. So that's not good for Andrew. Italy is, yeah, they've gone to Piedmont, so there's been some sort of deal, but I don't think Italy will be overly thrilled to see Germany back into Munich and building and putting 2 next to Berlin. So, yeah, Andrew's playing a pretty high wire act here to try and keep both of them happy, and I struggle to see how it's going to be sustained for another year or two.
It's hard not to be impressed about Germany getting a build here, though. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty great for Jamal, and yeah, he supported Austria into Berlin. You don't need to follow up on that at all. You can say, now that you're there, deal with it. I don't care.
Yeah, it will be if Goffey, as a condition of the deal with Jamal, told him what he had to build in Kiel.
Meaning fleet? Would your expectation be fleet in that case?
I think fleet is, like you said, it's an incredibly bold decision. But if I'm Goffey, I'm like, sure, I'll give you a dot if you put a fleet down. That just causes a lot of chaos for players that aren't Austria.
Yeah, but it's still. I don't think the fleet is any better for Zoe, which is the problem with that relationship. In whatever unit is in Kiel, the fact that it's 2 German units next to Berlin is why it's a problem for Zoe more than what those German units are.
So one of the thoughts that Jamal was offering the West as an explanation for this was that getting Austrians getting Andrew Goff's army into Burgundy spread out would encourage something against Andrew in the East. Do you think that logic is sound, Robert?
I think if I'm KD, I don't. Any stab I think on Goffey in this position needs, because I mean, just look at his centers. That he's in Serbia. There's a fleet in Romania. Bulgaria is obviously not able to advance on its own without Italian assistance. His allies don't have any units anywhere near any of his centers that are threatening them. So, and obviously that can change. But then if that's changing, then I think. No, I see what he means, but I don't think there's any realistic chance that Austria gets stabbed here, at least this year. I think the board needs to reconfigure slightly before that happens, I think.
I do think there's a chance Austria gets stabbed, but I just don't think it's good for Jamal, because I think that the only way it happens is if there's this disengagement between Siobhan and Karthik. Because if Karthik has those armies freed up to go south and go after Andrew, then there's realistic chance of that being what happens. The problem is that the only way that England and Russia disengage is if England is going into Germany instead here, right? So Skagerrak is taking Denmark or putting England into Denmark. Something's happening to kill Jamal at the same time. So that's not a reconfiguration that works for Jamal either. The only other attacks on Andrew is if Zoe throws everything into him, and I cannot see her doing that with Katie being in Aegean and Eastern Med.
No. If I'm Katie, I'm very happy to sit here until 1905 on 4 dots with all my units in the same position, and then start thinking about making a play.
Oh, interesting. So you think 1904 would be too early for Katie to make a move of some kind?
Yeah, I think let some pressure get put on France. Let Italy feel like they have to get sucked a bit further west first, and then decide what you want to do.
All right. So the last question coming up here in the winter is, what does Brandon build? Is there a case for a fleet, or is it 2 armies? Robert, we'll give you the shot here.
He promised that he would build a fleet in Marseille, so I would not be surprised at all if he sticks to that and puts a fleet in Marseille.
Even with the army in Piedmont?
Yeah, even with the army in Piedmont. Army Paris, fleet in Marseille, Marseille to Lyon, Gascony supports Spain into Marseille, or something like that. Or
I kind of assumed that's what he would have wanted to do, but even before Burgundy happened, because like the attack on England, put 2 fleets down is what the wave, and then putting the fleets where they are looked like it was lining up. And now maybe you've got an Italy and Austria problem. I think you still probably want to put Fleet Marseille down.
Just for the future, for what happens after you repel them, that sort of thing.
Yeah, like those 2 armies, you're so static. If you put just 2 armies down, it's really hard to then see where the 7th French dot is that lets you put the 3rd fleet down, that lets you take more stuff.
All right. And the answer is, for winter 1903, we do get a fleet Marseille, we get Army Paris, and we get an army in Kiel. So the wacky option taken off the table by Jamal. All right, Robert, we're going to give you a chance now to, you like that, huh?
no, I think Fleet Kiel is so much more fun.
You regretted it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So who's your favorite on this board now? Who do you think has the best chance of taking this?
I like the corner powers in this situation. Turkey and England. Siobhan and Katie.
Does one have the edge for you?
I think I like Siobhan's. I think I probably slightly prefer Siobhan's position on the board, purely because I think Mid-Atlantic is going to have to go to the Western Med, or at least it has to stay. I don't think it can commit going to the Channel or heading against England. It would be the wrong move for Brandon here anyway. But diplomatically, I think Katie hasn't burned any bridges with anybody. I think in terms of relationships with everybody, I think Katie's probably in pole position.
You've gone full Brian.
Sorry, I made an adjustment to my mic that I needed to do again, apparently. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you on the broadcast.
No worries. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
All right. Have a great night. And that means that we are ready for our 4th guest commentator of the evening. And that guest is Mr. Jake Mannix. Jake, welcome to the stream.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Is this your first time on DBN as well?
It is. It is my first time on DBN.
All right. The universe has chosen well for the guest commentators tonight. Jake, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live and what do you do?
I live outside of Seattle. Been here for basically all of this millennium. And I work in AI, generally speaking, software and that specific sub area.
So should we just agree to whatever you want now, or you'll just make us in the future?
Yeah, no, not that kind of stuff. I just try to automate stuff, my own job first, and then all the rest of ours later.
Oh yeah, wait, you're coding yourself out of a job, in other words?
Oh, heavily, yes. I teach students part-time as well. Once a year, I teach students how to cope with the fact that we are in the software industry actively coding away our own jobs, and no one will feel sorry for us when all of our jobs are lost, because it's just going to come for everybody else next. But it is sort of the way of the world.
All right, Jake. Well, it's been great having you on the stream.
Yeah.
All right, Jake. Tell us about your experience with diplomacy. When did it start, and how has it gone?
Yeah. So It started when I first moved up to Seattle, in between one of my various attempts at getting a PhD and never meeting, but I tried many times. And in between my first two stints, I stopped off in the software industry in the Seattle area and met up with Buzz Eddy's local house games. And Buzz Eddy was a fixture in the diplomacy hobby in the 80s and 90s and early aughts. He's no longer with us now, but ran a great tournament in Dragonflight in the Seattle area. Back in the early aughts, there were tournaments kind of all over Seattle, Portland, and Vancouver. I kind of got into it, kind of just got hooked pretty early in local area stuff, but it really was when I traveled out to the East Coast come to visit family in Boston and was bored over one Christmas holiday that I got I kind of reached out online. I'm like, is there any house games playing? And someone said, well, there's this guy that you've never met, Dave Miletsky, and he's going to be driving up from Boston all the way to northern Vermont for a game that Doug Massey's putting on. Doug was putting on a lot. He was a big web dipper, email dip back in the early aughts, ran a lot of tournaments, and I'd never met either of them. So here I am, like 23 years old, and invited to go drive in a random stranger's car up 4 hours across icy roads through the New England mountains. And we get up to Doug's house, and they bring me in, and there's a note from Doug. He's not there, and he's got a note on the door saying, like, here are my car keys, beer's in the fridge, here's instructions for the media center. I'm out with my wife. We're going to play diplomacy later. And Miletsky hands me his keys and says, I'm crashing out. I haven't slept for 18 hours. And here I am sitting with two people's car keys, neither of whom I'd met before that day. And the kind of the sheer kind of just trust and kindness of diplomacy players really is kind of this indicator of what I really love about this hobby. And that's kind of like my early introduction to the hobby is that.
Okay, but that's like all not on the board. So the thing you love most about diplomacy is
I hate this game. The actual game itself, like, I don't actually like diplomacy. I just love these people so much, and so I hate it when I'm doing worst when I'm actually doing well at the game, because it stresses me out. Because that means everyone wants to kill you or something. It's much better when someone has killed me. Once I'm getting pummeled, I'm having a much better time because then everyone's being nice to me. I'm a strange diplomacy player. You guys have both played with me, so you've seen this.
Yeah, we had you and I had two memorable games at WDC in San Francisco, and one of those included McCallus, the three of us in the East, and very consequential, at least for my tournament outcome. Why do you hate the game? What is it about it?
It's just so stressful. I play it for the people, and then the whole point of the game is like you've got to do these horrible things, and I can't do this thing that Goffey's doing on this board right here, where you go in and somehow you're a 4-7 surrounded by a Eastern quadruple, and you're doing fine. And I'm like, I do not have that magic. That magic power is not me.
And it pains you not to have it.
It does. It pains me. I love playing with the people, but it's like doing well while being small would be what I would love to be able to do. If I could do that, I would enjoy the game a lot more. Instead, I end up getting big, and then I get stressed out. So I keep playing it because I love playing with the people, but I don't feel like I'm very good at this game. I'm good at it only because people know I leave myself open enough to get stabbed that everyone likes working with me. But it doesn't work out so well for me most of the time.
Well, but it sounds like that's your preference, actually.
I guess. Like, I'd like to start doing better again. Like, I kind of got up to this one peak in the hobby when I played at WDC in 2007 and kind of came in second to Doug Moore's first, and then stopped playing for 17 years while I raised a family. And my kid graduated from high school yesterday, so I'm back.
Congratulations. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you rise up the ranks. So you're playing VDL and virtual
playing
diplomacy?
video. I'm going to try to go to Moot this fall. I'm going to be going to the UK Championships also this fall, and I'll definitely be at Greece next year. So, oh yeah, I'm ready to travel. I'm ready to play.
Jake Mannix back in effect. All right. Well, Jake, let's dive back into this game. And here's where things stand in winter 1903 or going into spring of 1904. What do you think about the game so far?
I love. I need to play with Goffey more. I just love this thing that he's created is just only a thing that only Andrew Goff could do. And being in a position where you can be a 4-center Austria in Burgundy and have none of your neighbors able to actually stab you is like, I just love it. It's magical. And of course, he's also going after the one person on the power on the board who's actually like everyone's picking as like the best position to win the game, walking into Burgundy to kind of attack France as Austria, as a 4-center Austria. It's fun. It's interesting.
All right. So you still feel like Andrew is in control of this game, basically.
He's having a diplomatic control, but the game is still Brandon's. Frankly, if you ask me to call like who's going to win, if I look at the board as it is now, I think it's still Brandon's game.
All right, let's move forward in this game, see how it pans out. McCallus is going to give the first read here, and then Jake will turn to you for some analysis. And here are the orders for spring of 1904. McCallus, tell us what you see.
So what we see is Italy did lose patience with Andrew after that Munich thing and has moved to Venice and Adriatic, which you can only see as hostile. The fact that Turkey's moved to Ionian behind doesn't necessarily bode particularly well for Zoe. France has come into the Med as well, goes to North Africa, goes to Lyon. So Italy's sort of in the Western Med, but like, neither of them are in great positions. France actually has to cover Mid-Atlantic still and Spain, so maybe North Africa will just go straight back. But yeah, Zoe is really going to hope that Katie takes Greece from Ionian because anything else is just like terminal for Zoe at this point, I think. We see maybe the first sign that they're going to rearrange in the north as well. So Finland walks back to Norway. She doesn't really tip your hand in any direction, but it does mean that if they want to go in Denmark, then that's going to be an option. Or maybe finally Siobhan's going to blow up that Russian fleet a year later than she probably should have done.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Please, Jake, to you.
The thing that really jumps out to me is the bounce in Picardy and Burgundy and Ruhr supporting Munich. So he jumps on into Burgundy and then just decides to support Munich there without doing anything from both sides. Against who, I'm not sure. Considering that he controls what everybody around him is doing, does he even need to support Munich? I guess it's just something to do to hang on to position in Burgundy because he wants to be there. But
I'd say it's also if Munich's dislodged right now, the only place it can retreat to is Tyrolia, which is really bad for Andrew. So there's a lot of reasons why he would want Munich to stay where it is in spring.
Yep. No, I totally agree with that. Yeah, this does not look great for Zoe. This is the move. Unless there was a complete arrangement and a lot of trust for this Ionian move, and that was intentional, in which case, maybe this can turn into a, IT, but an IT with Turkey in the Ionian is a scary IT for Italy.
Yeah, like Zoe's best case scenario here is that Katie doesn't kill her yet.
Exactly.
It feels like a big moment suddenly. You guys have isolated Zoe's fate hanging in the balance here. And also, there's a possibility that something may happen in the north with this fleet in Skagerrak. All right, so those are the two places that we're looking at. Jake, you're going to call the first read here. Tell us what you see.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got some interesting stuff in the east. This is Bulgaria getting piffed while we're convoying across to Greece. Is that what happened?
Attempted convoy, but
misordered.
Yeah, Aegean ordered a support, not a convoy.
That's rough. I wonder if that's intentional. I assume not. Meanwhile, it's a piff of Bulgaria. Intriguing. And so the support and the attack on Trieste, while Bohemia into Tyrolia, not going back to Vienna to cover. So it's an attack on Andy, but I'm not really sure what is going on, given that he's taking Bulgaria at the same time. Was that, I guess if it was just a misorder, then this was just kind of cover his butt, and he came out smelling better than he has any right to. Silesia, Black to Galicia. So they're all going on Andy now. That's going to be rough. Skagerrak has finally popped. Oh my goodness, finally. That is like a thing waiting how many years. St. Pete is just a pretend war. This is all them kind of tapping on each other while Karthik kind of holds his position and is dropping down into his finally to attack on Goffy. I love the Burgundy to Ruhr, but Goffy is not going to have the position to keep that unit for much longer. That's not going to be long for this world. And then France is still looking fantastic. Brandon is just like, by doing nothing really that fancy, playing the patient game, his position is just very solid. Looking great and able to cover Mid-Atlantic with an excuse. Fantastic. And you actually get in, so it's not even a bounce. That's beautiful.
Yeah, Brandon has the lovely advantage of not having anyone really angry at him. Right?
And being able to go into Burgundy and have an excuse. And you don't even need to support your way in, and it makes it in. And MAO. Very nice.
McCallus, your thoughts on Fall 1904?
Yeah, I mean, Zoe has had bait and save to some degree. Katie misordering that convoy is huge for Zoe. It means that Zoe is then get to build and probably not come under immediate attack from anyone. I don't think this war with Brandon is going anywhere at the moment. So this is good news for Zoe. What I will say is Silesia to Delicia, not necessarily anti-Andrew. The fact that Bohemia's pulled back as well, this could be the first move before you see Delicia to Romania, Romania to Black Sea from Karthik, who is rebuilding now that Skagerrak's been blown up, could put Army Sevastopol down and go in hard on Katie, who is very vulnerable now.
Big build moment here from Karthik.
Definitely.
And to be honest, it's what I would do in this position as Karthik. I don't see the attack on Austria being the right move for him. I think that Katie's misorder is such an opportunity for Karthik to just go and dominate all of Anatolia, because if you take those Turkish dots, Austria's got one fleet, Italy's got 3 fleets, but they're all the other side of the Ionian Sea. Russia would get all of it if Karthik gets the jump correctly. So there is huge payoffs for Karthik if he can play that correctly. I'd say it's also a great turn for Siobhan. Yes, Brandon's got back in Mid-Atlantic, but Brandon was there before, and now Siobhan doesn't have to worry about that Russian fleet and can disengage with Karthik if she wants to and go into either France or Germany.
Jake, do you agree with that? So there are 2 things about that analysis I'm curious to hear your thoughts on. One is the claim that it's good for Zoe that Katie didn't get into Greece. So we'll start with that. Or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I think I'm a guy that likes having a stab go with an ally, almost always. I almost never stab on my own. So, people are here making notes of this for all the games I'm about to be in. I want my ally to go in with it and actually get something out of it, so we're growing together. Because then I feel like they're actually on board. Otherwise, they start to get desperate and they might do something else. So I don't think it's necessarily great for Zoe, especially given Karthik's position. With Karthik's position as it is, you kind of don't want to have Russia just roll all over Turkey, even if you're taking, although you could go, right? So that then lets you be like, okay, sure, let's just carve it up together. I'm going to take out most of Austria, you take out Turkey, and we be pals. So that could work out fine. But
yeah, I think a wintergreen is Zoe's best hope here for sure. And at the moment, I don't think it's what Karthik's necessarily going to go for. But I think that if Katie had taken Greece while staying in Ionian Sea, I really struggle to see how that's good for Zoe at all. If you're taking Greece from Ionian, maybe you can sort of square that as an IT, but doing it by the convoy and staying in Ionian Sea it's bad for Italy. It's just bad.
true. I completely concur with that. Yep.
Jake, the other question I had for you, based on what McCallus was talking about, was about Karthik's options here. Do you like the idea of Karthik moving on Katie here?
Well, I actually, what it really does is I really love the position. Once McCullough says that, I'm like, okay, yeah, I could totally see that being a fantastic move on Katie. But given the opportunity for the Wintergreen as well, you could just go the other way and just be like, I'm just going to jump on Goffy first, do that later. There's so much positioning for either direction that I think it's just a great position for Karthik. Vienna's just there. It's just, easily workable if you got help from Zoe. Goffy can't protect against both sides at the same time. But yeah, I could see that position being really nice for attacking. Although build center stabs are, super stressful, but there's not much that Katie can do about it.
McCallus?
Yeah, well, the one hang up I have on going off to Austria first as Russia is that taking Vienna is pretty easy. Taking Vienna whilst not losing Budapest, not as easy. And
what if you're building Army Warsaw, though?
Again, that's the real build phase stab, I suppose. And yeah, maybe you can try and do that, but
is any build not going to be signaling who you're attacking here for Karthik?
If you build in Sev, you can still sell Katie that it's tough shit. I'm going to do that either way. I'm going to go in on Austria, but I was just building in Sev.
Yeah, but what's she going to do, right? Like she's
can't do much about it, but it pretty much, yeah.
So that's probably the right call. You know what? I forgot we have the sideline video for 1904, so let's have a listen to that, and then we'll come back and get thoughts on that.
All right, we're here for 1904. Patrick, I'm throwing it to you. Spring 1904. What's going on?
All right. So there was a conversation at the start of the term between Siobhan and Brandon. I was a little late to it, but the first thing I heard when I did come in was Siobhan saying, quote, "Is this the time now to start taking things from Jamal?" And I think this really indicates a change of attitude from Siobhan about how the West needs to go for the near future, especially because of Brandon's move to Mao. I think she can start to sense that Brandon wants a change to be made in this game, and he's not sure about what direction that change will take, but he might not be so happy with just continuing to do Western triple stuff. So perhaps making a pitch to him for that reason. After that, Jamal comes in, but the three-way call doesn't last as long as it has in previous turns before Siobhan leaves. And Brandon takes an opportunity to tell Jamal that he is going into the med and to ask from him for specific tactical advice. So that suggests he's not going to go north because otherwise, he'd clue Jamal in about that. Siobhan then talks with Karthik and says the whole board is just, quote, Jamal and Andrew pulling all the strings. And she really wants to disentangle. They work out a whole plan to do that. Some of that is followed through on. And Karthik admits after being asked that Jamal asked him to retreat to Skagerrak out of Sweden, which really ends up being quite eye-opening for Siobhan. She then goes to Jamal and talks to him about that. And Jamal half admits that he asked for that, but only because he didn't want Karthik to retreat to Baltic Sea, which would have killed him. So finally, some very real tension seeping into these Western relationships, especially EG.
All right. So in the West, Katie and Zoe are sort of driving this. Katie, here's a quote from Katie. "I'm just hanging out until someone wants to work with me. But it's been a while, and no one wants to work with me. I just want to remind you that I exist. I am a person, and I exist. And I would be willing to be involved in some plans." So she and Zoe come up with, all right, let's change it up a little bit. Let's attack Andrew here. They don't tell Karthik about it, but that's the motivation here. Meanwhile, Brandon's a little upset about the move to Piedmont. That's why you see these moves here. Jamal is pitching the JIF alliance, Germany, Italy, France. Who knows? He tells Zoe he's not going to take Berlin. In any event, Andrew starts out the season a little down with all these, starts fall with all these moves against him here in the spring, saying, "I got into Burgundy, but I forgot France was getting a lot of builds. I need a moment to digest what has happened." So anyways, Kevin, if you could move us to fall 1904, as we go in there, it's sort of like everybody is Katie's friend in the West, but Patrick, I'm going to throw it over to you for the East.
The East? Anyway.
The West.
It's worth noting that that Siobhan's spring move, she lied to Jamal about where she was moving units for the first time I can remember all game. She said she was moving to Bothnia and continuing to push on St. Pete. She did not. She covered her own butt in Scandinavia and disentangled a tiny bit with Jamal by leaving Finland. But Jamal kind of brushes that off. He offers to help Siobhan blow up that fleet in Skagerrak finally. Seems like they're letting bygones be bygones with the whole thing about Jamal asking Karthik to do that in the first place. Siobhan says she'll take that support. There are other talks later in the turn that contradict that, but we see which one she takes here. Meanwhile, Brandon and Zoe are having the big talk, as you'd expect, about who actually provoked who to attack. They agree to disentangle just by covering their own stuff. Not much going there. Karthik then later asks Jamal who he should side with between Katie and Zoe and Goffy, now that Goffy's being stabbed. Jamal's pretty non-committal about his answer. Karthik's annoyed by that. He's annoyed by a lot of things from Jamal at this point, because Jamal's telling him that Siobhan is too entrenched in the north. I don't want to help you up there because it won't get me anything, and you should play a southern game instead. And Karthik really doesn't want to do that. He wants to have that northern presence. So there's a bit of dissonance there. Karthik also offers Siobhan support into Denmark this turn, but Siobhan doesn't really buy that he's willing to do that, so nothing really comes of it. And
All right.
That's what leads to these moves.
Okay, so in the East, this is Andrew going to Zoe saying, are you going to take Trieste? And she's like, yes. And he's like, well, if you put the fleet in there, I'd be, okay with it. And she hems and haws and doesn't say what she's going to do. Meanwhile, Andrew goes to Katie. It's like trying to get, Katie on side a bit. And Katie goes, I don't want to lie to you. I'm attacking Greece. And he goes, well, I thank you for your honesty. Thank you very much. And this is at the very end of the turn. He goes to Karthik and says, hey, can you support Greece to Bulgaria? Meanwhile, Katie had gotten Karthik to agree not to move Romania. I think originally she had a support order in, a supporting con to Greece. And Karthik said, sure, I'll just hold it. And then at the end, Andrew goes to Karthik and is like, hey, I need you to support Greece to Bulgaria. Can you do that so we can defend against this IT? And Karthik, sure, I can do that. I can. Time ran out. I'm sorry, I didn't get the order in. But as it turns out, so Andrew might actually think Karthik's on side here, but that's actually not what's happening. And so we'll see how this shakes out. There's this ongoing cooperation here. Or finally, Siobhan and Karthik decided to talk to each other and try and disentangle. Whether or not, this was agreed or not, I don't know. On Skagerrak. All right. Anyways, that's it for this broadcast. Thanks.
All right. Good stuff as always. Jake, to you first. What'd you get out of that? That was interesting for you.
Yeah. So the most interesting part is the Goffy and Karthik discussions kind of at the end there, where Goffy's not going to buy that for an instant. That was I ran out of time. He's definitely going to know that was an intentional thing, and is going to be looking to worry about what is Galicia's real intent here. So, I'm looking for him to defend himself more there in some way, but the kind of disentanglement in the north kind of is what we've been reading anyways. So the discussions around there is interesting. The fact that Siobhan says this is Goffy and Jamal running the game, the two 4-center powers running the game, which, when it's those two, it kind of has been sort of going that way, which is remarkable and a testament to their skill. But the fact that Goffy kind of forgot that there were two builds in the pocket for Brendan is also kind of on par for my experience with Goffy. Like, brilliant mastermind of the board, but like sometimes just the most obvious things are the ones that he'll just not pay attention to, and then have to kind of retroactively figure out what to do with that.
McCallus.
Yeah, I think that the relationship between Karthik and Siobhan is going to be key here. If they can disentangle it, it sounds like they were having the conversations to start doing that. Whether they fully trust each other yet, I don't know. But it doesn't take a lot now to see Norway to Sweden and Barents to Norway, and boom, job done. If they can get that going, I think that there's actually a lot of profit in it for both of them. And it sounds like Siobhan has realised that this Western Triple can't stay together any longer, and is probably leaning more towards going in on Jamal than going in on Brandon, for whom there's not a good English attack on at all now.
Sorry, go ahead, Jake.
Jamal is going to build that fleet now. I can see it. He's going to do it.
I think so.
All right, so eyes on Jamal, eyes on Karthik. So just to finish that though, McCallus, that Northern Fleet for Russia, you think Siobhan could live with that?
I mean, now that there's only one, yes, because what difference is it whether that one Northern Fleet Russia has is in Sweden or in St. Pete, right? I think while there were two, it's really hard to get ER working together, but that disband, I think it's good for Karthik. I think going and growing in the south is where his growth is. So you don't want to be stuck in Livonia, Moscow doing nothing all game.
All right, so we've got the builds coming up here. I think we'll all be surprised if Zoe builds anything but Army Venice, correct? And then Jamal, we have Jake wishing for Fleet Kiel. And Karthik has the big one, though. Is it Warsaw or Sev? I think we're all expecting an army here. And the answers...
If Karthik builds Fleet Sev, he can just give up now.
We have Fleet Kiel. All right.
Nice. Fleet Kiel. I love it.
All right. Well, that makes Siobhan's job or decision easy. Correct? Or did either of you want to surprise me that Siobhan has doesn't fight Jamal here?
I don't see why. They're if Brandon was more open further into the med, maybe there's a stab, but there just isn't a stab on France, and you don't trust Germany. You don't want to give a reason for Germany and Russia to work together, so you've got to be attacking one of them.
Do you like that build from Kiel?
Yes, because I think that England was coming, so I think that building an army is just hoping, and hope is not a strategy.
All right.
And Germany with only one fleet is just the saddest thing in the world. No matter how big you are, just the one fleet Germany is just I can just kind of hang out in Denmark. What is that? It's nothing. Two fleets makes you an actual contender.
All right, so Jake, we actually, I think this year went fairly quickly. Would you like to stay on for another year?
Sure. I got nowhere else to go.
All right, well, let's keep moving forward here then. Spring of 1905. McCallus, will go back to you for the orders. Tell us what happens in spring of 05.
Karthik does jump in on Katie. That's the key takeaway. Not a surprise. Correct move. If Karthik's going to win this game, this is going to be a key turn for it. Goffy covers Vienna. Karthik gets into Budapest rather than Romania, but doesn't really matter so much. Maybe he's going to help against Trieste. Maybe he's just going to cover Rum now. Looks like we have another misordered convoy. This time it's French. Spain does not convoy to Tuscany when it really tried to. Or did it try to? I don't know. I'm not convinced that that's a convoy you necessarily want to succeed. So given that Marseille is, trying to get to Spain behind it rather than progress any further attack, I'd be less sure that one's a misorder. France and Germany work together to blow up Goffy in Ruhr, which is probably good for Goffy if he can somehow pull a rebuild out. Bulgaria getting blown up, less good for Goffy. And Siobhan goes back in on Karthik, which does surprise me.
Jake, how do you feel, first of all, about Siobhan's return to the St. Petersburg expedition?
Well, this is what that fleet does for Jamal. Jamal now has a thing okay, we can just go at it, or you kind of were supposed to finish the job here in taking St. Pete, and you didn't. I can help you do that. We can do it together. It can be me and you together doing that, and he can play his Jamal magic, and then Siobhan's if she doesn't have any help from Brandon, which she doesn't because he's doing his own thing. What else have I got to do? Go head to head with Jamal? Just are two fleets on two fleets while my other fleet is stuck up in Barents? Or do I go along with his plan that he probably suggested? And I'm sure he was, as is seen by the moves, he was fully on board with it. And it's his great way to disentangle, building a second fleet to build the EG. Beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, that wasn't really a possibility we considered, actually, that this was potentially pro-England. That fleet was a pro-England
It's
build.
pro-England in a I have the force to back it up kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, now St. Petersburg is actually takeable, right? Baltic has to tap Livonia. There is the matter of Sweden that needs to be considered. So, Siobhan's really at risk here, right? Like she's going to be trusting that St. Peter's will be open. Maybe she gives up Sweden in exchange for it, but the terrible outcome here would be is if she doesn't get St. Petersburg and loses Sweden. So she's definitely at risk here. All right, so back down to the south then. So Katie actually does get the tactics right this time, at least as far as guaranteeing that Andrew loses a dot here, but Sacrifice is left herself completely open to Karthik. Do you like that move by Karthik, the way that McCallus does? Jake?
Oh yeah, no, that move is beautiful. I'm feeling really bad for Katie here. Like she's moving really nicely on Goffey, but is just wide open. That is brutal. It's just Anka's free, and you can even try to do a bounce in con to tie up those other units. It's mean. It's not very nice.
It's not even just con. Like Ank being free means that you can stab for con, or you can go for Smyrna, or you can try something on Bulgaria with Goffey. Like Karthik has so many options that Katie has. Because if Katie doesn't build this year, Katie's game is over. There is no coming back if Katie doesn't get a build. So this is going to be a crucial turn for her to have any sort of future.
And it's a difficult one, right? Because Karthik could go for 2 in her home centers, and she can't prevent that and guarantee that she gets both of the Austrian home centers. Can't even guarantee that she gets one of them if she covers Khan and Smyrna. So, wow, that was definitely an eventful turn. Is this the Spain to Tuscany failed convoy is fun. I wonder if that was inspired by Katie's surely unintentional failed convoy.
Yeah, Katie's was accidental. I'm not particularly convinced that one was accidental. I just don't like what's Tuscany really going to do there. No,
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm wondering if he thought to do that because Katie had messed it up.
Yeah, maybe.
Tactical suggestions. All right, let's go into fall of 1905. Jake, you're going to get the first read on this one. Tell us what you see.
Okay. Wow, what is the fleet mess in the Western Med area doing here? We've got juggles. So the army Spain actually went via convoy to Piedmont, or did it just try to?
Yes. No, it did go. It succeeded. Sorry, I was.
Who's supporting Leon to hold because there's an attack? Oh, okay. So Tice is going to Leon with support from west, but it's cut. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That's what saved that. Okay, so Piedmont because Piedmont is better than Tuscany. Okay, sure. Still seems sort of half-hearted in terms of attack here. Probably just biding time because not sure what's going on with his northern thing. Probably really kind of annoyed that this Western triple is continuing, is what's going through Brandon's mind. But no one's really hurting him yet, so go along with it for now. And love this convoy tap to Livonia to crush St. Pete. Does not take Sweden, just gives it to Siobhan. That's nice. I love it. Meanwhile, going into Silesia. So intriguing. Wait a second, did we just see a slingshot juggernaut move in the Far East? That's hilarious. I love it.
We saw a slingshot. I don't know about juggernaut.
Yeah, I know. It's true. It's kind of like a more, but okay, so Goffey supports her Katie into Romania while Karthik convoys over taking. Wow, that's how much of that was arranged. I want to know. I really want to know. I smell a Goffey like magical sauce going on here, but I'm not exactly sure what the intent is behind it.
I think what we can say here is that Karthik has been absolutely taken for all he's worth. Karthik decided to do something fun when really he shouldn't, and he's passed up a golden opportunity and will die because this is, I would say, fatal. Is now he's lost St. Petersburg. He's down to 4. Yeah, the 4 has one of them in Bulgaria and isolated. Katie is going to build in Com. This position.
Katie's building 2.
Yes. She got Greece and Romania.
Yeah, Karthik's toast. Like Karthik Instead of doing the obvious sensible moves, Karthik tried to do something big, and it has blown up completely in his face. And
I believe this calls back to your beginning of the game tarot cards. His fool position of play the clever thing and see what would happen is we're seeing what would happen sometimes.
Yeah, this is definite recklessness from Karthik, and I don't know, man. Maybe this is why you don't win many top boards.
Brutal, McCallus. Brutal. We at the beginning of this turn we speculated about what might happen with Katie and what she needed to do. This could not have gone better for her. Is that a fair assessment?
Yep.
Why? So McCallus, Jake saw some masterminding here by Goff. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I don't know if it's masterminding so much as sort of scrambling, but yes, he's back. He's getting to rebuild in 3. He's not dead yet. The 2 Turkish units that are next to him are both fleets and can't do anything about it. So he's got the ability to fight Italy if France keeps the attack up, and France has kept the attack up. And I would imagine Andrew has negotiated that and convinced Brandon to come in. So yeah, and Goffy's not dead yet. I mean, to be honest, Goffy's position is better than Karthik's, and that just goes to show what an awful turn that was for Karthik on how on earth that is possible.
I mean, so here we are in winter of 1905 and have a look at the center chart. And if you had, after 1901, if you had Andrew Goff having 2 fewer centers than Jamal Bukhari, then you should probably buy some stocks and give us all some advice so that we can follow it. AR got off to this big start, moving into the stalemate, onto the stalemate line, and now they together have 7 centers after 5 years. All right, why don't we take a listen to some sideline reports, and then we'll do some winter 1905 adjustments. Here they are, sideline for 1905.
All right, we are here for 1905. Patrick.
All right, so at the start of the turn, Siobhan again pulls Brandon aside and kind of complains about the lack of growth she feels like she has, kind of implying that, hey, maybe I want to fast track my growth a bit with German dots. Brandon says he'd be happy if Siobhan got German dots first, but he's worried about the Austrian units like in Ruhr helping Jamal out. Then Jamal comes in and pitches a guaranteed move set for Siobhan to get St. Pete this year. She expresses concern about Brandon getting balled up in the med, but Jamal goes over the tactics on both sides of the board with both of his allies and seems to genuinely change Siobhan's mind about whether EF or Western Triple is better in this current board state, and really kind of saves his position.
So in the East, it's really kind of Katie. Katie starts out, I'm so upset. I'm just crushed. She goes to Karthik. She says this. Karthik goes, it's okay. I will limit the damage I do to you. That's how he starts the conversation. Katie's like, that's a horrible thing to say. Karthik like, I'm not the one who misordered the convoy. And Katie's like, let's still attack Austria. It'll be better for you because I'll be slower in progress. And Karthik's like, I can go to Armenia and black and then convoy to Bulgaria. And I'm like, Katie's like, this is the deal you're offering me? This is the deal you're offering me? She goes, that's not cool. This sucks, dude. It really sucks. And any event, Karthik goes to Andrew, see if they're going to work together. Karthik, he's really feeling great because he's working out deals with Siobhan not to get attacked. As you can see, that didn't work. But he also tells Andrew, Katie is going to make the incorrect decision to defend against me, which is sort of hilarious. Zoe's giving empathy to Katie. It's all about Katie and her mindset. She's like, look, if it's a crappy AR versus a crappy IT, let's do it. And Katie, I'm just going to go to Karthik and agree to his stupid plan. But if I get the chance, I'm attacking him. That's basically how it ended up. And Andrew really wanted Brandon to convince to convoy to Tuscany. He said he needed it. And he got an agreement on that. But another misorder. But unlike Katie, who's really depressed with her misorder, Brandon, the coolest kid in class, the coolest kid in school, nothing ever bothered him, goes, it's like that sometimes. No problem. He's fine. All right, go on to the fall.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so once again in the West, Jamal's feeding tactical advice to both of his Western triple friends, following through on those movesets that were mentioned before. After the misordered convoy to Tuscany, Jamal's talking about, okay, how about you convoy to Piedmont now, and I can go to Tyrolia, so we can just both come down on Zoe. That plan doesn't stand for the whole term, but again, it shows that Jamal is really doing his absolute best to make himself continue to seem useful, and it seems to be working because for the first time in a couple of years after that, especially EG tension, no private chats between EG, FG, or EF even hint at a deviation from the Western triple party line, which is to just keep going because the East is such a mess. Siobhan had a talk with Karthik this turn that really just convinced her that there won't be any serious alliance structure for a while, which could allow them to really just roll from here in a way that she didn't think would happen even in the spring. Karthik, meanwhile, is starting to feel that hardening of the Western triple. He's getting a bit more desperate in his talks with both Siobhan and also Jamal. He renews the offer to do whatever Jamal wants in the South in terms of stabbing somebody between Turkey and Austria. Jamal cites that he's his pretty non-dot grabby reputation and says Karthik will be fine if his units just do things that are good for England and Germany. But while Karthik's trying to reply to that, Jamal leaves the call. So that's really a bit of a token thing to say. Not really getting very far with that.
In the fall, Katie's pretty desperate. She said, I spent the entire game complaining that no one will work with me, and then someone did, and I messed it up. It hurts. And so, Karthik is like, hey, there's a Western triple here. So he's really sure that he's working with Katie and Zoe against the Western triple. Katie's like, doesn't know what Karthik's if he's really going to go through in this convoy or not. But in any event, she doesn't tell Andrew that this convoy is happening. Andrew says, go to Romania. I'll support you. I'll take Budapest. So she worked with Zoe on that. But Andrew said the deal for that is not taking any more of my centers. And of course, Katie takes Greece. So I don't know how Andrew's going to react to any of this. I don't know, what's happening. And one funny thing about Jamal, like Jamal gives the impression that it's all fun and we're on Jamal's time and it's a great experience. And Brandon really kind of played into that. He's like, I'm just going to go after Zoe here. I'm not going to attack Siobhan. And Jamal's like, well, let me give you some moves that'll better help you attack Zoe. And he's like, no, I don't want any help. And you can tell Jamal, he's such a control freak. He's like, no, you got to go to Piedmont. You got to do it. Like, and he just gives through the orders anyways. He does
go to Piedmont, something.
And in the end, he listened to Jamal, but it's sort of hilarious. Anyways, we'll see how they react to the Western triple. Back to the broadcast.
All right. So a little bit of insight into the mind of Karthik Kanath there. Nicholas, I'll give this one to you first.
Well, Karthik, you certainly limited the damage you did to Katie. You certainly didn't limit the damage you did to yourself in the process. I don't know. I said before the game that Karthik had to worry about not being overbearing, and the first opportunity to be overbearing, he jumped right in with Katie and managed to do it. So congrats there, I guess. And yeah, everything had lined up for Karthik to have such a beautiful year, and he's just flubbed it completely. And yeah.
Jake?
Yeah, that's rough. And I'm sure that Katie was completely shocked that she came out of this as well as she did. She was scrambling. I'm sure she probably wasn't even really intending to stab Goffey. She's like, yeah, I'll take your support. Hopefully you'll actually do it. I'm actually going to go for Greece anyways because I'm probably going to lose 2 somewhere else. Who knows? I got to hang on and survive. Was not expecting to get both of those at all, is my guess.
Because she shouldn't have.
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we are in winter 1905. We have Katie Gray, sort of with a stunning turn, sort of comeback from a very difficult appearing tactical situation. What does Katie build here, Jake?
Oh, I guess you got to do the IT. You got to build 2 armies.
Nicholas?
Oh, but it's so ugly with Russia and Black Sea. I maybe split the middle, fleet Ankh, army Con, try and get Con into Bull and Smyrna up to Con to take Black Sea.
Is there an argument for 2 fleets here, McCall?
I mean, there's an argument for it. I think it's horrible for Zoe, but I don't think it's necessarily bad for Katie. I think you can turn it into an AT if taking Greece hasn't damaged relations too badly.
There's no AT left. That's just a T.
Well, I mean, they do have the advantage of sort of being like out of each other's hair, right? Like Andrew doesn't have that fleet anymore, and if she built 2 fleets, she has black guaranteed. Go to a G in here, and then it would be a bold statement, right? Just like 2 armies would be. All right, Andrew is going to build obviously fleet Army Vienna. You heard the.
I agree. Andrew is obviously going to build fleet Vienna.
Yeah. My mind had 2 different paths. One was regret that he couldn't build a fleet because he's Austria, and the other was that Vienna was open. Okay, Siobhan, would either of you like to make the case for another surprise army?
I mean, it's a Western triple. You have to build an army, right? It's not even a surprise. I'd be more surprised if she built a fleet.
Yeah, even with Fleet Mid-Atlantic sitting there.
Siobhan's not attacking France here. Like, Jamal's gone the other way with his units, and she's put the army into St. Pete rather than the fleet. Siobhan is sticking with the Western triple, and the only Western triple build is Army Edinburgh.
All right, Jake, I got a good laugh out of you. Are you have you been swayed now, or do you still think it's ludicrous?
She can't build a fleet. That's for sure. The question is whether or not I guess since the army's in Yorkshire instead of Eddie already, if it was already in Eddie, then you could argue just wave, like just hang on to it. It's protective, just wave. But because it's otherwise you lose a moment of tempo, then yes, it's the army Eddie. That's what you got to do.
To be fair, if the army was in Edinburgh and you waved, then I would say that's an open invitation for France to stab you. So I don't want to be convoying all my armies off of the island. One of those armies has to stay back.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that an army on the island is a good deterrent to France, and then the other army would be useful in some way. I mean, England and Germany have a little bit of a target issue now as well. What is their target, and how does France fit into that? All right. Oh, you know what, Jake? That is going to be the end of our time together here. It's been great having you on, but you got the chance now to give your thoughts on where you think this game is going to head next. Who do you think has the inside track from here? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's get the builds. You do get to see the builds and comment on those. So here are the builds for.
I love it.
Fleet London.
London. Wow, I was not expecting that.
All right, 2 armies from Katie Gray. Fascinating. So that looks like a clear bid for an IT. Would you both agree with that? All right.
Only breed.
And we have the Fleet London. What does that tell you about how Siobhan views either or both of her neighbors? Jake, we'll start with you.
I think it's just defensive. I think Siobhan is not really sure how things are going to play out now that Jamal's back in the game. She's on board with him, but I think she's just going to play, I'm making sure I don't have you turn around on me because we already got St. Pete. Once you got St. Pete, what does Germany do with 2 fleets? They park them somewhere, but you're arguing that if we want to turn around, we can go on France together, but I'm going to hold and be someone who is not just taken for a ride.
Yeah, I think this is the end of EG2 operation. I think that Siobhan either expects Jamal to do it, or because of this, Jamal will now do it. We'll go for Sweden here. And Siobhan is gonna, now that Karthik's no longer got a northern fleet, has pulled another army off. St. Petersburg's not under threat. I think Siobhan's gonna go in on Germany and try and get France to go back to Belgium.
All right, we will find out soon enough. So, Jake, parting thought then: who do you think is likely to win this game?
Oh, I'm gonna put a dark horse candidate on Katie.
All right,
it's 1905 Turkey with no real danger. If she had the Black Sea, then I wouldn't even feel like it's a dark horse. But if she can find a way to negotiate some way of just getting the Black Sea by one of the disbands comes that way, or is able to sneak around and just route around it and not really care that it's there, and eventually it gets disbanded. I see a bright future for a 5-center Turkey in this position.
All right, Jake, it has been a pleasure having you on the stream tonight. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you. I'd heard your name before, but hadn't gotten to meet you. And it's been nice spending another evening with you.
Nice spending the evening with you too. Thanks for having me on the show.
All right, Jake. We'll see you soon. All right. Before we bring on our next guest commentator, I think it's time to have a check-in on how the fundraiser is going. I probably should have looked at it first because there might be a disappointing answer here. Actually, we have not had any more donations, so definitely should have checked in on that. So we are stuck at 40 donations. That means that we are 10 short of our ability to max out that donation challenge of $20 per donation. That was up to 50. So if you're out there and you're just tuning in and you haven't donated, here's what the page looks like. If I can do it. No. Ta-da. All right, here's what the page looks like. Go to diplobn.com and click on the Broadcaster Brawl button, which will take you to a page that has a link to this one. You can also look in the show notes for this YouTube broadcast, and you will find a link that takes you directly to that Broadcaster Brawl page. And please donate. We are now at $42.61 on the GoFundMe. You add in what the match has already accomplished, and that takes us up to about 7,000. So we'd love to at least max out that matching donation, and we'll check in on that in a little bit. All right, that means that it's time to bring on another guest, and that guest is waiting in the wings, and his name is Shane Armstrong. Shane, welcome to the stream.
Lovely to join you.
Shane, you have been on DBN, right?
I have, yeah. I've been interviewed on Deadline, and I've filled in bits and bobs on a bit of commentary sometimes, I think, for Australian stuff. So, yeah.
Nice. All right. I'm not going to speculate on your accent, but I know that you're Australian. So,
yes. Although at Worlds, I was working with an English player, and you were on the same board, actually. And someone said, "Oh, do you Australians always work together?" I was like, "This guy's not Australian, he's English."
Was it Brandon just mixing the accents up again?
Yeah.
Oh, it may have been. It was you, wasn't it?
Oh, it was entirely me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we talked about it a bunch after the game too.
Yeah.
And what was amazing about it was that before I was told that he was English, I had no doubt that he was Australian. I had only heard an Australian accent, and then as soon as I was told he was English, it was clear that the accent was English. There was no question that, and I could hear the difference completely. It was a perfect example of how expectations color your perceptions. I expected Australian because there's so many Australians around, and I just had decided it was Australian. Anyway. So I sort of did the same trick a little bit earlier. I knew that Robert lived in Australia, and so I projected Australianness onto him. Okay, but you, sir, did grow up in Australia. You have a genuine Australian accent.
Yes, very much so.
Tell us about yourself. Where do you live now? What do you do?
Cool. I was born in Sydney. I now live in Canberra. I moved down here about 20 years ago. I work for the Australian government. I'm what's known as a performance auditor. So it's kind of like the National Audit Office in the UK or the Office of Government Accountability in the US. And so I investigate government departments, make sure they're working efficiently, ethically, blah, 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 depending on whatever the Auditor General tells us to do.
Oh, great. Thank you for that. That is extremely important, especially in this day and age. Tell us about your experience with diplomacy. How'd you get started?
My first game was in 1997. I had a friend who had this board of this game he'd never played before. He was given it by a relative of some sort, and he's like, "I've got this game. We should play it." I think it was a group of 8 of us. It was a 7-player game, so we were like, "Cool, we can make this happen." We played it. I was Russia. It was my one and only solo. I worked out very quickly that St. Petersburg North Coast joined Norway, and that helped a lot. So we played that a bunch of times. Some people liked it. Some people didn't care as much for it, but it really stuck with me. I then went to university and played a bit online, mostly in play by email back then. I didn't really like the judges stuff. It was a bit too mechanical, so I played in a hand adjudicated community. God, I played on ICQ, if people remember that from a long time ago. I was a bit of a Darcy, maybe not as degenerate as Darcy is, but I certainly played across a lot of formats when I was a student. That was fun. But I kind of actually found press play a bit frustrating at times, and basically kind of just focused on GMing games more than anything else for people. And so I ended up kind of gravitating towards the kind of hand adjudicated play by email community Cat23, which is well and truly gone now. But I do see a few names kind of popping up who used to play there, like David Cohen was still around and he's still bubbling around the hobby. And I saw Brian Ecton was playing at Dixie the other week. So there's still a few old hands from that in community still going around, which is delightful to see. Then obviously I kind of finished my studies and I basically kind of finished playing diplomacy a bit not long after I'd moved down here, actually, because I had work and stuff, and then got married and had a couple of kids, and I kind of found myself gravitating back to the hobby and kind of just really playing gunboat on apps and stuff like that, because that was about all I could really have the capacity to do. And so I'd play a bunch of games and then stop and come back 6 months, a year later, do the same thing. It would ebb and flow for a couple of years, and then this story's been told a few times now, but I was in a cafe one morning on a work morning and I was going to work from home, but my wife and I went to a cafe quickly to get a coffee because she had a bit of a later start or whatever. And I saw a guy in a t-shirt that said diplomacy. And so I'll always comment on someone wearing a t-shirt. As you can see, I wear t-shirts. And so I finished my breakfast and I said, "Oh, cool shirt." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, do you like diplomacy?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to play. It's fun." He's like, "Well, you should stick around because my friend who's ordering his breakfast is starting to organize games down here." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. I'll hang out for a second." So he comes back and we start talking and, there's a WhatsApp group or whatever. But then I finally work it out and I'm like, my name's Jamal, blah, blah, and this is my friend Andrew Goff. And I'm like, I remember that name. So, yeah, Goffy just wearing a diplomacy t-shirt is what basically kickstarted my return to the hobby. And I went along to one of the first face-to-face games that Jamal was organizing down here. And I've been ever since and organizing, tournament directing, blah, 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 blah. I'm president of the Asia Pacific Diplomacy Association at the minute, so well and truly back in the hobby. It's amazing, really, to kind of look and see what we've built over the last, it's still less than 2 years. I think it's about 18 months. So it's incredible. And the diplomacy community is wonderful. I went to San Francisco for Worlds a couple of months ago, and yeah, it's just fantastic. It's really great to be back and involved again.
It's been really remarkable to see how the Australian hobby has just exploded over these last couple of years, and yeah, I mean, you guys are suddenly having bigger tournaments than North America. So North America needs to get its act together.
Yeah, yesterday we all the clubs in Sydney, Canberra, and Melbourne just play monthly whenever they can. And yesterday, all three were playing at the same time. So there was a board in Melbourne, 2 boards in Canberra, 1 in Sydney, all just going at once. And it was great. There's a tournament next week in Sydney. There'll be, I think, 2 boards of people from Canberra, another board from Melbourne, a bunch of locals from Sydney, and people coming in from elsewhere. So, I mean, there's a real possibility that there's 5 board rounds up in Sydney next week, which is amazing.
We've heard that it may even get up to 6 or even 7. Yeah. That was
quite possibly, yeah.
That was the humble brag that we heard earlier. So how long was your hiatus then, ultimately?
Realistically, I kind of wound up jamming like Cat in about 2004, 2005, maybe. The kids were born in 2010 and 2013. I kind of flirted around Gunboat a bit when they were little. And then, yeah, I finally came back on the scene about, 2 years ago now, I suppose. So,
all right. So about 10 years then?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're so glad to have you back and grateful for all of the organizing you're doing.
Yeah, it's always good to get people. And that's the thing, even back then when I was jamming a lot, I just like people playing the game. And so that's what brings me joy. So to see everything that's kind of come through and the community that's been built and things like DBN that are also so passionate about driving people to play the game is, really speaks to me and really, makes me happy. So, yeah.
And we all feel the same way. All right. I want to hear a little bit more about why you like diplomacy. What is it about the game that hooks you?
It's interesting. I suppose it's kind of different things at different times. Like, I mean, even Gunboat is not diplomacy, let's be honest about it. But at the same time, even that and just moving the pieces and the tactics was something that it scratches a few itches, I think. One of the things I like about playing the game is that it stretches you mentally in a bunch of different ways in quick succession. You have to manage the people side of things, the communication side of things, the strategy side of things, the tactics side of things. And then after scrambling around for 15 minutes doing all of that, then you've got to stop and write it down. You've got to actually do this physical thing that's a different part of your brain doing something and translate all of those discussions into words on a page. And I mean, we've seen some misorders today, some genuine, some maybe not so genuine, but I like that it is a full brain workout really when you're playing diplomacy. That's one of the things I really like about it. But I mean, the other thing I really like about it is the people. It is fundamentally a game about people. I think if you don't get the people thing, you're probably not as good a player as you should be. And for me, the best players I've worked with are not the phenomenal human calculator tacticians. They're the people, people. Because the game is only unlimited. The game is only limited by what you want it to be. You can do anything. You can have an opening where you don't build and still solo. You can do whatever you want. You can make a crazy set of moves. You can all swap your home supply centers and still have a fun game. Like, it's just whatever people want it to be. And I think that was one of the great things about going to SF for Worlds was just seeing so many other people who like approach the game in that way and kind of share that passion and that commitment. Like, it's weird. It is a bit of a game for extroverted introverts, which is a bit strange, but yeah, I mean, I've really kind of like that aspect of it. The people side of things is what really speaks to me.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing that. It is now time to turn to this game, which you've been watching backstage for a while. We are about to start Spring of 1906. What are your thoughts on the game so far?
Oh, it's moved around a little, hasn't it? I was kind of thinking beforehand. I saw everyone had a drink during the beginning of the game, and so I had a bit of a look in my beer box and decided I'd get one that matched the theme. So I had to line a few up just in case. My options were on a whim, radio silence, it's not me, it's you. But I ended up having to opt for crumble completely, and I kept working about how I was going to make crumble completely actually fit into this game, because Jamal almost crumbled completely but didn't. Goffey has almost crumbled completely, but I would not write him off from being significant in this game still. It looked like Katie was going to crumble completely, and now it looks like a Karthik might crumble completely. So, I mean, it's interesting watching this game as well, and I've played with everyone here except for Karthik and Siobhan. I know Karthik socially reasonably well. I'm intrigued to know if Andrew Goff ever leaves his room or if people come to him. Because this is one of the things I always like when I watch Goff play, is when he's in the groove, he will just sit at the table and people will come to him. So I'm wondering if that's the dynamic that's going on in this game or not. Brandon is playing his usual kind of just chilling game, but at the same time, he's making progress and shifting around, and he's a very flexible, intelligent player. So his position has been overall probably the best one long term, but Siobhan's looking a lot nicer now. It looked for a while like she was just going to keep bushing into St. Petersburg and not getting anything out of it. But you can't write Jamal off now either. He's built back beautifully, and as I think I said in the chat, he's got a lot of potential friends now, and that's the way Jamal likes to play. And I mean, Katie's position as well, even when she was on 4, I'm just sitting looking at her position going, she can explode as soon as she wants to. And even now, Karthik's left the door open, and she can do stuff like you guys have observed it yourselves. There's still potential there, absolutely. So the game is still kind of wide open. I mean, and that's the other thing. All of us looking on the chat don't know when it ends. So it's hard to say.
We don't either, actually.
Yeah.
So here we go. Spring of 1906. Orders in the box. And here are the orders. McCallus will give you the first read here.
All right. So in the East, Katie loses Romania. Slightly surprised Karthik takes it from Gal rather than from Bulgaria. That was always going to get blown up. But okay. Jamal gets into Warsaw and into Livonia, also gets to do his favourite move to Helderland, while Siobhan parks Norwegian in Clyde. So this the Western Triple appears to be sticking together for longer, and now they're getting Warsaw around Moscow out of it. So great success for them. Brandon, meanwhile, advances to Tuscany, swaps Leon for Western Med. Means Zoe's didn't have to defend Tunis, didn't have to defend Venice, and may lose Trieste as a result. So I don't know. This Western Triple isn't going great for Brandon right now. He's not really getting anything himself, and it seems that both Germany and England are. But Goffey has cleared Galicia, cleared Trieste, and from a position that looked horrible, is still very much in this game.
Shane?
That is very much Andrew Goff diplomacy. Even on those, when he was in that position to get back to 3 dots when he had that build, it's like, well, he can still work from here. Like, that's the great thing about Goffey. He's calm. He's intelligent. People want to work with him. He does control the game on a social perspective. So yeah, he is absolutely not. He's completely viable still as a player, and he likes to go slowly and then explode. I mean, we've seen him at tournaments playing, and he loves Austria too. As soon as that draw came out and that was the pick, you're just like, well, he's taking Austria. So I mean, he's in a position still where he will not be writing himself out. I've seen him in tough positions late in games, and he's still playing, and he can still see a path. So that's the one thing to watch out for here. If he picks up another dot and gets a build, you watch, he'll keep coming. Yeah, sorry, go.
I was just saying, like, I think what's key for Goffy here is making sure that Katie doesn't end up Army Rum, Army Bull. Like, once Katie's in that position, then Goffy's in a lot of trouble again. As long as there is something other than 2 Turkish armies in those 2 provinces, I think Goffy's actually in pretty good shape, like you said.
Yeah, totally.
It's a lot of ink spilt on a 3-center power.
Yeah, it is. We also see one of Jamal's other favorite moves is a convoy into Livonia from Kiel. I've seen him do that many times, so I'm glad he's managed to do that, and he's very happy with that going through. Brandon's game's been interesting. He's started out really quite nicely. He's been patient. He's had some waves. It sometimes feels to me when we're playing that he gets into a bit of a period of drift for a little while, and it might be that that's where he is right now. But the thing with Brandon is he's always snaps out of it, and he's very effective as a player. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Denmark to Helgoland, meaningful?
I mean, who knows with Jamal? Like, that's the thing when we're looking at things this way, is we don't have the context. Like, I'd never find any of Jamal's moves, even if they're a bit left field, to be massively surprising and shocking. Like I say, with this game, they mean what you want them to mean between the players agreeing things. So I don't know. I don't know that he's setting up to do anything. Maybe he's worried about covering Holland. I don't know. He can cover Holland, he can cover Denmark. He's got a bit of flexibility.
Yeah.
Or maybe just getting away from Sweden is a little bit of
and that is another great thing about Jamal's play, is he will de-escalate and move people away from him, and that is a way he controls the game and makes him harder to stab. So that is very traditional Jamal 2 de-escalation.
Should Siobhan get Sweden or get Moscow here?
Morally? What's the count sitting at? She'd be on 6 going to 7. Jamal would be on 5
going to 6.
Yeah. I mean, if she can go to Yorkshire and start pumping armies in and around, I mean, that would probably be what Jamal would prefer, which might mean putting her into Moscow. But Jamal also has some argument here for getting into there because of the count. He would not want anyone to get too far ahead, but I don't know that he'll do it. Don't know that he'll take it. I mean, he has a big long front that is a little harder to protect.
I think Jamal's playing with fire if he doesn't give her Moscow, because where is Siobhan going to grow after that? Like, if Moscow is German, then Siobhan is only next to German dots, and it's still not a great position for attacking France. But the fact that Brandon's making so little progress against Italy is actually why the stab on Brandon's so bad from England and Germany, right? Like, if Brandon's fleets were right now in Tyrrhenian Sea and Lyon and Western Med or wherever, you could say, oh, great, you can go in, you can stab, you can go for Belgium and Brest and just decimate him. As long as Brandon's still got a fleet in mid-Atlantic Ocean, the stab on France is just poor. So if Jamal takes Moscow for himself, it kind of leaves Siobhan nowhere to go except into Jamal.
All right, let's find out. The answer is yes. And oh my goodness, that's a lot of stuff that happened here. Shane, tell us about it.
Okay, well, your eye just is immediately drawn to Moscow to Warsaw and Karthik getting back into Warsaw despite Jamal's best efforts. What is there, like 4 on that or something? 3 or 4? And yeah, we do see England backfill and going to St. Petersburg. It'd be interesting to know if that Karthik was comfortable with that or not. Although it's also supported by the Germans, so that's interesting. Siobhan does move the army over to try and keep pushing all her units further into Russia. Let's have a look down in. I'm really intrigued by Katie's game at this point in time as well. It looks like she's de-escalated out of Armenia. She's had a go at Greece. She's managed to cover Bulgaria, but there's been a bounce in Bulgaria. So Bulgaria was Russia.
It's not hers. Yeah,
yeah, that's right. And then she goes back into Russia, so she keeps that. I'm also kind of interested in what Brandon and Zoe are up to. I'm kind of surprised to see them fighting each other, but I guess maybe it's that they're at a bit of a loss. They've got no one else to fight. So yeah, it's kind of maybe it's a conflict of necessity. Brandon's managed to start to get the upper hand going into Gaul and North Africa. He's still in Tuscany. He's got an army in Marseille that he can put into Piedmont soon. His position's looking a lot more solid now and a lot more conventional. And yeah, Jamal just covered Holland in with his unit in Helgoland.
He took Sweden as well. Like, I would assume it's by
Oh, yeah.
agreement. And it's, to be honest, it's a great news for him that it was by agreement, because losing Warsaw was probably not what he expected to happen there.
No, that's true.
Like, that little bounce around Bulgaria is classic Andrew Goff. Like I said before, what he wants to do is avoid those two armies being on Bull and Rum and lined up against him. And how's he done it? Is he gone for one himself? No. I don't want to take anything this year. I'm just going to make sure that Germany doesn't kill Russia off. So I'm going to help Russia retake Warsaw. And I'm just going to get this all bouncing. Let's get it as empty as possible. Katie is now in Ukraine, where, having pulled out of Armenia, Katie's actually quite out of position and not in as good a spot as she was before. And Andrew is still exactly where he wants to be. Trieste is going to be there for the taking when he wants it, and he no longer has any threat on Budapest either. What I will say is I'm really surprised by Zoe retreating Leon to Piedmont. I think that's the wrong move. I think this was pull that off the board and rebuild it in Rome. You
Totally agreed.
You just solved that problem of having to cover Rome immediately by doing that.
Yeah, she's going to lose it eventually, or just spend an inordinate amount of resources keeping what is quite an annoying unit, really. Fleet Piedmont is not the most useful thing. It's very situational.
Yeah, I mean, Tunis is lost, and you've got to worry about Rome now. Like, Brandon has got the ability to force Tunis, and there's guesses you can do, like Turanian to Western Med, but the problem is that if that goes through and France gets into Turanian Sea, then you're dead. So it's lose Tunis or lose everything at this point. Whereas if you're in Rome, you have a bit more safety.
Yeah, and I don't see that Zoe can pitch anything to move Brandon away. That's the other point. He's committed now. There's no pitch for him to change course right here. And I mean, that's the thing with good players, is they will listen and they will see where there's advantage and they will change if the pitch is right. But if there's nothing to pitch, what can you do?
Yeah, that's also a result is that Brandon now has the upper hand. And up until this year, Brandon never had the upper hand. So there was always the possibility of disengaging. But once he's got the upper hand, it's going to be so much harder to make that pitch. The problem is, as I said before, up until now, Brandon wasn't stabbable because Brandon didn't have that upper hand. Brandon is now vulnerable to an EG stab. Like right here, you could see English Channel, North Atlantic Ocean, Burgundy, Belgium.
Yep, Belgium, yeah.
It's the three fleets in position to move against him that is particularly troubling, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're Brandon, you really would have wanted to negotiate Clyde being in Edinburgh or something. I guess that because he was still in Mid-Atlantic until now, Siobhan had the perfect excuse to be in Clyde. Be like, I need to have Summit next to Liverpool in case you come north. But yeah.
Does Jamal's build here, is it going to signify anything? If you are Brandon, would you like to see something specific from Jamal here, Shane?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. If you're Brandon, you're saying don't build Army Keel. But the question is whether or not they had that discussion.
I mean, the only good news for Brandon is, the only good news for Brandon is if he built a fleet, because that's just open war with Siobhan. I don't think Army Kiel, Army Berlin is much different, because either of them can backfill Munich as Munich waltzes into Burgundy or Ruhr, right?
Yeah.
So wave, then. Jamal loves a wave.
Jamal loves a wave. Siobhan probably shouldn't love a wave here.
Yeah.
Do they know when the game's going to end?
There is no end point of the game.
Okay, sure. All right. I don't know that Jamal will wave here. I know he likes to, but who knows?
All right. Well, we have a sideline report to listen to. So let's have a listen to that, and then we'll look at the builds.
I got to admit, I'm totally bored by this game, but Patrick, man, he's raring to go. He's ready. He's pushing me. Patrick.
I don't know about that, Ed. It's more like trying to get a more boring year out of the way. And yes, I am interrupting you early. So basically again, on the spring turn, we go back to the cycle of there's tension in the Western Triple again, caused obviously by Siobhan's build of Fleet London. Both Brandon and Jamal were told that she would build a fleet, but both were put off by the location of it. Ultimately, it doesn't seem to change the EG relations too much. They just make plans to push further against Carthage. Siobhan floats the idea that she might move Norwegian to Now and London English Channel. Jamal says that would spook Brandon, and he's concerned about that generally, even though he's been sitting in a chat alone with Siobhan for half the turn while Brandon's alone. So interpret that how you will. Brandon later tells Karthik that he's convinced that Shaban is stabbing him. Karthik asks Shaban. Meanwhile, Karthik is talking to Shaban as well and asking what he can do to forestall the loss of his dots, but Shaban doesn't really get a straight answer to that question besides attacking Goffy. And the most important thing to note about this turn is that Brandon and Shaban don't actually talk privately for the entire turn, which is always, of course, noteworthy in a triple where one-on-one rather than three-way attention is, an important measure of how united the alliance really is.
Okay, so in the East, Andrew starts out by saying, I'm not disappointed, I'm angry. The other thing is everybody wants help in the East. They're all trying to get help, but nobody's asking for help. Nobody's asking for orders. It's like asking would be uncool, and they don't want to be uncool. Katie's just on an apology tour, just apologizing to everybody. Karthik is guilt tripping her, and then Katie's like, stop guilt tripping me. And Karthik's like, I'm not guilt tripping you. I'm just expressing how I feel about your moves. It's just a series of recriminations. Time runs out. Zoe says she's scattered. Katie's also apologizing to Andrew. Meanwhile, Jamal, he smells some opportunity, and he goes to Andrew and he said, Andrew, you're the one that always says the best triple is a quadruple. Why don't you join in? Andrew goes, I would love to. And they try to get him to Trieste, and he goes, I would love to, but he doesn't actually say it. And then he tells me, I'm not sure that works. So nobody really knows what they're doing in spring. As we move to the fall.
Ah, gosh. This entire turn was just the Western triple in a chat and the Eastern quadruple in a chat, pretty much. So
you tell us about the Western.
Precisely. Shaban starts, before the turn, Shaban starts joking about a draw vote at the game table for the first time. I feel like that's a bit noteworthy since she would win right now if that happened. Shaban pulls Brandon aside at the start, perhaps trying to make up for the lack of one-on-one attention they got last turn, but Jamal immediately joins. He's not told to leave, so they just start talking tactics. They talk about who they want to win based on whose charity is the best for a while, because I think they're starting to feel that they will control who wins.
Whose charity is the best.
Yeah, but they ultimately decide to drop the matter and just keep playing it out. Jamal's concerned about a sudden coalition between the Eastern powers getting together and potentially kicking him out of Warsaw. So he insists on getting Sweden from Shaban in order to make up for the potential loss of Warsaw, which Shaban does accept since she's still kind of on the diplomatic back foot after the sudden Fleet London kind of brought Brandon and Jamal a little closer together. But again, seems like the Western triple's copacetic now. Goffy came into the chat a bit later, suggesting he might flip to the west side if it meant getting him more dots. He says he, quote, owed nothing to the people around him after the stabs, but he didn't actually commit to anything for that fall turn, so we'll have to revisit that in 07.
In the East, I think they finally recognize that the Western triple does not appear to be breaking up. They want to talk about setting up a 14 center stalemate line. Andrew's really taking charge of the tactics, particularly all of the I know Karthik would be mad I said that, but all of the tactics around Warsaw and all the rest this is all Andrew's business. They do not work out the tactics in the med at all. They had plenty of time to do so. With about 2 minutes to go, Katie asked Zoe if, she wanted to go over her tactics, and Zoe's like, I think that's going to mess with my head and my confidence. So I'm just going to do these, but they didn't talk about ever Greece going to Ionian or, what Lyon should do. Like, it was a surprise to us. So now we see the moves, and we'll see how the board reacts in 1907. Back to the broadcast.
Good stuff, as always, as I keep saying. Shane, how'd you feel about your first sideline report?
I thought that was excellent. I always love the context. When there's broadcasts with sidelines, it brings me a lot of joy.
McCallus, you had a thought right off the bat?
I think we just need to give a big shout out to Ed Sullivan for simultaneously sidelining this game and signaling where a plane should land on a nighttime runway.
Hey, a guy's got to smoke, apparently. All right, well, so I think one of the things that stood out to me there was how stressed everybody is, and kind of how confused everybody is.
Especially the East.
Especially the East. Is there any sense to be made out of what we've heard?
I mean, this happens when everyone knows each other really well socially, and they are generally approaching it as a fun game. But there is tension in diplomacy, even if you're playing with your best mates. I find it interesting the comments about Zoe kind of losing her way a little bit, and that Brandon was kind of able to take advantage of that. I mean, I looked at the set before, and if Zoe misorders, like she loses Venice to Brandon with his attack from Tuscany, which is like really devastating. So, like, it's interesting watching players kind of ebb and flow in their focus and their attention as games go on. You'll find players like Goffey will tend to be focused the whole time, and other players wax and wane. Most players wax and wane throughout the course of a game. I know I do sometimes. So, yeah, it's interesting. The rest of the East seems happy to let Zoe just do her own thing and try and absorb France while they try and sort out things further north and further west. But I mean, right now, you'd rather be in the western side of the board. It's a lot more organised than the east, but I certainly wouldn't be writing off Katie's position just yet. Someone will profit out of that.
I think the problem with the east is that no one really has a plan. I think Andrew is sort of piecing plans together turn by turn. I don't think any of the other three have any plan whatsoever. I think Katie put those two armies down, which says, I'm going all out against Karthik and I want to YT. And then Katie worked with Karthik and pulled back from attacking him and didn't go for an IT and can't get anything from Goffey either. Didn't go to Ionian Sea, which means Zoe will lose Tunis. It's the chaos is spreading between them, and it kind of feels like a lot of them have made big mistakes and that it's still playing on their mind. Like Katie, Karthik, and Zoe have probably all made some pretty botched moves at times, and they're losing confidence as a result of it. Goffey has scrambled himself back into a survivable position, but it isn't yet I can come back into this game position. I think that he is still playing balance of power so that he has a chance to do that in future, though. I think that's what the key goal of Warsaw there was. It was slow the West down so that I can maybe run for them later.
And so the strategy would require the West staying tenderly balanced for a while longer until he can get back on his feet, correct?
Yeah, or I don't think he'd be upset if Brandon makes a breakthrough against Zoe and then gets stabbed by EG. Something like that. Then Zoe no longer is necessary and is weaker, which means Goffey can take Trieste back and go and take some Zoe dots. I think he's a lot more worried about EG because they're balancing each other. Because like Siobhan gets Moscow and Jamal gets Sweden, you can't unbalance that in favor of one or the other very easily. So I think he's more concerned by that threat, and that's why he went to Delicia. That's why he's dealing with that side of things and is sort of leaving Zoe to herself.
Shane?
We'll have to watch for Jamal. Jamal will be looking for an excuse or a reason to stab Brandon, I suspect, when he starts to overcommit into the med. It may never materialize, and then Jamal may never do it. But if Brandon does something that will make that happen, such as a critical misorder, a poor choice of builds, something like that, Jamal is always looking for those opportunities and takes full advantage of them. So I'd keep an eye out for that.
Be interested to see here if Brandon moving all three fleets into the med is the trigger.
I say it's pretty much now or never, because once Brandon gets the builds from Tunis and maybe Rome or Naples or whatever, then the stab's back off of the table. He's back to being secure defensively. Right now is probably maximum vulnerability for France.
All right, we have a build coming, and it is Jamal only who is rebuilding. Getting a build off of Siobhan, basically. Getting a build off of Karthik. So this unit comes by way of the Russian through the English, and Karthik doesn't have to disband because I believe he had a PIF in the spring. So here is the winter 1906. It is an Army Berlin, which is the sort of the most ambiguous possible build. Let's find out how it plays out. Spring of 1907. McCallus, we'll go back to you for the first read. Tell us what you see.
All right, key highlight is the Western Triple does stick together. So there is not a big stab on France. Siobhan shuffles the army along to St. Petersburg and moves all of her fleets daisy chaining away from a position that can easily stab France. Elsewhere, we see Tunis is blown up, and Brandon takes the guaranteed way of doing it by moving from Western Med and tapping Tyrrhenian Sea. Good play. Turkey now comes to Ionian Sea to bail Italy out, except that actually what it does is just blow Italy up. So a day late and $1 short with that move, and it's not a great position for Zoe, who also loses Piedmont to that army. Does get back into Gulf of Lyon, which means that France has to do a little bit of a decision on what to cover this turn. But yeah, like the problem now is that Venice is actually very, very vulnerable because Tiroli is always cuttable. Yeah, the East, Warsaw and Moscow are swapped. Goffi shuffles up because he doesn't need an army in Serbia because there's no army in Bulgaria or Greece. Karthik parks his fleet in Bulgaria for now, which gives Katie the opportunity to take Bulgaria if she wants it. But I don't know. It kind of looks like the Eastern Quadruple is back together and trying to hold back the West at the moment.
Shane, over to you.
The first thing I was drawn to was, the happenings in the Mediterranean, but Michaelis has covered them pretty well. The other thing I noticed was, and this is very typical Jamal play too, these bounces in Belgium, these bounces in Sweden, like he'll do those things to know where your units are going and to kind of control the tempo. I'm sure he's relatively comfortable with Siobhan getting kicked out of Moscow while he picks up Warsaw. This position is working really nicely for him in the long term. Like to come back from, was he on 2 at one point in time? Oh, yeah, he was on 3, excuse me. That's setting him up pretty nicely. But again, Katie's position is great. The only thing she really potentially has to manage here, if Karthik can fall apart, is that one fleet roaming around the Black Sea making a pest of itself. But yeah, I think Zoe's in a lot of trouble now with Venice having being very vulnerable. I can't see why Jamal doesn't tap Tyrolia again, and she's going to lose one from Tunis going as well. So she's in a bit of trouble now. And Goffi continues to do Goffi things. He's hanging around and waiting for his chance. I mean, what's his next dot? It's probably Trieste.
Yeah, like you could look at Zoe's position and go, Tunis is retakeable. Just put Lyon down to Western Med. France has got to cover Spain and Marseille. But actually, I think that'd be a mistake from France, because if that's what you're doing with those fleets, then you just lose Venice or Rome, and probably both. And so the fact that Western Med is empty right now is a trap. It's like trapdoor, lever standing above it, and Brandon's there like rubbing his hands together with glee, waiting for Zoe to fall into that trap. Because if Lyon goes to Western Med here, then Zoe will die.
The other question is what Katie does as well with Ionian. Does she think that Zoe is no longer viable and will take advantage of the situation, or is she going to continue to try and help her out?
By the way, we have a little treat here. We have some audio to listen to before we reveal these orders. Just a tactical note, because I just feel like Zoe can actually protect her home centers. This would be
tap both.
Yeah, you tap both, and then you also have to move Venice down to Rome and Tyrolia down to Venice, because Rome is vulnerable as well.
Although you can't defend Naples if that is also on the table. But the thing is that's exactly my point about why Western Med is a trap, because if that fleet moves that way, you're going to lose all of the homeland.
Yeah. It's defensively poor. Okay, so the big questions here are: does Zoe hold on to Trieste? Does she do the tactics to maintain control of Venice? Does Katie take Naples? Does Katie take Bulgaria? What about Belgium? Are there still any concerns here about possible EG cooperation against F?
Surely they bounce again or something similar. I mean, I don't know. I can't see Jamal pushing into the west from here, and I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure about Siobhan. I've not played with her.
It feels like the boat has sailed for Siobhan, and it's sailed in the opposite direction. Like if Siobhan's going to stab, it's going to be on Germany now with where those units are placed.
Yeah, Clyde moving away changed things a lot.
Yeah.
All right. We have it's apparently lengthy here. Let's see how long it is. He says it's 5 minutes, but it's worth it. So here is audio for before the fall 1907 orders.
Right. So that means that we're expecting Tuscany taps Venice, Munich supports Piedmont to Tyrolia, and to guarantee that, Spain taps Lyon, right?
So Marseille. Or
Marseille. Can you imagine?
Marseille?
Marseille is the counter guess to that counter guess. The question is do we take the shot at Marseille, assuming that they'll know that Lyon is tapping it, or do we tap them to force them to make that be the direction they go? And that's up in the air as to what's the right answer there.
So real quick, that is Karthik talking to Katie and Zoe, in case people don't recognize their voices.
Can I make one introduction and then I'll be quiet?
Sure, go for it.
Is Leon to Spain crazy? Like, is there any world where he goes to Marseille with Spain?
He might be shooting for
Hey,
Wes, actually, more so.
Hey guys. Hey everyone.
Yeah.
Guys, girls, everyone else.
This is Andrew Goff jutting in here.
Go on.
Are we playing this for fun or for serious?
For serious.
It's fun. It's a charity game. It's for fun.
I'm
Well,
fine
it's Zoe's dots, so it's up to Zoe.
I'm going to suggest a move.
Mm-hmm. Is it fun or
Constantinople
serious?
to Spain.
No, that's too fun.
Wait, that's so fun. I want to do it.
I mean,
think
I do too.
Constantinople to Marseille probably, but Constantinople to Spain is also hilarious because I think Spain to Lyon is the most likely order here.
Okay.
I mean, I
Hold
agree. Constantinople to somewhere.
Yes, I'm very down.
Actually,
We're talking about Apulia. Why not send it? Full send
what?
it.
Oh my god, no. Hold on. Surely, because... Alright, so, hold on.
Convoy to Marseille is quite attractive, not gonna lie.
Or Marseille?
Yeah, fuck it,
Is
let's
Marseille
do
more
it. Full
likely?
send.
Because I think
Either or.
Either or. But whatever you guys want to do is fine by me. I'm just saying
But we need a
I think
decision.
their most likely
Yeah.
orders is Spain to Lyon, Tuscany to Venice, Piedmont to Tyrolia with supports from Munich. And if we want to respond to that, the convoy to Marseille is the one that's most likely to succeed.
Yep, let's
But
do
it's
it.
also possible
Alright.
they get chicken and do something else, in which case, yeah, convoy to Spain, if they decide to go to Western or something like that, would work.
Contamar, it's done.
yeah.
Both my fleets have ordered it. Done.
Hey, I would like everyone to know I'm hitting the C button and not the S button.
Yay!
Hello.
Brandon, not right now, sorry. Excuse me.
Either Goffy or
Out.
Zoe, either one of you when you're free. And don't forget, Zoe, people are texting me.
I know people are texting you.
All right, so my orders remain unchanged.
That was Brandon Austin jutting in? Okay.
All right, so my orders remain unchanged, but I mean, Constantinople to somewhere is epic.
And we all four of us like Marseille.
I like Marseille.
Yeah.
I don't want to know so long as it's going somewhere.
Why don't you
just
want to know?
Because I'm about to go and talk to everyone else, so
Okay.
I don't want to be the one who gave it away.
Great.
I hate that I've put this order set in. I hope it works.
We don't have to do it.
I think Con to Marseille is the right order because, like,
That's fun.
if they're playing serious, supported attack on Tyrolia is the only correct order. Given, like, you know, that we can cut everything else.
And nothing can get dislodged. Yep.
Yes. But if they're not playing serious, then yeah, like, you know, maybe he gets paranoid and tries to cover Marseille or something like that. Maybe he self bounces in Marseille. God knows. But like,
But he's getting a build in Tunis. He's gonna want to open Marseille. So
Right.
like he might just gamble it and if I bounce if he bounces himself and I don't get in there, that just means they use their units to not do something that we care about. So it doesn't
Right,
really matter.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Correct.
exactly.
Like that means Tyrolia is safe or Lyon is safe anyway, technically. So
Lyon is safe anyway. But yeah, like one of the centers that I have is safe. Yeah.
Correct.
Yuck. We'll see. All right, 39 seconds. Do we have anything that we need to...
I just want to confirm that Ukraine is supporting Moscow to hold.
Ukraine is supporting Moscow to hold, and my fleets have little squiggles over them and not dotted lines. So
All right, I'm going back to the table.
Fantastic.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I told you.
All right, I think that was maybe a little bit of a of a giveaway. All right, no, we can't even talk about it now. We just have to see the orders. Here are the orders for fall 1907. If I can get them to work. There we go.
There you go.
Oh my god, it worked. Here, hold on.
What is happening?
my God.
What is happening?
Oh wow.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
Oh my
baby.
God.
Oh,
Very nice.
look at that. All right.
Very nice.
All right.
I've never refreshed a screen so fast. I would like to say
Yes,
for the record,
queen. My
I would like to say
DBN
for the
host
record,
loves that.
that makes up for my failed convoy before.
That does.
I hate
That's
everything else
excellent.
about it, but
Love it.
Redemption. Delicious.
So funny. I didn't look at the rest of the board. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Bye.
I told you Marseille was the right place. Let's go.
You were right. You were so right.
All right, let's talk about the moves that actually happened. All right, so Shane, down to you.
Well, it worked. Isn't that lovely? Clearly didn't see it coming. I found the chat really interesting, actually. Like I was talking earlier about whether Katie still saw Zoe as viable, and clearly she did. So, I mean, the issue, if I'm Brandon right now, I'm looking and thinking, well, how do I mitigate this damage? And so he's actually managed to still pick up Venice. He's picked up Tunis, so he will get to build. So he can kick her out of Marseille, and then he can manage the retreat. So it's certainly not the end of the world for him. And I found it really interesting in the chat as well about just that there was a disagreement on if they were playing seriously or for fun. Clearly in the West, they're playing seriously. They're playing to get a good score and to do well. So it's interesting, and that maybe explains why there's so much disorder in the East as opposed to the West. Looking at the board more broadly, we're still seeing a lot of manufactured bouncing in England and France. England and Germany. There was another bit of a full send attack here trying to take on Moscow, but that fails 3-3. So the East is starting to get its act together. Goffey is now pushing west. He's still not interested in Trieste as his next one, so maybe it's Munich. And so that would mean Munich would have about the 5th owner of the game and 5th change of hands, which would be crazy. Katie doesn't care about Bulgaria at all now, so they've reached a détente. And now we've got Romania sitting up into Galicia, and we might have an East finally getting its act together and actually making this a very, very interesting mid to late game. This is really exciting now. It was a little pedestrian earlier, but it's really shaping up nicely now.
Michaelis.
So it worked, sort of. It worked in terms of Constantinople got into Marseille and Katie gets a build. Great. What it didn't do is stop Zoe from dying, because Venice still fell. Like I disagreed with Karthik as I was hearing it on their only move is to support into Tyrolia. Nah, you can do that whenever. Just don't try and go for stuff with Tuscany and Piedmont. And I don't know, like France builds army Paris, covers Gascony, retakes Marseille, blows that Turkish army up. All of this is relatively straightforward to fix. And Zoe has a disband that is awful. Like, because Tunis was blown up, so that one, there wasn't going to be another one. There's no good Italian disband here for anyone in the East. The disposition is still pretty blown. It's a setback for Brandon, for sure. It could have been even worse than it was. But I just look at that and look at that Italian disband and go, maybe if Marseille was green right now, maybe that would be nicer. Or you kept Venice. Because this is sort of worst of both worlds, I think. Zoe's got a disband. The only person who can build from it is Katie, who's the furthest away from the stalemate line. So, yeah, it worked brilliantly for Katie Gray, who definitely has a chance to run for the top herself. I think this was not actually that good for Zoe.
Can either of you explain to me how in 1907 Siobhan is behind Jamal in the center count?
Jamal likes you being behind him in the center count. That's probably goes for part of it. I think there's been some issues around Moscow and Warsaw, I suppose. Like she's certainly come out on the rough end of that. I don't know if it was by design or accident, though.
Yeah, I think that Siobhan has played in a way to gun everything at St. Petersburg, and she's passed up other opportunities. I mean, just think how good this could have been if she'd stabbed France last year, right? If her and Jamal had gone in on France and these guys had got that convoy to Marseille, Brandon, instead of being in a completely recoverable position, would be absolute toast. This Western Triple has really gone as far as it can go, except in the med. It can go further in the med, but what does that do for Siobhan? What does that even do for Jamal at this point? Yeah.
All right, we've got a sideline report from 1907. Here it is.
All right, we're here with a very exciting 1907. Patrick, Western Triple versus Eastern Quadruple. What happened in the West?
All right. Well, it started out finally with another elusive private combo between Siobhan and Brandon, where they discussed again the long-term outcome of the game. They both agreed that they should keep going with Jamal. Brandon says he's actually fine with a split board top where Siobhan wins on tiebreak, which is a very interesting little nugget about where he's at. I also want to shout out that Siobhan said that as soon as she told her brother about the Broadcaster Brawl and all the charity stuff that was happening, he donated $1,000 to the charity pool.
Whoa!
Huge thank you to him, and I wanted to get that out there since I heard it, and that's such a great thing. Then Jamal came in, and the conversation just became tactics. Eventually, Brandon tried to summon the Goff, but with 5 minutes left, but the Goff dragged his feet for half of that time, and then when they finally did get together, Brandon made kind of a weak pitch. Goffy said he wanted to take Trieste back this year, but he won't share any further specifics about his plans, still kind of being hedgy. And I'm really getting the sense that Goffy's just doing this to waste the West's time whenever he comes in.
So in the East, they're kind of lamenting the tactics in the Mediterranean that they didn't go over before. And it looks like Brandon's going to make some progress. And they're still working together, but Katie's a little distrusting of Andrew, and Andrew, I don't think, was trying to be distrusting, and then he tried to turn it around. Jamal asked, well, Andrew said, because I didn't hear the original conversation, Jamal has asked me not to take Trieste. So maybe there's going to be a stab, because on the other hand, Jamal asking me not to take Trieste might be Jamal's way of asking me to take Trieste. So I will monitor that situation. That's what he said.
If it's true, they would have been talking by DM because they haven't heard anything about it.
So anyways, that's what happened in the spring. Not much, but lots happened before you go to the map, Kevin. In the fall, you go on the Western Triple tactics, and then I'll talk about the East.
Yeah, certainly. First, it started out with an FG conversation and an ET conversation. The FG convo was tactics in Italy, not very exciting. But the ET conversation, Siobhan spent a lot of time with Katie early on, and she pointed out a stab that could get her Bulgaria and Sev immediately and take Karthik out of the game after Karthik almost stabbed her earlier. But Katie, she's just too concerned about how cohesive this Western Triple is at this point. She's concerned that Siobhan will just be willing to grind her out, as will Brandon. So she's not really taking the bait there. Meanwhile, there's a lot of hullabaloo about who should try and get Moscow back, even though they can hold it anyway, Russia and Turkey. It's still a big topic. Jamal pitches that he should be the one to get put into Moscow, even though it'll cause a disband from Siobhan, saying that Siobhan has too many fleets right now and that a German army is necessary to get into Bohemia and force further progress in the Austrian area, which I think is very true, by the way. Siobhan's very reluctant on this, but of course she's a pretty experienced player. She ultimately knows, what an effective WT looks like, and an effective WT needs another German army in this situation, so she consents to it.
So then there's go ahead.
Sorry, then there's the talk with Goff again. Goff tells Brandon this time that he will take Trieste back, quote, before this game draws. So it's gone from this year to before the game draws, and he won't promise anything else, and he won't even stay to listen to any other proposals from anyone in the Western Triple. So he's really just been leading the West along, like I suspected.
Well, he's leading the tactical discussion in the East. That's what he's doing. At first, it was sort of boring, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to lose. We're going to lose Venice here or Rome. It's a guess." And they were going to convoy to Apulia, and then they did the tactics around Russia really quickly. At which point, Andrew says, "Well, if we think all that's happening, we should just convoy to Spain." And they talked about that for a long time, and Karthik's like, "No, I think Marseille is better. I don't think Marseille is going to get covered. I think Spain is going to tap Lyon." And Katie was like, "Yeah, they're probably not. Brandon's probably not covering Marseille because he wants to leave it open for a build." And so they are giddy with joy at this convoy, and then it worked. And so cheers sort of erupted as we started our recording. Even though Venice is gone, they got this convoy to Marseille. They're all very, very happy. They'd already discussed what Zoe's going to disband here if there's a disband. In any event, I don't know how it's going to go from here, but the East, on their back foot for like eons, feels this small victory here, and they're very excited about what it portends for the future. All right, back to the broadcast.
All right. McCallus, we'll go to you first for reaction to this sideline report. Anything change your view of the game?
So I maintain what I said, that positionally, this isn't really that big a move. Like, France getting into Venice is much more devastating than Turkey getting into Marseille. But this isn't just a game of position. This is a game of diplomacy. This is a game where mental states matter. And as Ed picked up on at the end, that they were energized by this succeeding, that can be huge in itself. That could be the thing that maybe the West hear that energization and go, maybe let's not carry this on or whatever, and they start losing some faith, losing some drive themselves, whilst the East start believing again. And this could be enough to either see this go to a fairly quick end from here, or could be the trigger for a big reshaping of the board.
Yeah, I mean, Marseille is the Pyrrhic victory, or this is, as Mikala says, the thing that energizes them now. I think Goffey needs to go into Trieste to start to reinforce that line. Like, Brandon has potential wander in there, or a retreat, or they've got guesses to try and cover it. It's going to become very, very, you've got to eliminate variables in this situation, right? And given how hodgepodge the Eastern position is, they're going to have to try and simplify that as much as possible if they're going to make this little bit of momentum and unity they've got work.
So what should the builds be here? Let's start with Katie. Shane.
I think she's got to build a fleet, because Zoe's got to pull something. So it's probably Fleet Smyrna. Karthik seems to be in the boat, so I don't think she's got any concerns there. They've probably got enough armies to deal with their problems, so I suspect it's a fleet for Katie.
And McCallus?
There's an argument for an army to convoy to Apulia, because that is a hole that needs filling with something. And yeah, I guess you can cover it with a fleet instead, but it means that Rome's going to be vulnerable unless that's an army. So
they should convoy Marseille out and back into Apulia.
Honestly, not the worst plan.
No.
I mean, the problem is that I think Leon is probably what should come off of this board right now, because I think anything else is just the end of Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to let Katie be the naval power now and just move on. Zoe's just got to plug the line where she can and see where it ends up.
I guess there's an argument you do Turanian Sea and just have Katie fill immediately, but I think that's less likely to work, and that Brandon could cover that way too easily.
Let's talk about Brandon's build. I think you suggested Army Paris, McCallus. Anyone want to make a case for anything else?
He's got to build an army. I don't know that it much matters. He's got to just deal with the retreat from Gascony. It's fine.
Something else. I mean, you could build Fleet Brest and put the fleet into Gascony and do the same job. The problem is, if they then do something like forcing Spain, you end up doing something really horrible like Gascony to Spain North Coast, which is hideous. So I kind of prefer the army, but maybe because they won't get the fleet into Spain, so there's never going to be a worry about mid-Atlantic. So yeah, at worst it's an army that gets in. So
all right, and then Jamal's build, fleet would be pretty spicy. Most likely an army here, though.
Yeah, fleet. Any fleet build from Jamal from this point on is a declaration of war on Siobhan Nolan.
And Siobhan has a pull here. It's a rough spot for a pull in 1907.
Barents is superfluous, right?
Say, probably Barents. Yeah, Barents is the easier choice of the rest of them.
All right. So Shane, we're about to let you go here. Before you go, who do you think is going to win this game?
I don't know when it ends. That's the problem. I like Jamal's position a lot. Siobhan seems to have run into a bit of a wall. I suspect Brandon's position is recoverable. I think we're going to end with a draw that we may need to use the tiebreaker for. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see when there's that late game scramble to try and work out who gets what. But I still like Katie's position. I think she can do a lot from here. She's stretched 7 ways from Sunday at the minute, but she can make that work. And again, if this game is going forever, that's Andrew Goff country. So you still should not write him out, even though he's only on 3 dots. You cannot write that man off ever.
Yeah, it seems to be the consensus here is that Zoe is out of it, Karthik is out of it, but Andrew is not, though all 3 have the same dot count.
Yeah, and Siobhan needs to make a decisive stab on somebody to to clearly take it, which is a challenge.
And the difference there is that Andrew has centers he can take and grow and immediately put down. So, like, let's say he takes Trieste, he immediately builds. Even if he takes Romania, he immediately builds. Zoe has nothing she can take, and can't stab for rum and lose Moscow in the process, or something like that. So that's why Andrew's position is still viable. It's not good, but it's viable.
Barely. And also, it's Andrew Goff, so there's some credit for that. All right, so let's have a look at the builds here. We do get a fleet Brest, army in Kiel. We get a fleet in Smyrna, no surprise. Siobhan pulls Norwegian Sea here, not Barents. That is very friendly towards Germany or towards France. I don't know, actually.
Probably towards France. Which is kind of funny because Jamal's build is not actually friendly towards France, right?
All right, Shane, thank you so much for joining us. This has been great having you on the stream. Thank you for all that you're doing in Australia for the diplomacy hobby.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to everyone at DBN for everything you guys do for the hobby. And if you haven't donated yet, please go and donate.
Yes, please. All right, Shane, we'll see you again soon.
Thanks, mate. See you.
All right, let me check in on that fundraiser. Thanks for the reminder. We have gotten one donation since we checked earlier, so we're at 41 donations. That is $4,311 before the matching kicks in. That's still 9 donations short of maxing out the matching challenge, which was $20 per donation, up to 50 donations. So please, if you haven't given yet, please go to our page. You can find the link in the show notes below. All right, McCallus, it's going to be just you and me to the end here. Here is where things stand. We just heard a plea from Shane about Siobhan having a path forward here. What does Siobhan have to do to get back on the right track here?
Stab.
The
question is who to stab in more than what to do. Like, Moscow they can hold it forever from here now, and even if she got Moscow, it probably wouldn't be enough to win. She's on 5 now, right? So it's got to be a stab on someone. It's probably better to stab Jamal. I feel like if you stab France, when France has that many fleets, it's easy for you to get nothing while Germany grows, the East grows, and you are still just left floundering. And now that you've pulled Norwegian in order to be forcing mid-Atlantic, anything like that. So yeah, I think that if Siobhan wants to win this game, she's got to stab Jamal.
And that's by pulling all those units back, basically. St. Petersburg to Finland, Livonia back up, Barents down to Norway to Skag, full force like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully
get France on board as well, so it might have to wait a year.
What does Jamal have to do to win this game?
Not let Siobhan stab him. I think Jamal is actually in a really good position right now with the game locking up. Because if this game locks up, it kind of comes down to him or Katie.
And Katie has the tiebreaker, amazingly. The second seed has the tiebreaker over the 7th. All right, let's push ahead here into spring of 1908. Here are the moves. I'll let you call them out.
All right, so okay, Brandon did stab, but that's an option. Brandon goes to Mid-Atlantic, English Channel, Belgium. So what I said before about actually his position's fine, but mentally that successful convoy might change things. It's changed things. Brandon is going all out into Siobhan, which I think will be not a successful attack and will not go great for him.
It's remarkable, isn't it, with Marseille there for the taking, to do it this turn? Huh.
Yeah, like just take Marseille back and do it next year, right? All right. What else we see is Andrew Goff walks into Trieste, as you kind of expect. Katie Gray chooses not to retreat into Budapest. Again, I think you kind of expect it. I feel like Zoe is probably even not even going to be particularly upset that she's going to lose the dots to her allies rather than the Westerners here. But I think this will be Zoe sort of decline to Janissary role at best. I suspect Katie has a shot at actually has quite a good shot at Tunis, because Leon can cut Western Med. So yeah, I think that this is another great turn for Katie. And I don't think this has really worked out too well for Jamal. He gets into Lycia, which looks kind of cool, but unless you make the correct guess this turn before Andrew builds, you're not going to get anything from it. And you've lost Silesia, and France and England are fighting in a way that isn't really going to benefit you.
Yeah, in fact, you are sort of forced to choose now. Belgium is there for the taking if they want. Of course, London is also vulnerable. Well, I guess there's a guess here over whether London or an attack on Belgium. But Siobhan's pieces are just all in the wrong places. So
yep.
So let's see here. So looking at did we skip a? No, we didn't. All right. So looking here at this turn, as you pointed out, Tunis is available for a cooperation between Italy and Turkey. What would you expect to be the reaction here between Jamal and Siobhan? Like, what would you want to see if you were Jamal?
I mean, Jamal's going to encourage Siobhan to go all in at Brandon, and I don't think Jamal's going to side with Brandon because I don't think that he can realistically get anything from it. Whereas if he sides with Siobhan and Siobhan ends up pulling some stuff, Jamal gets 3 walk-ins later because she's more mad at France, right? So I think Jamal sides with Siobhan here.
All right, let's find out. This is fall of 1908. Oy, lots of arrows. Would you like to talk us through it, or would you like me to give it a shot for you?
I'd do it. So what we do see is, EG stick together, as I thought. Belgium falls to England. Turkey now convoys out of Marseille into Wales because that army hasn't gone far enough. Okay, Andrew Goff actually loses Trieste because Italy is supported back in by the French. That's a slight oversight on Andrew's part. Cool. Tunis doesn't fall. Turkey, he doesn't take anything from France. So the only real change of centres this year is Belgium going to England and Moscow going to Germany, as the East has been thoroughly outguessed on that front.
Michaelis, what? All right, we got to spend a little time on this turn. What the hell? What the heck happened here, David Hood? I hope you appreciated that save. From a diplomatic standpoint, this is a kind of startling rearrangement here, in particular on Katie Gray's part. Yeah.
I mean, I get why you go after Siobhan because the EG were probably in better position to top the board. I do think that you're going after the wrong one of the EG. I think that Germany is a much bigger threat than England at this stage, but it makes some sense, especially if you knew Jamal was sticking with England rather than siding with France. For France, it makes complete sense in terms of, hey, I'm getting rid of that annoying army. I probably would have liked to just walk Piedmont to Marseille behind it and say, tough. But hey, he chose not to and is going to have another disband, which is pretty bad for him. Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually that Zoe's taking Trieste back when it looks like Andrew tried to walk out of Trieste into Venice instead. So I don't know if you really prefer France in Venice and a hostile Austria here, but maybe you do. I think that this is a really good turn for Jamal, though, and I'm a little surprised Katie hasn't taken a dot somewhere this year to keep tempo with him.
No, it's startling. It's really, really startling. So I think what Andrew was expecting was for Tyrolia to tap Piedmont here, and then for Rome to support Trieste into Venice. And you kind of have to wonder why Zoe wouldn't want that. We'll have to see if the sideline reports give us any insight into that. But why wouldn't Katie take the dots nearby rather than have the army sent on this far-flung expedition that's not likely to garner her any dots? Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like there's the bounce in Warsaw, which preserves it for Jamal, which, given the coordination between Austria and Germany elsewhere, was probably arranged. So maybe Andrew is siding with Germany here. And yeah, I don't know. Katie had no reason not to take Tunis there, in my opinion. You take it and France pulls it off the board. Just do it, as Nike would say.
I agree. And then you're consolidating the dots closer to you. I mean, honestly, she could even have taken Spain in this case, and just start racing, right?
I kind of get the appeal of that army on the English homeland. It's going to be really hard for Siobhan to kill it, and it's possibly going to be able to do something, especially if you've got France reasonably on your side. But Tunis and Naples, one of them had to fall, I think.
All right, let's have a listen to some sideline reporting and see what they have to tell us. This is 1908 sideline report.
Okay, here we are, 1908. I'm not even sure it's east-west anymore. It's just everybody's scrambling. Patrick, what did you hear in the spring?
I don't think it's ever been east-west this game, Ed. These guys just don't give a darn. But anyway, let's talk about spring. So Siobhan obviously was a bit concerned about the fleet breast build from Brandon, especially because Army Paris makes a little more defense from a purely defending from Katie perspective. Jamal immediately suggests, when she confides this in him, an English Channel move. But Siobhan talks herself out of the stress. Oh, it's got to go to Mao. It's got to support Old Spain, blah, blah, blah. But she still dislikes that Brandon is talking with the East a suspiciously long amount of time during this whole turn. Then Goffey comes in, teases Siobhan for a bit about the whole situation. He says he'll grab Trieste this turn as well, which she ends up doing. And for the first time in forever, all three Western powers are actually separated and not really coordinating their talks. They're just doing their own things, which bodes well for the interestingness of this year. Brandon tells Siobhan that he built Fleet Breast not because he needs more of that for defense, but because he just felt, quote, naked in the north in terms of defense on a year where Siobhan had a disband. I'm really surprised this line didn't ring Siobhan's alarms a little louder, to be honest, but you'll see. Jamal takes a crack at convincing Katie to stab Karthik. Katie's cordial about it, but says the same thing as she did to Siobhan, which is hell no. And meanwhile, all the Western powers actually get a DM this turn from Karthik, who says, why does nobody want to talk to Karthik? And then Jamal promptly talks to Karthik, and then that goes absolutely nowhere because Karthik doesn't want to turn around. So I don't know what you were going for there, Karthik.
All right, here, let me move just for time. Brandon comes in and talks to the Eastern Quadruple and says, my priority is nonsense. I'm down for shenanigans. Let's get the Turks in Liverpool. And that was what he said. And he says he's all in against Siobhan now. Jamal's working hard. He's trying to get everybody on, to turn. Katie's like, I'll go talk to Jamal, but I'm on board for shenanigans. Jamal's doing everything. Andrew talks the move into Trieste as a pass-through to Venice. So he doesn't really like it, but feels that Venice has to be guarded, and so agrees. In any event, everybody's trying to turn on everybody, and then we get to the fall. Patrick, what happens?
Too much for us to cover in a reasonable amount of time. So there was, of course, the moves to English Channel that Siobhan was worried about with the Fleet Breast. Siobhan pulls Brandon aside immediately, and Brandon's excuse is that the East's dedication to making the board as chaotic as possible, quote, appeals to me. Siobhan threatens to throw everything against him and help Jamal win in response, which makes it pretty clear that they're not really speaking the same language, because when you're dedicated to chaos rather than center count, is that really going to convince somebody? Anyway, Goffey did take Trieste this time for the reasons that Ed mentioned, for the support into Venice, and he's now much more open to specific pitches from Jamal this time around. They agree that Siobhan's helping Jamal into Moscow, and Goffey can backfill Warsaw with Jamal's blessing, although ultimately that doesn't quite work out how Goffey wants it to. Nothing this turn really works out how Goffey wants it to. Siobhan and Jamal also talk. Siobhan tries to get Jamal to commit to as much anti-French stuff as possible, but ultimately she only gets a support into Belgium instead of like a move to Ruhr or something like that. So not a whole lot doing there yet. It's pretty clear that Jamal doesn't really care about the West too much right now, as long as it's not anti-him. And Jamal isn't really sure how he feels about Brandon growing, even if he does work with him, because it seems pretty clear that the stab was not cleared with him at all. It's the AIT turning into an FIT rather than the Western Triple turning into an FG. So we don't really know how it's going to affect him.
Okay, so here, this is where Andrew and Jamal talk about Silesia going to Warsaw, which Andrew wants. And the idea would be that he would get support into Warsaw, but as we can see here, Galicia ends up cutting Ukraine, was going to cut it. And that's why Karthik went to Andrew and asked for Ukraine to go to Warsaw, supported by Silesia. He agreed to that. Meanwhile, this convoy created a lot of problems because they really wanted to get to Wales, but the issue was, does Piedmont backfill Marseille? Katie didn't want to go down a center. Brandon didn't want to give up Tunis. Zoe was like, what's going to happen? And then they're like, well, don't take Venice. And she's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Because I don't want to go down to 2, and that's not fair. And she goes, I'll tell you what, just support me into Trieste, and I'll figure out some reason to tell Andrew it was a misorder. I don't know how well that's going to go. But on the other hand, Andrew takes Vienna support into Tyrolia, so I don't know if they're at war or not now between the two of them. We'll see how everyone deals with the excuses. That's it for 1908. We will be back for 1909. I don't think it's drawing, but that means it'll probably draw.
What stood out to you there?
Brandon, the Chaos Agent. That was quite funny. The East is being chaotic, and that just appeals to me, so I'm going to roll with it. Siobhan, not overly impressed by that line of argument, but not overly surprising, I'd say. Andrew Goff thought he was making some big moves here. I think he was really expecting to go up one, maybe thought he'd get Warsaw as well. And it's not worked out for him, and he's now really overstretched in Serbia, Tyrolia, and Silesia. This could turn against him quite quickly.
Yeah, and also, it's now reaching a point in the game where he really, really needed to start going back up. And going up 2 would have made him a real player for the rest of the game. And now he needs the game to stay static in a way that it just doesn't really feel like it's going to long enough for him to sort of recover here. I still keep coming back though to Katie Gray's willingness to get spread out like this. I don't know if it's the sort of pressure of this top board like setting, but it's just surprising for me.
Yeah, Goffy's now in Serbia with that retreat, which means she has to worry about Greece, which means that actually taking Tunis is harder than it was before, unless Brandon pulls Tunis, but it sounds like Brandon doesn't want to give up that unit, so maybe he's going to pull Piedmont. I don't know.
And, everything's sort of come up. Jamal Blakarli here now has a 2-center lead. Can't build, all his home centers are covered here, so can't actually put the unit down, but still has the dot, and doesn't really have any enemies on his border.
And also Siobhan is really mad at Brandon, and that line of argument for Brandon ain't going to have helped that. So, like, Siobhan throwing this to Jamal is really, really plausible here, because any disband from Siobhan is going to be pro Jamal anyway. All she has to do is like walk out of St. Pete, or just let him walk into Norway, or backfill Belgium as she pushes it forward. There are so many ways that she can punish Brandon in a way that benefits Jamal here, which again is why I don't understand Katie not taking a dot, because you can't allow Jamal to be that far ahead and then start getting thrown to. You will never catch up.
Yeah, but this is also why it doesn't make sense to me for Katie to go after Siobhan. I would think she has a real common cause with Siobhan, actually. So if they took Brandon apart together, then Siobhan could conceivably help contain Jamal. But with the Turkish army in Wales, it just seems like, it kind of feels like lots of people on this board have sort of been allowing themselves to do things, quote unquote, for fun, while also still wanting to win, except for Jamal, who has, I think, played this game, possibly out of necessity because he got jumped on early, but since then has played this game in the sort of steady fashion that that is characteristic of him when he does well.
Yeah, I think Andrew has also tried to do that sort of thing, but Andrew has done. He's got overstretched twice now, and it's not worked out for him.
Oh, you mean like try to play steady rather than fun?
Yeah, like he's been doing fun things that were like he was still trying to control the board in a way that was good for him.
Yeah.
It just hasn't really worked.
It hasn't worked out. Maybe too clever by half, maybe. All right, so the builds find another army, a new army in Liverpool, and the disband is, where is it? Venice. All right, perhaps that is a some sort of gift for Zoe. All right, moving into spring 1909. Who can top this board besides Jamal?
Katie can race him for it. Really hard to make a case for anyone else now.
What does Katie need to do at this point in order to put herself in position to top this board?
have Zoe be okay with her taking dots from Zoe while Katie grows, and probably also from Brandon, right? Like, you need Tunis and Naples. It's less a case of either or, and now a case of both. The problem with not getting a build last year is that killing Karthik off in Bulgaria is really hard. You can't take 7 a spring term because the retreat to Armenia is horrible. There's also a lot of reason now for Karthik to realize that now that Moscow's gone, and that if it becomes a race between Germany and Turkey, that he's going to die. So maybe he's going to play to survive by going to Armenia anyway. So it's definitely a huge advantage in Jamal's favor. Katie can go for it. I guess Brandon, if Katie just lets him retake Marseille and goes for Italian dots, maybe he could do something. I don't know.
All right, let's find out. Spring 1909. Tell us what happens.
Spring 1909, Andrew Goff takes Trieste again. Italy retreats to Budapest, obviously. Jamal follows into Tyrolia, follows into Silesia, where the Austrian army is also gone. France gets to retreat into London, so that dislodging of English Channel hasn't worked out great for Siobhan, who is heavily on the back foot here. Yeah, Irish Sea is there, Yorkshire's there, so can't really easily retake London. We'll be pulling units, but again, those units that are being pulled, it's Livonia and it's St. Petersburg, which is terrible for the Eastern powers if they want to stop Jamal topping, right?
What if Katie ends up getting a dot out of the English homeland and it ends up being the thing that puts her over the edge? That would be fascinating. All right, so diplomatically here, it doesn't feel like there's been any rearrangement. It's just forward with the alliances that formed in 1908, correct?
Sort of. The Austria taking Trieste, the retreat to Budapest, something is happening there that is not quite what it was before. So there is, I think, a definite war between Austria and Italy at this stage. How much of that matters is a different question.
Oh, you mean as like a continuation of the sort of surprise that Zoe pulled on at the end of in fall of 08?
Yeah.
So Germany, Jamal gets into Tyrolia finally, is also in Silesia. This is quite a nice position for Germany. Question of what will happen in Warsaw here is an interesting one. Do you expect Germany to retake it or to sort of try to get forward position with the Austrians' help?
If Andrew's on your side, I think you stick with Andrew. I think you've got, like, Andrew as a Janissary is huge for Jamal here because those are centers that Katie really needs to win. And if Andrew is there holding them, like, Jamal isn't going to be getting Serbia, for example, at any point in this game. So the longer Andrew is viable, the better for Jamal.
So maybe go to Bohemia here and get your armies in really, really good position. Worry about Warsaw later. All right. Fall of 1909. And that is what happens. Talk us through it.
Yep, goes to Bohemia, walks into Belgium, which I'm sure Siobhan would have said you can walk into Belgium. Siobhan also walks into Brest, so the loss of London doesn't matter. For some reason, there's no attempt to take Liverpool, and instead they support themselves to Irish Sea, so actually it's worked out quite well for Siobhan. Burgundy also falls, Marseille falls, Venice goes French again. So Zoe is kicked back out of that. Jamal doesn't kill Andrew, and this turn all comes up Jamal, and Katie still hasn't taken anything. So I think this game is over.
And she's gone down one, right? She's lost Marseille here. What else? You know, suddenly Brandon, right, is actually within striking distance of Jamal, but
sort of. His position's abysmal, but he's closer on center count. Yeah.
If Katie and Zoe were willing to let him have it, maybe Zoe's less interested in that after the forcible retaking of Venice last turn. You know, with
what do they even throw to him though? Like, yeah, he can take Rome and Naples, but he loses Venice in the process because Germany and Austria are together. Jamal has Norway, St. Petersburg, Vienna, Warsaw. Jamal has everything in front of him. It's so hard for Brandon to plot a path.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this is a consequence of Katie going to Wales. You know, it's a distant consequence of Brandon, you know, turning on Siobhan, but then, you know, Katie could have really put a fork in that.
I think Katie didn't realize she was in a race when she was in a race, and therefore she lost the race before it started.
All right, let's have a look at the sideline report for 1909.
1909, and the whole year is talking about draws. Patrick, go ahead.
All right. Well, Discord noise. Pretty much, we didn't actually get that much talk about draws in the West. First of all, Jamal tried to get Brandon to work with him specifically in such a way that would involve him taking Marseille back as soon as possible. Of course, he's still very concerned about how close Brandon and Katie seem to be at this point, and her diplomatic control of the board. Brandon says he'll probably take it back, and that he just stabbed Saban because he was bored of the slow Western triple play. Goffey, meanwhile, his talk with Jamal doesn't go quite as smoothly. He's very annoyed that Prussia went back to Berlin instead of helping him take Warsaw, but he didn't actually ask about that at the time. So it's a very important lesson in asking Jamal about what all of his units are doing, because if you don't ask him for specifics, then he'll probably do something unexpected that you don't like at some point. Meanwhile, Shaban and Jamal, pretty simple. They make plans to push further down into Russia. Jamal offers tactical advice, but still no real direct help against Brandon besides quote-unquote protecting Belgium. Jamal recommends forcing English Channel with Belgium as the mover, which conveniently lets Holland slip in behind, but we see that ends up bouncing. And Shaban's just really desperate that Jamal sticks with her. But it seems like he is.
Okay. So in the East, Andrew says, Andrew proposes a draw. It's vetoed by Zoe. Zoe does not want Jamal to be on top. This happened in the spring. Andrew says his motivation now is to remove Zoe so there can be a draw. Meanwhile, like super heated conversation between Katie and Siobhan that occurred with this army that got convoyed to Wales. Katie offers Moscow and Warsaw to Siobhan, but she didn't want it. They are really arguing with each other. Like I've never heard Siobhan this mad, ever. And Katie's just like, well, Siobhan, I didn't want to dampen the fun of the convoy. Siobhan's like, Katie, you're just trying to play me. You've got all this position in the South. Y'all need to back the fuck off. That's what she tells Katie. And Katie's like, I have no fleets. Look at me, Siobhan. I have no fleets. I can't leave your island. And then Siobhan said, I don't believe that, sweetie. And then Katie's like, I don't really like the sweetie. I don't like that. Don't call me sweetie. And then Siobhan goes, sweetie. Again, she did it again. I don't think she did it intentionally, but the two of them are not getting along. Anyways, that's what happened. Then the draw votes got really real in the fall. Go ahead, or talking. So go ahead.
So many of those things sound like things Siobhan would never say in normal conversation, but I believe it. Instead of spending time in that England-Turkey chat, which sounded really, really fun, I had to spend time in the England-France chat, which was started. He talked to Brandon. She tried to give this spiel about, I feel like Jamal's taking us for a ride. We need to make sure he doesn't just top by default. Brandon kind of plays into that, saying, oh yeah, Jamal's tactical suggestions, they don't benefit you. They're just for him. Like he suggested that thing with English Channel, right, where he goes into Belgium. That's not pro you, blah, blah, blah. But and then Katie comes in as well, and they try to act all friendly, like the conversation last turn didn't happen. Obviously it did happen, and nothing really comes of this on the board. Brandon catches up with Jamal later on. They discuss Belgium. This is intertwined with the draw stuff. Brandon wants Belgium, but Jamal says that Belgium would be his price for drawing after this year if Brandon lets him have it, which I feel like is super cocky on the one hand, but also he is exploiting the fact that Brandon does seem receptive to the fact that Goffey's to the East attitudes, and Goffey in particular is very tired of this game. So that's making Brandon a bit more likely to accept less favorable draws than usual, it seems like. Later they come back and Jamal also offers Brandon Venice, and we can see why Jamal offers Brandon to get him Venice back on top of the Marseille stuff, because with how greedy Jamal is being with the fall moves, well, not greedy, but playing for all the position he can take and stabbing Siobhan slightly, he's going to need a friend. So he's making sure he has that friend in Brandon. And then when Siobhan and Jamal finally talk, it seems like they're still on the same page. Siobhan still takes all of Jamal's tactical advice. Everything that she does on this fall turn is suggested by him. And there isn't really any talk about Siobhan drawing, because I'm sure she'd probably take it at this point, but she's much more concerned about just punishing Brandon.
So, Kevin, you might want to move into the fall, but fine. We can go ahead anyways. Look, the East is all about the draw. Karthik and Andrew really want to draw. Katie doesn't really want to draw. You can tell Karthik though is just sort of giving this things like Jamal's going to win. Everyone has to accept Jamal's going to win, and Katie's real silent. I think Katie thinks Katie can win, but she doesn't want to say I want to win, but she doesn't want the game to draw for that reason, and it goes back and forth, and it looks like there'd be some throw or something that Zoe would try and help Katie and all the rest, and Zoe's position is like every time Jamal plays with Australians, Jamal always wins. So I don't think it's a good look that Jamal wins every time with Australians. And I don't want to do it. And Brandon's like, yeah, I don't want to do it. But I guess Brandon kind of did, because we look at all these moves, which are totally not discussed. Brandon was cool about it. He's going against Zoe. He's going against Katie here. And maybe that'll force Katie to draw at this point, or Zoe to agree to the draw. I don't know, but it seems like the game is running on fumes here, and people are accepting a Jamal win. Let's see. Back to the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds like the board got to the same place that we just did, which is Jamal, and trying to make a case for Brandon, maybe, but it's hard one.
I feel like convoying to Wales and then pitching for Siobhan to take Warsaw and Moscow was possibly the single most ambitious pitch we've had in this game, and there's been a lot of ambition in this game, but good luck convincing that one.
Yeah, and at this point, Katie has to accept that that it's unlikely she could win. For her to win, she would need Jamal to be pushed back at this point, and it's hard to see how that happens. We do, however, have some adjustments. Katie is pulling one, Andrew is building one, as are Brandon and Jamal, while Sean has to pull another one off the board. We get two. Oh, so Katie does give up on the ill-fated English adventure, and we get armies elsewhere, which makes sense.
Siobhan pulling Liverpool is a little surprising. That gives some vague hint that Siobhan isn't necessarily happy with this game ending right now. Like, it would have been really easy to pull Livonia and just say, you know what, I don't care, Jamal, you can have anything. So yeah, maybe there's a sign that she's gonna keep playing this one out.
Yeah, I think Brest might have been one as well, just assuming that you can't hold it. But maybe she thinks going to English Channel here is worth doing, or maybe she's just mad, isn't really thinking all that strategically. All right, let's move into spring of 1910. Here are the orders. Tell us what you see.
All right, game does not end. So Siobhan is kicked out of Brest, retreats it to Picardy. Jamal gets into English Channel, which is really nice. Moves up to Norwegian Sea for reasons I don't really understand. But there's two hostile units next to London of some kind, so that's cool, I guess. The East is very messy, but the crux is Andrew Goff gets into Budapest, Jamal Ford retreats into Vienna, which is more delightful news for Jamal, and Katie continues to do nothing with her fleets.
I mean, there's not a whole lot else to say. I guess there was a question of whether Siobhan would be mad about the taking of Belgium, but it looks like Jamal is just taking the "what are you going to do about it" approach here.
I doubt it's even that. I think he probably would have been arranged. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to Brest. You've got to cover Belgium," because France had an army in Burgundy at the time.
Yeah,
so
yeah, fair. Okay, has the situation on the board changed in a way that puts the result in doubt? I mean, look, Jamal going down one in Moscow potentially, and Brandon going up one in Brest does change things. Obviously, there is Norway that is potentially available, but can't be forced, and Siobhan could block it here, correct?
Yeah, and there's also he's in Vienna right now, which isn't guaranteed to be held, but isn't that easy for them to clean out. Especially because Andrew appears to be on Team Jamal. And as long as Andrew is on Team Jamal, then Jamal has this in the bag. The only way this changes now is if Summit flips for Andrew to go against Jamal. So whether that's the East offers Andrew Moscow and some sort of convincing stab for Andrew to play for the top, I don't know.
Yeah, and so Warsaw tried to tap Ukraine here in order to, so it does appear that that's the case. Ooh. Oh, goodness.
So what we see here is Jamal walks back out of Vienna.
Ah.
Okay. Siobhan tries to go for North Sea. There's a blow up in English Channel for reasons. Well, that's good news for Brandon, I guess.
Yeah. That was a German fleet. Could have retreated to Wales, probably figuring it's better off to rebuild it at home, which he will get because he had 2 PIFs.
Yep.
So he's gone down 1. That does mean that that scenario just came about, that Brandon actually is in the lead.
Yeah, he is. And I still don't really love the position, but yeah.
But a lead is a lead this late in the game. It means he's in there with the fighting shot. Okay, is there anything else to review here, though? This works because Zoe taps Warsaw, which allows Katie and Karthik to cooperate. Karthik's getting a build here.
Karthik's building and Andrew's building, which is quite funny.
Oh, that's amazing. So Andrew's going up to 5. And fascinating. So in the Western Med, we had Zoe's fleet being blown up for a rebuild in Naples.
Which, to be honest, I don't really understand how that's good for Brandon either. So,
I mean, she could have retreated to Spain, right? So
yeah, no, I get that it's good in terms of she didn't retreat to Spain, but I don't get that an extra unit in Naples is particularly good for Brandon.
Well, look, I mean, if Katie and Zoe are willing to fight against Andrew here, then Ionian goes to Adriatic, and there's lots of stuff they can all do together. It's just a question of how much they're on the same page together. Fascinating. Yeah, and you would also think that you'd want more, like if you're Brandon, you want more fleets on Mid-Atlantic. Oh dear, and Brandon can't build because all of his home centers are off.
And Siobhan has a disband, but whatever, like if she had some sort of deal with Brandon, surely she thought she was getting into English Channel. Surely she isn't thrilled by him going in.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is so that bounce in Burgundy is massive here. Massive. It means that Belgium isn't at risk this turn, and probably won't be because Norwegian will probably come back down to North in order to protect it.
Well, it was bounced out a North last turn. One still questions why on earth it was in Norwegian in the first place.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you.
That was just a bizarre move.
Oh yeah, and Siobhan pulling back. If Siobhan is mad, she'll take Sweden here. Oh wow, this is a juicy finish. It really comes. This is all diplomatics right now. Can Jamal keep Siobhan on side enough and work with Andrew well enough to pick up the dot that he needs in order to tie?
Well, it's also, can Andrew win from here if FG get into a sort of stalemated fight? Does Brandon can probably stay level as long as Katie doesn't take Tunis and Zoe doesn't take Venice, but Andrew has a path, right? If they're both on 8-7.
Yeah, if the game goes on, the game would have to go on for a long time in order to. Yeah. And I mean, but if the game goes on that long, then Katie's back in play as well.
There's very little reason, for example, for Jamal not to want to put Andrew into Venice or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, but so presumably Zoe's going to work with Brandon. That would be what Brandon needs, is for Zoe to help cover that. Okay, well, here are the builds. We get an army from Zoe, so I think that is what you'd want to see if you believe Zoe is there to help you hold Venice. You probably also want to see Katie going into Adriatic here. We get a fleet from Jamal. Fascinating. Oh, we do have a sideline report. Here we go.
All right, here we are, 1910. I'm here with Patrick, who's frustrated with me, but I love Patrick, and you tell us what's happening.
Oh no! Don't say that, Ed. But anyway, the spring 1910 in the West was dominated by two things: venting and draw politics. So let's go over each. Siobhan pulled Brandon aside again to talk to him at the start. Jamal aside at the start, and she still yearns for restoring the fallen Western Triple. She's just so distraught that it had to fall apart in the first place for the reasons that it did, and that's all she wants in life. She just wants that amazing Alliance back, and she's happy to still work with Jamal despite the North Sea move if Jamal's happy to leave North Sea and help her get a dot somehow this year, particularly getting London back. And Jamal agrees to that. Meanwhile, with Brandon, Jamal kind of backpedals a bit about his hardline stance of, okay, we're going to draw right now and make sure I'm on top, because he's understanding just how hardened the opposition to him topping is from other quarters. And Jamal still can't really figure out why Zoe wants him to not top at this point, and he's venting about that a lot to Brandon, who says he'll still work with Jamal as long as Burgundy leaves. So naturally, both parties, both England and France, trying to fight still over Jamal's assistance against each other, and just asking Jamal to undo the aggressive moves that he made before. And he has his pick of the litter, which is great for him. Goffy can't give Jamal any info about why Zoe doesn't want to draw, because neither Italy nor Turkey have actually been talking to Goffy. So he's still happy to keep supporting Jamal into Romania and all that good stuff like that. But he's a little concerned about Vienna falling, so that's going to be a point of contention here in the spring moves.
Okay, so the year starts with a draw proposal before they even do a move. It was vetoed first by Katie and then by Zoe, so they go off. I couldn't even tell you what happened in the spring tactically. It doesn't even matter. What happens is it was just a bunch of people talking about draws. Andrew is very frustrated. His quote is, "What I like about diplomacy is to have options. I've been given none for 4 years." He tells that to Katie. And Katie goes, "Well, maybe I could talk to you about the first 4 years of this game. And I didn't have options. So, I don't want to draw." And then they get sort of frustrated with each other. And it's all about, should they draw or not? Should Jamal be on top or not? And Zoe and Katie are sort of hoping Siobhan doesn't want Jamal to top. That's all it is. And then we go to the fall. And Patrick, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, you mentioned the spring moves don't matter that much tactically, and that's mostly true, but there are two that really shape the fall negotiations. The first is Jamal's retreat into Vienna, which gives him a lot to talk about with Goffy. And the second is Belgium to English Channel, which means Siobhan can't retreat there, which means while Brandon can take Brest back right now, Siobhan can't take London back. So there's a lot of time spent in a Western three-way chat about how they sort of disentangle, and the stances of each power is kind of shifted now. Brandon tries to tell Siobhan early on before Jamal joins that Jamal is doing everything he can to try and stab you eventually, or get me on side. And Siobhan says, "I don't care about what Jamal told you about me. Either you stop making anti-me moves, or we keep fighting. Period." Brandon just wants Siobhan to do anything to stop Jamal at this point, and he accepts that Brest and London is going to be a trade rather than a +1 for him. Brandon agrees to support Siobhan into English Channel, but that is gone back on later. Karthik comes in because they're talking about Moscow, and Karthik gets wind of it, but nothing really comes of that. Then Jamal comes in, and he shifts the conversation to more of a disentanglement between all three parties and how they do that. And he really wants Brandon naturally to send armies to the boot a bit more to clean up Zoe. And he's trying to do everything he can to make Brandon a bit more comfortable with that, although Brandon's a bit hesitant and we don't really see much desire by Brandon to kill Zoe in the eventual fall moves. Jamal can't talk to Goffy for a while because he's spending a lot of the turn besides the West. He's spending a lot of it talking to Zoe about why she doesn't want him to draw on top. And that's a huge other thing that Ed might get into. But the long story short between Germany and Austria is Goffy is very sympathetic to Jamal and his relationship with Zoe and how that's affecting the game. And he's happy to keep supporting Jamal to Romania as long as Jamal leaves Vienna and goes to Galicia, which he does.
On my side of the board, I'm going to say this. This game is not fun anymore for a lot of the players. It's not fun. And it's a tough position to be on, especially when it's all for charity. And I will say Jamal and Zoe had a very intense conversation between the two of them that I don't think it's appropriate to repeat. It wasn't that personal, but in any event, it's just Jamal wants to draw and Zoe doesn't want to draw. And then discussions of throwing are abound with all the players. And, everyone's trying to take advantage of that. Katie's thinking about this. And Brandon, man, this is the first time he's shown any instinct for winning, as best I can tell. He's like, hey, if at the board is against Jamal, I think I'm the logical guy to top. So let's talk about getting me into centers and everything. And you can tell that Katie doesn't really want to do that. I don't think she sees Brandon as the ultimate victor, but she plays along with it. Meanwhile, Karthik's trying to grow, and he doesn't want to tell Katie that he thinks he'll get into Moscow because then Katie will, then there's a fleet in Romania and all the whole thing. So they're all scheming, but it's not a lot of fun for a lot of people right now. But there are people out there that want to win. I haven't seen evidence of it yet, other than Jamal, and we'll see if it happens. All
Even
right.
Jamal doesn't want to win anymore. He just wants to draw at this point.
On top.
Wow. Wow. Tell me your thoughts.
Well, it looks like Jamal moving up to Norwegian in spring was a massive faux pas, right? Because it meant that he couldn't offer Siobhan that support back into London, and it might have got Siobhan on the same page as Brandon as a result. So as a single move, it made basically no sense when it went through, and it might have cost him horrendously diplomatically. So if he doesn't win, he might well be looking back at that one with some regret. Beyond that, I don't especially understand the Italy-Turkey play in this game. Yes, they can help Brandon top, but from a position that Turkey was in a much better position to go for the top themselves before and hasn't done. It's kind of odd. I sympathize with Andrew, and if they're not even talking to him, then of course he's going to stay on Team Jamal. It's now a case of whether Jamal wants to keep playing this out, because if Jamal can't be bothered, then he could draw right now. If Jamal really wants this win, he's probably going to have Andrew, at least for the moment and possibly forever, on his side, and they do have the advantage with all of those armies. They can give more centers to Jamal than can be given the other way.
But it's giving Andrew centers to Jamal, right? It's I don't. Do they have enough of an advantage to break into Romania and Bulgaria and Greece?
They have possibilities of Venice as well, and it will depend also on Siobhan. If Siobhan is completely on Brandon's side, then probably not enough to. Yeah, that probably will be the end of it, but I don't know.
What a fascinating turn. 1910 was a really, really dramatic shift. I mean, to the point where we thought Jamal couldn't lose, to now Brandon has a real opportunity, and the way, I think the thing that surprised me the most about hearing that is just that the mood has turned sour on the board. And that's going to happen if, a game goes long enough and people sort of pass up enough opportunities.
And once the throws start coming in, right? Like, we can say we're surprised, but like about 1 in 3 top boards probably end in this sort of position where it becomes one person's winning and the other side starts throwing to stop them winning or something like that. There you go.
The game ends in spring. Sorry, I did not expect that to happen. Wow. So the game ends. I'm getting a note from the producer. Jamal failed to follow through on a request from Goffey a few years back that Goffey felt bad about and let Jamal know. Jamal was under a lot of player pressure. So it just this was a game of small margins. I think that took a while to sort of that's not even correct, because honestly, it's that convoy to Wales that shifted. That resuscitated Brandon's hopes, and then I think you've identified that move from North to Norwegian that shifted the dynamic in the North. McCullis, I'll let you give a thought here.
I mean, congrats to Brandon. I said before the game he'd be king of the Ashes, and he was a Chaos Agent and was king of the Ashes. So this is a great victory for predictive software. Well done, Brandon Austin. I think Jamal had Siobhan until he did that move to Norwegian Sea, and I think that's what cost him eventually in the is why he didn't top and Brandon did. I suspect that if this was a tournament game, Jamal probably would have carried on playing, but as Jamal's just said in the chat, if the game had stopped being fun for some people, he wanted to end it. Fair enough. It's a charity game.
All right. We have the winner in the green room right here. Let's bring him on to the stream. Brandon Austin, congratulations on winning Broadcaster Brawl number 3.
Thank you. It was fun. It was good.
Sounds understated and low key, which I believe is your official brand.
Just chilling.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to talk us through this game because we want to hear some details that we could not glean from all of the from the sideline reporting itself. All right. The thing I want to know most about, and I'll then turn it over to Nicholas for the thing he wants to know most about. This convoy from Marseille to Wales. Confused us from Katie's perspective. Turned out to be an enormously important moment for you. How did this happen? How did this come about?
It just seemed like a fun thing to do. So like being able to do this, tactics is not my thing. On this turn, I expected to lose Marseille. I thought it would be to an Italian fleet. I didn't think it would be to a Turkish army. But with that, when there was a suggestion from Katie to do a convoy to the English mainland, I was like, yeah, this. If this was I think the whole game, if this was a tournament game, I would have played differently, and I'm sure a lot of people would have played differently. Because this wasn't a tournament game, and I think I was keen for there to be some nonsense and for there to be some fun and everything. To me, it sounded like a fun idea, and I was happy to do that. And I think my moves from the next couple of turns also show that, I didn't want to just convoy Katie out and then take Marseille back and regroup and whatever. Like I was happy to be on board with the fun, and yeah, I think it was had, but there were still some consequences. So yeah.
When did you decide that you wanted to win this game?
I would have accepted a draw multiple times throughout this game. I think as soon as the vibe started to shift, people were getting tired, people were getting a little bit done with it, and stuff like that, I was happy for the game to end. I don't necessarily agree with some of the conditions people had for the game to end, but I saw a window for it to end, for everyone to hopefully leave this game in a positive light and still have a lot of fun. To me this game wasn't about who won. I didn't care who won, who topped, whatever. I think we're all here just to have a shot, have people have shots at us, and raise some money. So there was an opportunity for the win, but I think more going for the win here was just to get the game to end. Like of course I don't mind getting the win, but I was happy for it to end much earlier as well. So just wanted to maintain, the vibes of everyone, this is a board game. We want to have fun and play a game. So, yeah.
Nicholas, do you have any questions for our champion?
Yeah, I guess you said you expected to lose Marseille to a fleet rather than an army. I'm interested how your response to that became. I need to stab Siobhan. Like, what was the sort of thought process from there that Siobhan was the one you should go after?
Yeah, Siobhan asked that question too, which isn't surprising. I think in this case, she was very worried about a growth path for her, and in our negotiations, I was worried about what was going to happen in the north, which made me, before this convoy into Marseille, it made me want to be able to build something in the north. Anyway. So I think a fleet breast was going to happen anyway. I would have still been happy to work with Siobhan in this instance and whatever, but I wanted to have something up there because I was getting the vibe that something was going to come my way. When this moveset went through, and then I go and talk to Karthik, Katie, and Zoe, and they're like, hey, we have a fun idea. Then I'm like, oh, cool. I like fun ideas. There's this could cripple my position here, but I trusted they were all on board with it. And it was purely just to throw some chaos onto the board and have a bit of fun and just throw in a weird dynamic. I don't mind doing that in normal games as well. But not probably to this extent, but I saw it as a fun opportunity to do that, and I did not actually do it with intent to have a path towards the win or anything. But yeah, like everyone was playing for a charity here. There once or twice there was discussions of who wants their charity to win, and that wasn't my vibe at all. I was like, we're all here to raise some money, and we're all going to get some money for our charities. My only condition for this game was to see no one eliminated. I didn't want anyone to get booted out. I wanted the game to continue and for everyone just to have a bit of fun and chaos and give some moves for the people to talk about. So yeah.
Speaking of the charity, I just want to check in with our fundraising. We are at 43 donations, so we've had a couple donations, which helps us get closer to maxing out that 50 donation goal, $20 per donation up to 50. So if you haven't given yet, please go to our website, diplobn.com. There's a link in the show notes, and help us get, even if it's a small donation, help us get up to 50. All right, back to the game. McCallus, you had a thought.
I'm interested how you convinced Katie not to take Tunis, like from this position.
Never actually spoke to her about it. So it never came up in conversation. I think like there was a move sort of, I think just after this in Fall 08, like just after where I could have walked into Marseille and I was like, no, I want to keep Katie on side. Katie, Karthik and I were trying to negotiate terms that Zoe was happy with, and that wasn't necessarily easy either. But I think because I never actually spoke to Katie about it, I think just me not taking Marseille maintained the goodwill and the vibes of whatever we were trying to achieve. So yeah.
Fair enough.
I suspected it would be lost, but yeah. The with that too, I think I had a disband. I chose to disband Venice because of the difficulty that the four of us were having trying to talk about how to balance things out, whether I take Marseille or, whether Katie gets one of Zoe's to try and balance things out so things don't get lost and whatever. The reason I pulled Venice was because I wasn't happy with the way those negotiations went, and I probably would have pulled Tunis otherwise. So it may have played out differently if that had been the case. So yeah.
Oh, you didn't like how the negotiations went, meaning you thought that they were trying to pull one over on you?
No, not necessarily. I think it was just if we're all trying to go, like, you either commit to the chaos or you commit to playing seriously. And I feel like Zoe still was trying to hold on to what she have and play a little bit seriously rather than trusting that we were happy to, let the chaos happen and whatever. So I just wanted to get that army out of there so I wasn't involved in whatever the hell was going to be going on over there. It was like, all right, well, Jamal, Goffey, whoever, and Zoe, they can all worry about Venice, and that's fine. I'm going to pull my stake out of that. Let them worry about that. Like, I can barely focus on one thing at a time anyway. So let them do that. I'll keep Tunis and West Med, and that, gives me something. Tactically, I think my moves probably don't make any sense, but I wouldn't know because I don't know tactics. So, but I was purely doing these moves just for some chaos and for some fun. So
it's funny. I want to ask you about the beginning of the game too, where you sort of were idling for a while. You even went up 2 and you waved both of them. And but I kind of think I know what you're going to say, which is that you were just happy to hang out. Dude.
I didn't feel like I needed them. Yeah. So if there's more pieces on the board, that's more I have to stress about. So.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a plan that you were going to stab England by putting 2 fleets down the next year?
Nah. I haven't been following what's been said here, but if people said that was the plan, I hadn't even thought of that. So yeah,
it's what I suggested might be the plan. Yeah.
Right here.
Which
sounds
stage
like
first?
Sounds like a good plan. I just
Well, it was your plan. Just 8 years later.
I was happy to wave. It was fine. Yeah.
Which came first, the Western Triple or the air?
There was talks about the Western Triple sort of early on. I'm not entirely convinced the air was solid, even if it was going, but the first thing I started doing straight away was just saying to everyone that was relevant that there was an air and that we should do a triple or work that way. So yeah, I wasn't entirely convinced it was a stable one to begin with, but yeah, I didn't care if I started saying that there was an air, and if there was a triple, I was happy to work with that. I felt secure with what Siobhan was saying early on, and after everyone jumped on Jamal early too, I trusted his game style and I trusted him, so I knew how we could move forward from that point.
Yeah, it felt like for a while that the sort of West triple was going on, but you and Zoe neither wanted to fully commit against the other. Was that deliberate? Was that talk between you where let's sort of do this, but let's not get too ensconced in fighting, or was that just outguessing each other?
So I told her that I was going to move into Western Med whenever that happened. She wasn't happy about that, obviously. And then I wasn't happy about the Fleet Marseille build. I was hoping to maintain a relationship that was personal with her in the way that of like, hey, like, do you trust me when I say I'm building this to appease alliance partners, but they're not going to be moving towards you? And I can't quite remember exactly. I think she said she does trust me, but she needs to play strategically here. And like, that's fair. Like if France has just gone into Western Med and built Fleet Marseille, then, like everything she was saying made sense. I think from that point onward, our communication was tainted and we weren't really able to disengage properly. There was a little too much shiftiness. Like I had a lot of pitches of people wanting me to move up and go against England, but I did not for a second feel like, I did not feel like for a second I could move anything away from the Med without Zoe being there to take something. So, yeah.
So, question we have, and it's been echoed in the chats by one of your fellow players. Was this convoy deliberately misordered?
That would be crazy if that were the case.
Is it crazy?
Yeah, I just felt bad that Katie had a failed convoy earlier. So
So you deliberately did a failed convoy of your own, yeah?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So it was inspired by Katie's failed convoy, yeah?
To be honest, it was a failed convoy. I was trying to get into Tuscany. I was trying to get there, but it was a backstabber error that was user error. So yeah.
I see. Okay, so you're claiming that it was a mistake.
But yeah, it failed to get through. I think that helped in discussions. So yeah.
Got it. Yeah, mistakes often provide opportunities, I like to say.
Especially when people don't know if they were mistakes. So,
okay, so in the end, like you win this game. There are a number of factors here, but kind of the final one that sealed it is that Italy and Turkey, Katie and Zoe, preferred you to win over Jamal. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. There could be 1,000 reasons for why that is. I'm just going to go with it being my charm. But no, like I honestly think Jamal's had a lot of victories. I really thought Katie would do a bit more of a push for her to be the top. And I'm just cool and thankful to be in a position to work with people that allowed me to get to the top. So, yeah.
All right. You have, I think, like a okay style of playing. Cool.
Yeah. No, like like in general, winning is not necessarily like. I know Rob Hillier may have something to say with this. That's the one comment I caught earlier, but like I'm not concerned by winning. I want everyone to have a fun game. I want everyone to do that. But if I see an opportunity to go for it and I think it's reasonable, then I'll have a shot. Like, so yeah, just happy to go with it.
Would McCallus, would you like to say anything to our champion?
Well, just that I assume you're going to play in VDL this season and DBNI, because as we said at the start of this broadcast, I don't know if you were watching yet then or not, but everybody who's won the Broadcaster Brawl has gone on to win VDL, to win DixieCon, and to win the DBNI. So you are now overwhelming favourite for all of those competitions.
No. All right, so then I just won't attend any of them.
Sneaking under the radar.
I don't even know what VDL is. What is this?
Get out of here.
No, like yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming out that I look forward to, and you know, I'm not concerned by flying under the radar. I definitely don't want to be on the radar because I just want to have a fun game. I don't want people to be thinking I'm here to crush or whatever. But like, yeah, I don't like being on the radar, but I don't like, yeah. I'm just here to have some fun, guys. Like, this is a game. This is a board game. Like, can we just not worry about everything else? But anyway, like,
just get to have some fun, collect some titles. That sort of, they're just minor things.
It's fine. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, sure. Like, hit me up. I'll join a video game. That's cool. Like, I don't know. Do I need to do that for DBNI, or like I don't even know how this works. So yeah. And to be honest, like coming into this as well, when everyone voted for the seating order, I just thought that was the order that we were going to be picking our countries in. I had put no thought process into what was going to happen in this game. So when we were all picking the order in which we were going to pick our countries, I was like, oh crap, all right, there's more to this. So all right, yeah, no worries. I guess I'll think about that for a second. So, yeah.
And this is what you're going to write in your winners article after winning all those tournaments, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
It just sort of fell into place. I don't know what I'm doing. That's my excuse as well.
I'm genuinely here just to chill. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Same as we all are.
Yeah.
I look forward to interviewing you after you win the DBNI with yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, sure, maybe. If it's on at a reasonable hour, I don't know. Like I have other things on in my life, guys. Like I can't always do this. It depends on when the game time is. So
yeah, I can't win every week. Sometimes I've got to do other things in life. It's just terrible.
Okay, so I think I've had 2 wins ever. But anyway, yeah.
And both of them were over Andrew Goff, I believe.
I don't think that's relevant.
Oh.
True,
but irrelevant.
I think in both those games, and me and Goffy have had a couple of casual games, or maybe one since then, and I have genuinely enjoyed every game I've had with Goffy, and I feel like, and I hope he feels the same.
Is that because you win them all?
No. Like I hope he feels the same. He's a really nice guy to play with, and he's obviously an excellent player as well. So yeah, I look forward to playing more games with him, and yeah, and it's always been a pleasure.
Yeah, sure. All right, Brandon.
You look forward to putting him back in your pocket.
No. It's like if everyone else is going to pressure him, then it's not my fault.
Well, you know, McCullough speculated that Andrew was jealous of Jamal, and that was behind the initial targeting. Maybe he's been jealous of the wrong guy.
That was what Robert said, right? Not me. I was just paraphrasing Robert.
Mm-hmm. Brandon, congratulations on winning the Broadcaster Brawl 3. You have won almost $2,000 for Carinya House. Well, let's check in really quickly with the donation page, which has now been updated. Our anonymous donor has made the contribution. If I can get it up here.
And I would like to note for any Australians watching, I'm assuming that's wow. Yeah. Okay. So that would be more in Australian dollars. So
it would be. So let me do a quick. All right. So this is our final donation as of the end of this stream. I will leave this donation page open for people who are watching the stream not live with us for the next week. So you still have a chance to help us get up to $8,000, which would be extraordinary. But for now, we are at $7,305. This beats our previous record of $6,004. And give me a second. I will calculate very quickly how much you have won for your charity. Why don't you remind us? You were playing for Carinya House, and why don't you take a moment to remind our viewers what Carinya House does?
Yeah, like I definitely just firstly want to say thank you to absolutely everyone who has donated. Like everyone was representing really important causes and non-for-profits, and we live in a world where finances are huge, and a lot of people are struggling with them. And I know some people that are struggling with finances still donated as well. And especially these organizations that are trying to, help people that genuinely need the help. I think it's amazing that that amount of money has been raised for them. And I just want to say thank you to everyone. So my non-for-profit was Carinya House. They I know I talked about them earlier in the intro in my interview, but again, they're just a local organization within Canberra in Australia. They have been around for close on 30 years, I think, and they have been absolutely amazing when it comes to helping women and like pregnant women or women with young children, infants, and they help them get away from situations of domestic violence or not having adequate housing or whatever. And I think a thing that stands out to me as well is once a woman and potentially their children are there and in their care, there's not a time limit or an expiry date on that other than when they don't need the support anymore. So as long as they need it, they have it. And there's amazing staff members there that are working there like all through the night, all through the day, because these places are safe, undisclosed locations for these women and children to be able to live when they have nowhere else to go. And there's staff there helping with the children, helping the women with practical things, personal things. Like the staff there are absolutely amazing, and they're there to help people that don't have that help anywhere else. So I am really, really thankful for all the donations that have been made. And I know that money is going to a good place. And there are a lot of charities that are huge and international and everything, but there are also a lot of organizations that are small and local. And I just want to put an insight onto that too, because there are some organizations that everyone would have heard of, but there are so many that do crucial roles within society that are just unheard of. And I really appreciate the opportunity to get some money for them.
So the other 6 players' charities will receive a donation of $913.13. Carinya House will receive a donation of $1,826.25.
That's absolutely amazing. And I just want to say thank you to everyone that donated again.
And in Australian dollars at today's exchange rate, that is 2,816 Australian dollars.
Yeah, that's massive. That'll make such a huge difference.
So yeah, I want to thank all of the viewers out there, everyone who has donated. It definitely warms my heart to see how the community has come together for these charities and for this event. So I thank you so much. We raised $7,300. And again, I'll leave this open for a whole week. So until Saturday, the 21st, for people who are watching this delayed to participate. Brandon, thank you so much. And congratulations, even though you're not sure if it means that much to you.
No, it means a lot to me. Like I do like the win. It is good. And I'm happy to be here. And I just want to thank everyone who played on the board as well. They're all amazing players, and it's hard in this game for tensions to not get high. But we're all here. We all know what we're doing. Bar me, I'm still just trying to figure that out. But I just want to say thank you to everyone, and DBN as well, like Carlos, Brandon, and it's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Cheers.
All right, Brandon, have a good night or a good day, because it's what, 4 p.m. for you.
Yeah, I'll go get some food. Yeah.
All right, man. Have a great day.
No worries. Have a good one.
All right. Oops, wrong one. There we go. All right, McCallus. We're clocking in at a breezy 6 hours, 20 minutes. We thought this would last about 4.5 hours, and we blew past that, as we usually do. It has been a sheer pleasure to call this game with you. I want to thank all of our guest commentators for their time and their excellent insight. McCallus, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, obviously we're keeping this up for another week for people to add to donations. So if you're still watching, please drop a like. Might spread a couple more people watch it. Might help that way. And just a thank you to Sabi, who GM'd the game, to Ed and Patrick on the sidelines, to Kevin, who is producing whilst recording stuff on the sidelines in his usual multi-talented self, and to all of our guest commentators, to all of you viewers, and of course, a special thank you, I think, to you and to our other hosts who keep this channel running. We wouldn't be anywhere near as successful as we are today without all of the people who put time into helping DBN create this content, and all of the viewers who decide that they want to watch us prattle on for 6.5 hours.
And to you, McCallus, not just for your work tonight, but for your work on DBN more generally. Those outside of DBN may not know that McCallus has recently ascended to a position on the DBN board and has taken on leadership roles within the organization. And we all deeply appreciate that. And we're so happy to have you involved.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to sign off. McCallus, I'm going to let you give the sign off. Take us out. Take us to it.
In the words of today's Victor Brandon Austin, stay safe and be chaotic.
And chill out, man. But stab well if you need to.